sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me? Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we. Swift neo.
Tick, tick. 1, 2, tick, tick. 1, 2.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
1,
Sir,
2.
आप
Flipkart पे
Two,
high performance
check.
Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Check 1, 2.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
check. Check. Check.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, let it bleed, let it grow. Don't let it tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me. Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart's पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart's पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite.
Welcome to the arena, a realm where the greatest warriors of skill and spirit have battled through fate to stand here now. From every corner of the world they have come, not just to compete, but to prove their power, wisdom, and vision.
Tonight, a force will be awakened. And across 4 days of fire and glory, champions will ascend. Clashes will echo through time, and the mightiest will be immortalized as the legend of the era.
The cream of the crop here of Asia Pacific have gathered in New Delhi, India to fight it out for honor, for pride, and for glory.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. My name is Mamba. Alongside me is Tash. And we welcome you to Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 with our digital partner, Flipkart.
Today is very, very exciting because today is day one of Predator League Asia Pacific 2026. And you know what's super exciting? Because today also kicks off our day, which is Valorant.
And not just that, we have two great semifinals lined up, four amazing teams, and of course followed by a grand final. But before we talk about the matches, looking sharp, looking very, very nice, very pretty.
Thank you. To commemorate this event and also to say hi to everyone here in India, I've decided to don a sari, which is, I think, an outfit traditional to India itself.
That is correct. But for our first semi-final, Tash, who do you think is playing, and are you rooting for somebody?
Oh, okay. So we're going to be looking at two teams here. One team is going to be from Vietnam, which is Fancy United. I'm sure everyone is very familiar with them. They took down the hometown heroes, Global Esports, just a few months ago, I believe.
That is not a story we should be talking about, but sure.
Yeah, but it is exciting to be able to take down, a tier 1 team, right? And also, we have a team of content creators and who had somehow crushed the entirety of their group, which is IAMS from South Korea.
I love an underdog story.
They have energy there.
We do have energy.
Yes.
I can see them just through the spotlight. A lot of support for them. And there's nothing better than an underdog story, Tash.
For real. And for now, let's have a closer look at team IAMS from South Korea.
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team IAM.
Mamba, can I just say something? That walk-in, they were practicing it behind the scenes for quite some time. I was just watching them the whole time.
But what I'm loving is the support because it's still quite early in India and this is amazing. But, ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the blue corner, it is Vietnam's finest. Give it up for Fancy United!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Fancy United Esports.
All right, this is super exciting seeing these two teams here. One, a content creator-led team, finest from Vietnam as well. A lot to talk about, a lot on the line. Grand finals later.
Grand finals later, and a lot of regions are thought to be 12 regions to be precise. And we have players from 15 countries competing over here, Tash.
And for now, for the first match of today, who better to talk about the story between our three casters, Universe, Icy, and Crips. Take it away.
Time for all the teams to prove themselves in the big stage itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is two handsome gentlemen. We have Crips as well as Universe to take you through the commentaries for today. And today is all about proving right. So in this case, fighting for their honor here to qualify and lift the trophy by the end of the day. We started our days with the group stages and now we're in the playoffs itself. And to kick things off, Fancy United and also IM. We have Vietnam going up against South Korea. Crips, I know you have a lot to say about this team. Give us a brief summary about this.
So, what can I say about Fancy United? These guys have definitely impressed me, not just throughout the group stage, but even before that. Their journey here started off in the Vietnamese qualifier, where they basically destroyed everybody with ease. Their Group A matches weren't easy for them, but I must say, I was thoroughly entertained. I mean, Universe and I were casting Group A that day, and every single game had comebacks, and every single time somebody tried to rise up against them, they just thwarted all their attempts at the comeback and pushed all their opponents back down. So, Fancy United Esports have had a wonderful run so far, and I think these guys are fully ready to take on IM. That being said, though, everybody underestimated IM before they came here.
I agree.
They all regretted it. Every single one of them regretted it.
You know, to top things off as well, to give you guys a little bit of brief summary as well, the four teams that has made their way into the semifinals here, pretty much everybody 3-0'd except for Zepto. So, what do you think here, Universe? Was this like a surprising factor? What's going on in Group C itself?
I mean, Group C was a very, tightly packed one. Of course, Torak were one of the favorites as well. Zepto was also a favorite. And, of course, you've got your VCT Pacific champions who, unfortunately, couldn't make it just by a couple of rounds being, dismissed between those three. Now, I wouldn't say it was a surprise factor. I would say the teams are pretty well matched, and RRQ, they're coming off of a bit of a break as well. So I'm going to give them a little bit of benefit of doubt. They need a little bit of rejuvenation. But hey, I think that the team that deserves to be here has made it here. They beat teams consistently. They beat Torak 13-7, and I think that was what broke the camel's back, because the overtime game against RRQ went quite the distance. It was 14-16. RRQ did win the game, but RRQ needed a +7, differential in terms of rounds to beat them so that they could make it to the semi-final. Unfortunately, not the case, but I would love to shed some light on the team that we have at hand right now. IM is something that I did not expect. I absolutely had no idea that this Korean team is going to come through the way they did, because they haven't played a tournament in over a year.
Okay.
And this Korean team comes from the shadows. They come through and suddenly they seem to have taken the entire group by force, and they've taken it by the horns and all the way now to the semi-finals, where they seem to be the favorites to go to the final. And even if they're facing off against what could be the, favorites on the other side, Boom, they seem to be a little stronger considering that they just beat Motive Esports 13-2 in the group stages, which was a shocker for me.
It seems like Universe is going to be leaning a little bit more on IAM, and then we have Fixers here going to be leaning a little bit more on Fancy United here. But now, obviously, when we talk about the global circuit in general as well, I've heard that Fancy United does not have a proper circuit. So, do you think this is their proving grounds, or making a statement here for Vietnam?
I believe Fancy United have had more than enough opportunities to prove themselves. They did pretty well in Ascension. They finished inside the top 8, which in and of itself is a pretty big deal. I think it's going to be a much more important proving ground for Team IM, because in the Challenger circuit in Korea, they don't really have a spot. And like Universe pointed out, they haven't played a tournament in over a year. And on top of that, everybody has been calling them content creators, whereas I think I would personally find that a little offensive. If I'm up on the stage, if I am over there trying to beat everybody down and somebody calls me a content creator, I'm going to be like, nah bro, I'm a professional player and I'm going to show you exactly why. So yes, Fancy United have a lot to prove, but I think IM over here is the hungrier team.
Well, it seems like our panel here is a little bit split in terms of their conversations. In this case, their teams inciting as well. So this is going to be a very, very important one as well, because all these teams are going to be playing a best of 3 format. And rumor has it is that we are going to be expecting a potential upset. We've seen the upsets coming from group stages, but when it comes to a competition at this scale, it feels like anything can happen at this point. So now, if there is a prediction to be made here, who do you guys think is going to take it and why?
I'm actually gonna back IAM. I seriously feel like I did not give an eye as much as they deserve, onto their spotlight. And when they beat, I was a little convinced, of course, when they had a game against Oasis. Yes, they beat them 13-9. It seemed like, it was a game that could go the way that it did. But when they beat Motive 13-2 on Abyss, especially with the comp that they played, a double controller, no Sentinel comp on Abyss, which is not the usual, including a Clove in it, it shows that these Koreans have confidence. And we've always seen, yes, Koreans have the confidence, they have the discipline to follow it up as well. Even on the VCT Pacific stage, they're able to do it. But this team has been the dark horse because nobody's seen them play in over a year. It's a similar roster to what was played in 2024. At the end of 2024, they had 4 of these players play. For a year, they were gone. And one man in particular I want to point out is Godhead, who is one of the players who has VCT Pacific experience. In 2023, he was in Gen G and then disappeared for a year, tried to come back into the scene through the Tier 2 of Korean, Valorant. Could not make it through as much as they would hope to. But here, it's a great statement for him to showcase himself, because the first game he played, he almost dropped a 30 bomb. He was 29-13 on a KJ against Oasis Gaming, and he was the main reason they took the victory. So, if anything, if you consider...
I was watching that as well. I was very, very surprised. How does a Sentinel be a top rank? Usually you expect those flashy plays, the raises, etc. as well. Now, speaking that, because you brought up the KJ as well, now I really want to talk about the overall foundations on how the group stages format and also how the semi-finals format has kind of pivoted as well. Because the group stages, every single team was playing a best of 1 series. So that's something that, oh no, it's a hit or miss. It might be a little bit of gamble. It might be a little bit of RNG here involved here. But now when it comes to best of 3, where it's a little bit more stable here, what kind of strategies or switch-ups is going to be going through the minds of both Fancy United and IAM Crips?
So I believe that in a best of 1, you can afford to pick up a Clove and just simply run it down. Like you said,
a Clove? Really?
Yeah, these guys picked up a Clove against Motive Esports, if I'm not wrong, on a base. They beat them 13-2. And let's be honest, Motive Esports is no small try, okay? They've got big players like Benkai and Minimize. But when you're facing a team in a best of 1, you can afford to run a double duelist, double controller composition. Just pick up a Clove and just W key it in. In a best of 3, you need a lot more than that, because the moment you start picking up those agents in the next maps, your opponents will know immediately how to counter them. So I think over here they will need to be a much more solidified team in terms of strats. They will have to have some protocols, because Fancy United definitely have protocols. Like the moment they see 2 pieces of utility land on the side, Fancy United know exactly what's happening. And that's why in a best of 3, I believe they will have to go with their standard compositions, maybe even follow the meta, because let's be honest, I do not love following the meta at all. That being said though, Fancy United have also picked up some unorthodox compositions. They picked up a Brimstone on Pearl. I criticized that when I saw that at first, but then they proved me wrong. And they proved me wrong, and I was very, very impressed. They were running a Theo and a Brimstone on Pearl. Like, who does that?
Yeah, the doubts that he had were given, You don't expect to see a Brimstone alone as a single controller on that map.
Yeah,
but
that's very unorthodox.
They ran it down pretty well, honestly. And it feels like it's 2 teams who kind of have that mentality to go against each other. When they're in the momentum, they want to go, with the speed. They want to keep increasing the momentum. They want to fly through the map. But now it's a 3-game... it's a 3-map game over here.
Adaptations has been made. Obviously teams, they have already studied their opponents. We've seen a lot of integrations between all the genre as well. But one thing is common as well is that a lot of teams do like to play Haven a lot. So
I suspect that was the part for your group. That's why.
Yeah, you guys had like some 4 Haven games,
we had
right?
5 Havens in a single group all the way through. So do you think, are we going to kick things off with Haven again?
100%.
Absolutely.
Why?
If
Why does
not
every single team that is come here in the group stages like Haven so much? There's so many maps out there. It could have been a little bit shuffle. And I'm bringing this up. I'm venting for the sake of Group B's stream at that time. Why is Haven so popular?
I think it's just a substitute for Ascent. I mean, he hates Ascent. I hate Haven. But in this tournament so far, it's been okay. Haven's been alright to watch because I like the variation in the compositions of these teams, and that's the only thing that I have a complaint against, right? If you're playing a map and you have different variations of your agent compositions, I like watching that. But if you keep playing the same old Sova, KJ, Jet, KO and Omen, you're gonna get bored. So I like the variations, and that's why I'm okay with Haven. He is absolutely in paradise because there's no Ascent in this tournament.
Okay, fair enough. But of course, for those guys watching at home as well and are wondering what is happening for today, that was the schedule just now. We are going to be kicking things off with our first semi-finals, one in a best-of-3 format between Fancy United from Vietnam going up against I Am from South Korea. So whoever wins this series will immediately be part of the grand finals itself to fight for the huge prize pool itself. So that is going to be a very, very interesting feeling as well, because the reason why I bring up interesting feeling because I've never felt a feeling like that ever. You know, being a champion. Do you know what's it like? Have you ever been a champion?
You know what? I'll give you a trophy for being the best desk host at the end of this. I'll make a small award for you. That's a champion right there, you know. So you know, it's something. See, we're all here because we're all failed professionals of the game, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Speak for yourself.
speak for yourself.
I won 3 tournaments.
But all things considered here, Fancy United going up against IM, I think this is going to be a little bit exciting. Of course, since it's a best of 3, we're not going to be having duplicate maps. So what are the other maps that you think is going to be the key factor as well? Because some teams, they do prefer bind, some they prefer split, some they prefer this. Which are the maps that you absolutely do not want to go for?
I really think a lot of these teams will try to avoid Karod as much as possible. But
why?
Since it's because Karod has way too many compositions that you can run with, there's a lot of variations that you can come up with. And if you haven't had the time to practice, you will not be able to W key and run it down on Karod. And some of these teams have had a lot of lineup changes in the recent past. I'm talking about almost every single team in Group A that Fancy United beat down have had to go through some of the other lineup changes in the last 1 month. And that's why a lot of these teams were avoiding Karod up until now. But in a best of 3, it becomes much harder to avoid it. Because we only saw like 1 game of Karod in our group.
Yeah.
And a lot, you guys saw like 5 Havens.
Yeah.
So everybody was avoiding Karod in a best of 1. But in best of 3, it becomes much harder to avoid it. And I think the team that has prepared it will definitely try to pick it up right off the bat.
I mean, if you want to go purely off of just, stats, the fact that this team hasn't played in a year, Haven was the only 2, I think 2 games that they played, 2 out of 3 games that they played were Haven. And they haven't played, bind in over, they haven't played any game in a year, right? And I'm really concerned about what they're going to be throwing into the map pool. Let's have a look at the veto as we talk about it. Pearl and Sunset have gone to Haven. Yes, it is there.
No.
And Karod will be picked up by Fancy. And to end it all, we've got Bind. Now, this is a very interesting one. Because if I would have seen Abyss come through with that first ban of Pearl coming in and Sunset being the second one from Fancy, I would have suspected Abyss to be in the map veto just because they beat Motive 13-2 yesterday. So the confidence would be riding high. But they've gone for a much more safer route. They've gone for Haven, but Fancy are good on Haven themselves as well.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, Fancy, they do have the experience, and I am definitely wowed us with a little bit of a surprise as well, because I'm having a little bit of a mixed feeling coming from Unives in particular here. 1 minute, they're content creators. 1 minute, they're flashy. And personally, I would really want to look forward towards a KJ being a top frag by the end of this game. Well, maybe I'm convinced, just like Universe as well, that I'm going to be on IM ban train. But now, Crips, for Fancy United, what are we going to be expecting here in Haven? You talk about safety net. Do you think this is going to be what dictates the entire tournament as well? Are we going to see a 2-0 or are we going to see the full 3 games?
Oh, that's a good question. I do believe that we can go the distance. Fancy United, their Haven is pretty strong. But that being said, I am used to play a double controller setup on Haven. They have picked they picked Viper and Omen in the past.
Yeah.
And that really forces you to slow the game down, bait out a lot of utility from your opponents, especially if the Viper is on defense. So in that kind of a scenario, Fancy United will have to make sure they keep their utilities with them till the actual execute comes through. Because in their group stage games, they had this problem where they would go for the full-blown execute, dump everything in, and the opponents would just hit them with one paranoia, waste all their momentum. So that has been a problem for them in the group stage, I hope that they can avoid the same mistake when they're going up against I Am on Haven, because that Viper is going to really slow things down for them, especially a fast team like Fancy United. If they try to pace up, it will be like waves crashing against the shore.
Hey, we've seen substitutions towards the Viper pit, right? But in the end of the day, pit is just like a couple of rounds. Once you have the ultimates, then great. But
just the
I've
pit,
seen
the
teams
walls,
actually prioritize on Sova as well as Yoru to kind of counter that pitfall. So do you think we will see a little bit more Sova Yoru strategies, or are we going to see something else?
I mean, I suspect the Sova to kind of be the constant across that. Haven's always had. I don't think any other initiator makes sense on this map except for Sova. But I want to see what exactly is going to be the duelist composition. Are they going to pick up a Neon? We've seen a Wele at one point as well. We've seen a Wele Yoru as well before.
It's interesting that you actually say you've seen Wele at one point, whereas Group B, every single game was Wele, and then you have Neon, straight up. It was just double initiators all the way through.
It's all about, the fact that Wele is such a baitable character, because you can just get your team into spots where they, use the Wele as the bait. But I'm just excited to see what exactly IM's going to do this time around. Are they going to change their composition based on what they've seen in front of them? Because they play very defaultish on this, right? They've enjoyed their simple composition with the KJ, the Sova. They keep the, I believe they played the Neon as well last time. So keeping that, I want to see if Fancy are going to be able to adapt to how they play. Because recently, only Haven has been played by this team, right? I am only played Haven, and they're very comfortable on it. Given that, we are seeing a team that is extremely experienced in the last 10 months, or at least like 5 months. Fancy have played the most amount of games. And they're going against a team that has not played a single game until the qualifiers of this championship.
But they have surprised us from the group stages as well here.
I agree.
Arguably, there were a lot of debates that Group C, Group D were the group of destructions, and obviously Group C, we have a tiebreaker, but Group D, this I Am out of nowhere from South Korea just kicks things off. Do you think this is the kickoff towards heading towards full-time in towards Ascension, or maybe even the future Tier 1 tournaments?
I think with the momentum they're running right now, the Koreans, usually have one team per year that comes crazy. You got your, you had your Nongshim in 24, you had your SLT in 25. It could be IM in 26. It's just about time that, VCT Pacific kind of becomes more than, 6 Korean teams. But hey, I'm excited to see what Fancy are going to come up with, because we've seen a couple of default executes from them on Haven the last time they played. And are they going to be able to handle the Korean discipline? Like you mentioned, Krips, that they are very good at baiting out the utility. It's a standard Korean principle to, follow that to the T, unless you're Nongshim, who go absolutely crazy. But I believe that there is a very good chance that I consider Fancy as the underdog in this.
But that's the thing, right? When it comes to Asia Pacific, we are known for aggressions here. And so far coming towards the group stages, as even for Boom Esports as well, we have seen a lot of disciplined plays. What changed over this entire past year? Like, the meta seems to have shifted here. Is it because of the introduction of a new agent? What's going on here?
So I think the meta hasn't just shifted, it has been broken apart into the intent with diversifying the agent pool as much as possible. I mean, they have nerfed almost every initiator to the ground. There was a point when you could predict when the fight's going to break out. The first fight's going to happen at the barrier drop. The second fight is going to happen exactly 40 seconds after that at the 1 minute mark. And all of these seem to revolve around the initiator utility cooldown. Like, there's a 40-second cooldown for Fade Horns, Sova Recons. That has been changed to 60 seconds. And because of that, there used to be 3 fight windows at the 140 mark, 1 minute mark, and then the 20-second mark. Now those 3 windows are gone. There's only 2 fight windows open. So you have to be a lot more decisive when you are going for this execute. And that makes it much harder to predict when things are going to happen. Because the meta was becoming predictable. It was becoming a little stale towards mid-2023 and early 2024. And ever since the introduction of Wele, the whole meta has started to shift, not just because of Wele alone, but because of Riot's philosophy of diversifying the agent pool as much as possible. So they don't just adjust the power balance with a particular agent or so, they do it across the whole class of agents. So that's why I think the off-season over here is the most interesting that we've seen so far, because how often do we get to see a Clove in a proper competitive game. How often do we get to see Brimstone and Teho on Pearl after the Teho nerf?
Why are you discriminating Teho? Why are you exclaiming Clove? Like, do you realize I have so
No,
much
I'm not happy. I'm sorry. I'm actually happy that we get to see this more.
Oh,
often.
okay.
Otherwise, I was getting bored of seeing the good old
but the
Viper
way
open
you phrased it, it felt like Clove shouldn't be in the meta at all.
I mean, with the way she's placed right now, it kind of feels like she's out of it. But because her range of utility deployment is pretty less compared to an Omen or a Brimstone. Brimstone also has a much wider iPad, on this. So Clove's range of the smoke deployment is a little lesser. And also considering the fact that usually Astra is a favorite on the map of Abyss, plus the new Abyss, right? You've had multiple changes to go through. I was very surprised that they picked up the Astra and the Clove. I would suspect a double controller to be an Astra and an Omen at most on an Abyss, because Omen has been a very huge favorite across no matter what map we play. Right?
Yep.
So I love seeing the Clove. Are we going to see it again? Today I don't think so, unless on Kurod maybe something changes, because we have absolutely no clue what I am going to do on Kurod. It's a full blinder. This team so far has not played a game in a year. They have never played Korod at all. So we've never seen the professional game of these players playing Korod. That is now very interesting to me, because they're going to pull something out of the bag that Fancy might not expect.
Yeah, but that's the thing about discipline, right? You guys talk about discipline, timings, when to push, when to not. Playing around your utilities is going to be very, very important as well. One thing I've realized coming from IM is that during their entire journey in groups these stages here, they are playing a lot of questionable aggressions, which kind of catches people off guard. And multiple times, I think the pros weren't expecting them to push through, let's say, for example, through the mid control of B itself and then pushing through his garage. But yeah, sure, usually you expect them to come from garage, but pushing through the double window where you have two angles coming in and a timing where you would expect somebody to be there, but they just push through and then just catch them off guard while they're mid rotations here. So I feel like, do you think, in my opinion, do you agree with me that IM is the biggest wildcard here?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
Like, they will surprise you. They will not play the default strategies. They will just go all in and just catch you off guard.
They will not. I definitely think that they are the dark horse over here. While I say that they are the dark horse, I don't think that they are the underdog over here. Although most of those terms are mostly used interchangeably. They are unpredictable. They are the wild card, but they are not the underdog over here.
Well, we have the best from all the other regions gathered here today. And these are the four best regions now that is in the semi-finals. So, in this case, obviously, the odds are kind of stacked in paper. But in terms of faith, in terms of motivation, especially fighting for your honor, I think any can happen. That's the beauty of a battlefield, right?
Yeah,
I agree.
But honestly, I kind of feel like, because there's not much data to go on here with regards to IM's gameplay on the road, it will be much easier for their opponents to just kind of make the game into their own battlefield and kind of control everything. But we'll talk about Kurod later. We'll first jump into the Haven selection for Haven, where we know that IM love running the Viper and Omen. I'm pretty sure that Fancy United have also done their homework about this thing. So I want to see if Fancy United adjust their Haven composition, or if they go with the same.
I'm curious to see how the agents is going to be looking like here between both these teams here, because we've seen mix-ups coming in from the group stages here. Like Crips said, Viper is going to be a thing. Picture here, but are we going to see the Viper? Yes, we are going to see from IM. They're bringing in the Viper in play, whereas for Fancy United, they're bringing in Breach.
Hold on. Okay, we've got a Breach in place here, which is extremely surprising to me from Fancy. It's been a while since I've seen Yes I Can on a Breach, and this is kind of throwing it back a little bit, because the Breach kind of ran out of the meta on Haven. It's a very, difficult composition to pull off, but to have a single Duelist Neon and have a Breach, it's going to be very, very dependent on the fact that they can actually perform these executes and, minor map controls. If they can get their, minor map controls right, they might as well be able to win this game. But like I said, on the other side, if you've got a Sentinel like Godhead, who last time pulled off a 29 bomb, it is going to be, a task to get these map parts under your wing.
And this is interesting as well, because I saw a couple of breaches coming in from my group as well in particular, where they did really, really well setting up for B pushes all the way through. But now, since that Sung Sin coming from IM is going to be picking the KJ, he is a top fragger after all. It looks like we are going to see a KJ from them. Do you think this is going to be the same case again, like what happened to Group D?
No, I don't think the KJ is going to be a problem. I think the bigger problem over here is going to be the lack of a Sova on Fancy United. The Breach, yes, it's not exactly the best meta character right now, but the bigger problem over here is running a double controller instead of a double initiator. They don't have a Sova,
we just completely forgotten, right?
Yeah,
we always assumed that Sova was going to be there.
I did not notice that. I was so hyper-focused on the Breach, I was not able to see that we have an Astra in place here. Fancy have clearly thrown, all their plans into the bin and have gone completely off the rails here.
They went double smokes.
Well, whether it's for the good or for the bad, we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, very soon as the players seem to be getting ready. It is pretty cold out here, so whose hands are going to be the warmest as we enter into the game might end up deciding the fate of them after all. We've got, of course, one of these teams entering the grand final, and that game now seems to be more enticing to me because considering I know what's coming from the other side as well, two extreme hot favorites from the other side, Boom and Zipto, I'm more excited to see if at all, either one of these teams. I feel like that matchup is, building up more pressure now because I like the fact that the stakes are going to be raised more once you get to the final because teams might be, in group stages to a certain way, but I feel like the final is setting up to be a very good matchup.
The final is indeed going to be amazing. And yeah, the stakes are super high over here. $120,000 on the line. The winner takes away $65,000. Okay, sure, just by getting into the finals, just by getting into the semi-finals, sorry, you get a minimum of $7,500. But is that what you're really here for? Is that all you want to take? No, you're not. You want the lion's share of the prize pool. So the stakes are super high over here. I'm pretty sure that Boom and Zipto are going to be watching this game very, very closely because they want to keep an eye on their future finalists. So all eyes on them, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, obviously. But at the same time, while they're watching as well, they will be having to focus on their own gameplay because only the ones that win their respective matches will advance towards the grand finals. And seeing this, you can see the teams, they are very, very focused. They are warming up as well. And it seems like everyone is kind of battling the heat, I would say. No pun intended, considering that it is a pretty chilly weather here.
Yeah, I'm
Do you
freezing out
think
here.
that this will actually affect the gameplays?
To a certain extent, yes. Sometimes when your hands get cold and you're not used to a certain amount of cold, which I feel like is a thing in Vietnam. You don't have that much cold in Vietnam, but the Koreans are pretty much used to the winters being in the negatives, right? But there is something I want to point out here. So I just checked this, that as we head into the game, ladies and gentlemen, is that Fancy United have continued this double controller meta on Haven. They played it with a Viper and Omen and no initiator on that one because they played a double controller and a double duelist. And now they're repeating the same, the only difference being the Breach is now involved in this matchup.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the first semi-final on your screens right now. It's I Am from Korea versus Fancy United Esports from Vietnam on Haven to kick things off. Fancy United heading in towards an A execute. 3-2 split. Oh no, Moody runs out of bullets to a ace shot, but there's the retaliation flank coming through from the Neon. The stun is perfect, but only Denmo gets one kill. That camera tags 3 people. The spike has been planted, and the retake is on. They don't check the angles. BlueCube with 2 bursts. Nails down 2 people. That's amazing, but Sungsin retaliates, and he's got a 1v3 in his hands.
1v3 indeed. It's a Sheriff that is pretty powerful at this stage, but he needs to deliver these bullets. Has no idea about anybody being on the other side of the map, on the other side of the site. He's going to have to worry about 2 angles, now 3 angles. There's too much being thrown at him in terms of information, and he's not going to be able to even get one of them. Well, I guess the last kill of the round, that's going to be the pistol going towards Fancy United, and a pretty fast and strong start here. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum, not having information to play on the back of Breach being the only setup, which means this is going to be quite a Hail Mary kind of situation from them because the Neon and Breach will have to set up most of this first half because the rest of them are going to be on pretty much either trading duty or guard duty off the flank.
And that flank is going to be taken care of very, very quickly because Fancy United had almost no time to deal with the flank, and even then, even though I Am were basically on their heels before the spike even went down, they were able to handle all this heat, mostly thanks to BlueCute. He reveals the fact that he's a shorty, and Fancy United know that they are walking into a stack. They know that they can expect some shorties, so they're going to slow things down a lot.
Yeah. Well, a bit of a stack here seems to be accumulating towards the A side, but Bukyut's found a very aggressive bunny down towards mid. He's gonna just make sure that nobody's following up that little bunny and clears everything diligently. While the rest of his teammates are slowly gonna read this A stack and move away from it. They're gonna head in towards C where they've got a Killjoy waiting for them. Pretty slow and respectful round from Fancy here. They're not really giving up too much of their confidence, you know, in terms of showcasing it. They're gonna try and keep it a little simple, a little easy. Everybody travels together. We're gonna stick with our team and a simple C-side take here. Or utility dump. And just with that, a simple plant, and this should be a straightforward round unless you see I am drop a couple of weapons, which I don't think is possible.
I think they're just gonna be dropping bodies over here, bro. They're gonna use this snake bite and recon and just jump all out, flooding through that cyber cage. The paranoia holds them back for the time being, but the cyber cage is gonna go down. They also have a control smoke placed towards logs, which should hopefully help them get inside, but Vishio is coming right up in the front lines to stop them from coming out of this one. Nice dig by Buri, but I don't think he can get anything else over here. And you know what, now that this round is done, Universe, I think I'm starting to see the pattern over here. I think I start to see what Fancy United is going for. You see the way they dump their utility. Even though this was a rather empty site, even though there wasn't much defense over here, the entire site was carpet bombed by breach fault lines, flashes, and the Astra Stars. There's no spot left where you can stand and hold your ground. So I think I know why they don't have a SOA. Yeah. It's because they don't care about information. They don't care where their enemies are. They're just going to go for hardcore executes, and they're just going to bombard an entire site, make sure that you cannot hold it, no matter where you are.
Yeah.
And I think the only way IAM deal with this is if they don't fight on the site, is if they play aggressively and take away the staging area of Fancy United Esports.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like much of a bonus here. Once again, Fancy United showing the advantage of their anti-eco buys. They've got rifles across the board here. Half armors on 3 players, but it's not going to make much of a difference as the opponents as well are going to probably buy into some of these half buys. See Sunday with the Guardian. He's got a Regen shield, and you got another Phantom with a half shield as well. As we wait for a small little technical timer to be resolved. I have not probably expected the speed at which Fancy played. The first round, extremely quick, could not handle it. And then the next round, very next round, when they expected a little more speed, Fancy slowed down as much as possible, took as much of time that they needed, assessed the situation on both sides, took one control of mid because of a little aggressive bunny, and then assessed the situation, moved accordingly towards C.
And I think I'm glad that they did that, because you see how fast IAM were on the first pistol round. These guys were basically up in their faces within a few seconds of them taking the site. Like, the spike hasn't even gone down, and the proverbial retake is already underway. 3 people on the flank, down in A shot before the spike even goes down. That is an extremely quick flank, and it basically shows that IAM are going to take up the space without even waiting for their opponent to make their own move. If you're going to be playing that fast, it's kind of wise of Fancy United Esports to slow things down, because if IAM is going to be pushing into your faces, you might as well stick to your defaults for the first 30-odd seconds, and then you punish your opponents, which will give you a lot more options to work with later on. And I think what IAM are doing, their aggressive playstyle, is actually going to help, because the #1 weakness of the Breach is gonna be the fact that he can only take space from certain spots. Like, if you use the Breach fault line to take A long and A short, you won't have much left to take the actual site.
Yeah.
Similarly, if you somehow manage to get control of the furthermore areas and you get a Breach into the forward positions, he will then carpet bomb the entire site and you can't hold the site. So you take that space away from them before they have a chance to put down those Astra Stars, put down those breach utilities. You take that staging area away from Fancy United, and IAM going to be golden.
Yeah. I'm also excited to see what this Viper is going to be pulling out from IAM.
Yep.
They've got a pretty straightforward wall there, the Viper wall that goes across A and B, covers across multiple openings. pretty defensive wall, not particularly poised for retakes. Unless it's on the A side, of course. The B side also feels like it's just about left with the same, mentality that most teams play with. They're going to let it be, just sit with the, small piece of utility that can guard it with the informational alert. As we wait for everybody to get back on to playing ways. Love to see what Fancy have in mind. Is it going to be another fast execute? But I am surprised by the way that they've changed their, approach to this map, because considering that the last 3 times they played this, they played with a double controller again, a Viper and Omen, and a double duelist, Neon and Wele, and a Cypher, no initiator, which is an extremely risky and, bold move to do on Haven particularly, because Haven is always known to be a map where you require a lot of information. There's not a nooks and corners where you need, well, if not at least for the, the fact of a Sova. Stay home works, okay, at best you want to push a breach, which is available, of course, but a breach also does not provide you any information. It's just purely attack minded. So what do you feel about this? I've never seen a composition which plays a double controller, double duelist sentinel, single sentinel on Haven.
I mean, it's not even a double duelist, right? For
the previous time they played this.
Yeah. The double duelist kind of makes sense, because at that point your Vele becomes the forward information gatherer. You're going to send the Vele in, dash in and refract back. So that should hopefully give you a tiny amount of information. That being said though, the Vele is not like the Jet. You can't turn your mouse around and clear corners like you can with the Jet. So the Vele will basically just dive in. Hopefully somebody will shoot at her and that should give you the information. Again, that is a big hopeful situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically you can look around as a Vele, but you only have like less than second to kind of like, you got to increase your DPI to 3200 and you have a look and then instantly you refract back. But it seems like we're back to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head back into round number 3. The first buy round here from the Korean team. Let's see what they can pull up.
Nice denial smoke outside of A lobby, but that doesn't matter because Fancy United are about to hit the C site like a truck. Thompson has no place left to stand. The aftershock forces them back. He still lives into the smoke, hoping to get one more. Wow. Sunday jumps back into that shrouded step and gets a lovely triple to finish off the round. And that's the big problem with Fancy United Esports. They treat the entire site like it's their playground. They bombard the entire site with utility. But if IAM manage to dodge it, and if they are able to quickly stack up the site, you are in trouble, buddy.
Absolutely. And it was, the one person that I thought is going to be probably struggling in this round, it was Sunday who got 3 there. And a really good side over. Honestly, it was so chaotic and, we shifted POV so quickly because everybody was dying that I couldn't actually see what happened, across the map, where exactly was the advantage being played. But let's find out if it's going to be the same case in this round. Fancy currently alternating between their speeds in every round. They took the first one pretty quickly. The second one has slowed down. The third one was also a bit of a flashy move. And now they're going to slow things down again. Finally try to gain a little bit of mid control. Have lost one in the process of doing so. And there's another. He's holding on to Garage. He's looking for another big kill here. Look, gets it pretty easy. Nia's going to go down. They're getting isolated here, and Sungsin's going to take it all day long. Give him a 4th almost. Bukute will be able to drop the weapon. The paranoia comes his way, and he's got a stun as well. He's going to get away with another, actually. Okay, he's got a weapon. He's picked it up now. Doable isolated fight, but the Outlaw stronger with him being on lower form of armor. That's going to be the second for IAM as they equalize pretty early on in the game. And we've got a blow-for-blow game so far.
It is blow for blow so far, but now that the weapons are out on either side, we will see which one comes out on top. Up until now, Fancy United Esports couldn't convert their bonus and the subsequent eco round, but if they don't convert this one, it will be trouble because the ultimates are starting to come online for IAM. They've already got the lockdown, the overdrive is 1 point away, and this is going to become difficult for Fancy United if they do not break IAM's economy right now.
Yeah, they've shifted up their setup as well. They are going for a bit of a retake on C. They're going to heavy control mid and B, but it seems like there's a Viper snakebite here to stop them in the way. Denmo going to let them take control for the moment. And as they've got this, there's a lockdown coming pretty quickly in the round. And Fancy are just going to stick the plant here. They want to seem to fight one angle, but are they going to be able to push it is the question. There's the first fight. It's going to be Twilight to win it, and now they're going to try and catch Bunny on the other side, forcing the Koreans to move back, and it's going to be them trying to fight back. Nia gets one back, and it's going to be a second for him. Fancy really quick on the move here, and oh my god, right in front of his face. The Cypher was detained there, but lucky to have his teammates take up all the attention so that he couldn't be killed. And again, Fancy United switching up the moves here. Went towards A, found success, went towards C, were instantly shut down. So they head on B, and I feel like they're testing the waters as to what exactly IM setups are on every, site.
I wouldn't even say they're testing the waters. Like, if you want to test the water, you dip one toe into the water. You don't dive headfirst into it.
Hey, they've got their style.
They've got their style, and that's stylish indeed.
Some people like dipping their toes. Some people want to dive into minus 10-degree cold water. So they're one of those.
It's absolute psycho move, but this was a rather good execute. No, he's been detected.
Twilight.
The Bucky can't get him though. Twilight does get the kill onto Bunny, so that is a failed Bucky attempt. Good aggression from IAM, but unfortunately it's been punished. And this gives Fancy United what they need. Instant paranoia towards default, along with the fasting to tip the Neon into hell. But Twilight and Nia have found everybody. Like I said, it's nearly impossible to hold on to this site once the whole site gets carpet bombed with utility.
Yeah. Seems like IAM are taking a little longer to figure this out, because one thing they could play on the back of is a little bit of retake. Fancy are so quick on the trigger, they have to be. And even if they're doing a slightly delayed, take of a site, they're gonna have to commit to it completely, because they've got no information about how many people are gonna be there unless their own vision gives them that information. So I would prefer if I am starting to step back instead of losing members on site, because the more they keep alive, it's gonna be easier for them on the retake. Fancy are gonna force to take map control further and further, like they did when they were on the B side. The lockdown forced them, yes, to go towards A-Link, and it was a good decision from them. But I feel like on most rounds like these, where there's no lockdown available, I think it would be a good, discipline for the Koreans to kind of keep themselves on the backtrack, find out where the side hit is coming, and then go on the retake. Hold map positions that are going to be important to you. C-Link and A-Link are the most important ones to you.
Exactly, right? So if you hold C-Link and A-Link, at least B side will be under control. If you want to stop the plan from happening, you can contest that on B.
Yeah.
But on A and the C side, you will not be able to hold on, because you're going to get carpet bombed entirely. So it's better you leave those two sides on retake. And if that's going to be the case, then IAM might just start reinforcing B, which I think they've already done so now, because I see a bunch of Killjoy utility over there, but then there's two players playing towards Garage. So I think they're fully expecting a C hit, and
oh boy,
people are already present over
again.
here. The fourth fight comes through, instantly gets the kill onto Sunday. You have Dawn, who tries to come out of the smoke, only gets one in the process, and Twilight is just nailing everybody down, shutting their coffins and burying them 6 feet under.
This ideology of staying in sight when you know there's a breach, there's a Neon, you follow that up with also a Noman Paranoia, you've got an Astra Gravity Pull, you've got a Stun, you've got so much. And the fact that, the C side is easily coverable with all of that utility should give you the intimation to start avoiding it. I'm pretty sure there might be a timeout coming in very soon here from the Korean side, because I expect them to kind of read this. If not them, at least the coach should be relaying this to the team.
Yeah, and the problem over here isn't just that you're staying inside, you're actually rotating into sight much faster.
Yeah,
it's like
you're purposely trying to stop them with lesser numbers, even though you know there are going to be 5 people on the other side.
Exactly, right? Like, you saw how 2 of those people rotated in super quickly, even trying to push through the smokes in an attempt which can only be described as desperation. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to contest them if Fancy United Esports are going to dump all their utility. Yeah, maybe you can stop them with the snake bite, but I'm gonna be super honest, Fancy United do not care about that snake bite. They will tank the 30-odd damage and go through it.
An interesting buy here. They've committed for an operator, but a Stinger, 2 Sheriffs. This is a very, very
weird
fragmented buy from IAM. I'm not sure what the game plan here is, but it seems like they want to fight B. They got multiple people here. Establishing mid-control seems to be first priority, and they've not been given the opportunity to do so just yet. Fancy slowing things down. Camera's gonna spot him. Bunny has to get away from the angle, has to depend on his teammates to try and pull this out of them. But here we go. Nia's gonna enter in, and he's gonna get eaten up by the Killjoy utility. Sunday directs another, and it's gonna be lava on that B side. You cannot enter as long as the Viper and Killjoy sit there. And the read this time around was really, really good.
Fantastic read indeed. But now you're trying to sell misinformation to IAM. You're making noise towards Garage, and then one of your players is going towards A, but I don't think they'll expect this. And even without any expectations, yes, I can win the duel. Fisher wins the duel on Garage. Instantly from a 4v2, it's turned into a 2v2. And now you don't know where they will hit for sure because the spike hasn't really been spotted yet.
He's walking as well. Yasaikan's been walking. Although he's got a tail behind him, he's going to be able to actually get away here pretty easily and get the plant. I'm not sure if they're going to go for the plant towards spawn and then try to take control of that. Doesn't seem like it. It's pretty much an even plant. It's defaulted and he might just get caught off guard. The timing is going to kill Denmo. He hit spot his shoulder, so he knows one player's backside. He doesn't know about the other. Information. He's going to have to wait for his teammate, but he's already crawling it aside. Risky move here. Denmo, you better wait, my friend. And there it is. There's the punish. You're going to have to wait for your teammate. You need those trades to come in. And the other one's been spotted, and they know it's an op as well. He's going to try for a Hail Mary here, and he's going to run straight into his demise.
Wow.
Absolute... I don't know what to even call it. It's a breakdown of... IAM after taking an advantage of 3 players on your hands. 2 players, forgive me. It was a 4v2.
Yeah.
And then you throw it away like that. Man, that's...
It's a brilliant round, man, from both the sides for different reasons. First of all, just 2 rounds ago, we saw how Team Fancy United Esports are ignoring the snake bites, ignoring the Molotovs, and running through them. They were like, yeah, sure, we can tank some 30, 40 something damage, and that will help us get in there. But this time, with the Viper Wall, the Snake Bite, and the Nano Swarms, with you becoming vulnerable, you will get eaten alive. One guy dies to Nano Swarm, another guy dies to Snake Bite. Like, 2 of those kills came through Molotovs. The thing that Fancy United were disrespecting up until now. So with these 2 kills, Fancy will be forced to respect those Molotovs. But then, you grant them the round anyway, and that was a bad decision, right, to split up in that situation.
Absolutely.
They are offering 1v1 duels. On paper, I would never call that a good move, but hey, if you can win those 1v1s and turn a 4v2 into a 2v2, then why the hell not?
It was a very obscure position for the Sova to be in, and it's surprising that he did not get the kill there. Fortunate, but it is what it is. Moody needs to pick up his pace here, and so does Bunny. They've had a bit of a slow start. Sungsin's the only one who's been able to actually do some form of damage here. And Sunday as well in that first round that they won. Once again, Fancy taking up the heat towards A, but they've got a little bit of retaliation. And this time, Bunny's going to get one back. The Neons exchange their stun, but it's going to be Nia and his support Bukute. Fisher follows it up as well. Fancy. They turn up the speed and they've got numbers to follow it. It's like a team that runs
spike planted
on nuclear fuel because they cannot be stopped when they get into a fight. Everybody just joins in.
Oof. Nice beat fire by Sungsin. Will that help him? Yes, it does. The Rolling Thunder comes through, forces him back just a tiny bit, but now the lockdown's been placed. And I'm just fearing it's a little too late. The Astra stun forces them away, but I think this lockdown is kind of useless because they can easily fall back towards long. Even then, one of these players is going to stay back on the side on purpose.
No way! How did... Okay, that's... well, I'm just going to let that slide. A humongous miscommunication moment. I'm not sure what exactly happened. Fancy United kind of split up over there. One player got caught off through the Viper Wall being active and he just got spammed through it. Should have been safe. Should have played for the plant. Instead, he tried to help his teammate out and he ended up losing the round. And usually in moments like these, I've seen the Fancy coach end up taking a timeout. You know, it's usually these rounds you've seen. When the coach doesn't like that one single round that's being lost, he instantly calls a timeout. But it seems like this time around, he's okay with it. He's not too worried.
I mean, I am totally in favor of Fisher staying on the side and getting caught in that lockdown. I think he was trying to surprise his opponents because the lockdown was placed that way in purpose, right? Like, they knew that it's going to not cover long, so they will both fall back over there. The Viper Wall could have easily cut it off, and then it just becomes a spam battle. So you ignore that spam battle, try to fight them on side, hopefully catch them off guard, but all those surprises will not work against IAM because they expected all of it.
Very lately positioned, but it comes in anyway. The paranoia is amazing. Nia's going to be able to enter the side. The stun's very good from the breach as well. And you can't stop Fancy with this utility. There's not a single part of the site that isn't covered up. with their dirty work, and you see it very, very clearly. But IAM players just don't seem to have a control over how they want to approach this. They're not going for the retake, they're using players consistently on side. They're taking the aggressive controls, but Fancy are letting them come to them because Fancy instantly hit back with that breach and neon stun.
Yeah, and with the breach and neon stun, you cannot really do much. Sure, you can use up the fast lane, hopefully keep yourself alive for what, 3 seconds longer at best. But your teammates are very reluctant to come back into the site and help you out, and you are hesitant to go back outside the site. It's a very awkward limbo. You're gonna get stuck over there. You need to either be completely away from the site, or you need to have a 5-man stack. You cannot do these in between things.
Yeah, exactly. They're you know, kind of stuck in limbo. They don't want to move out of it.
Taking that back.
Feels a little, let's say, almost stubborn to not get out of your ways and try something different.
Enemy tag.
Moody does spot one, and Twilight's right there. Fisio's gonna get another as well. And IAM have no response to whatsoever Fancy throw at them. It's been very clear. The 3 rounds that they've gotten as well have been on the back of individual heroics so far. Nothing team building sort of related.
Yep. Now once again, you've got one single sticker, hoping to do God's work, but how can you possibly hold on to this? The overdrive. Can this finally be the saving grace? No, it cannot. Shut down before it has even a chance. Just that one kill with the lightning fingers. And poor Moody has no choice but to watch his team die, fall around him. A sheriff and a dream will soon turn into a nightmare. 8-3 already. Fancy United are running away with this half.
Well, as much as I wanted to say that this is, you know, they were the ones coming into this as, at least in my eyes, they were not the underdogs. I would say the Fancy were the underdogs in this, considering how clean IAM were against some of the opponents that Fancy themselves have defeated in the past. This is Fancy waking up to a new day with completely new energy, and they've come here with a new composition that has clearly thrown IAM off the works. No information, no problem. We're just gonna run at your face and shoot you in the head.
Yeah, what are you gonna do about it, huh? What are you gonna do about it? This is not battery, this is bullying!
That's what he's gonna do about it. He's gonna now start spamming through smokes, and it's gonna work! Yeah, it's gonna work, definitely it is.
Brilliant.
Now Fancy are getting a little overconfident. That was a little unnecessary. Individually trying to pop out of the smoke, be a hero. Not really necessary. And in the final round of the half as well, they're gonna end up conceding a 9-3 half and make that gap come down to a 4 unless we see Fisio pull out a miraculous 1v5. He does have his ultimate, but he's got 5 players to worry about. So how does he approach this? A side completely empty at the moment.
Yeah.
And he's going to start taking steps to clear out every single corner he can.
And it's kind of obvious that he's going to go towards A, right? That's why you see them all push up C. Now, finally, one player of IAM is going to start going towards A, but they're more than happy to give him the plant. They're just going to stack up every other place in the world because they know that Fisio needs a kill before he makes a big move, before he commits to the plant. And now that the alarm was detected, all the cavalry is going to converge upon him. He's already getting flanked from Brass, Sunson behind him. Finally, a round that IAM
switching
without any trouble. I think this is the first round they won with all their players alive.
Yeah.
And all of it courtesy of just using that Viper's smoke to spam down the narrow corridors of C-Long and slay everyone before you even see them.
A little bit of Fancy's overconfidence there as well to try and pop out of that smoke one by one, try to trade off the other. And they lost 4 in the process of the same. Worry not though, they still got the lead, 8-4. Is this going to be the time that the tides turn? Because IAM did feel more confident on the attacking half when they played Haven one of the 2 times that they did earlier in the group stages. Now Fancy are going to struggle, by the way. They're going to, you know, be very, very desperate for map control because they've got no information. And they're going to have to commit eyes no matter where they go. They're going to have to set up Nia as a he's basically the recon bolt of the team now. And everywhere he goes is the only information they're going to find unless they commit more players. And it seems that they're going to do so. They're going to go outside of Garage, set themselves up, and they're going to get one, but it's going to be a trade for trade here. IAM come out on top of that. And Nia's going to try and flank them, and it's going to be Moody ready for another. He's going to get away from that engagement, keeps himself alive. And yes, I can has to now wait for his teammate to join him in what is most likely
Right here.
an improbable retake.
Very quick flank towards Grass, but you wouldn't have expected Moody to be down there this late in the round. Quick responses from Fancy United, but I am a struggling...
Last player standing.
Okay, never mind. I was about to say that they were struggling to gather information as well, but it doesn't seem to matter at this point because they've got the seaside with an iron grip.
Gun here.
Fishio once again in a 1v4. He's been put into these impossible situations quite often.
Yeah.
This time he doesn't have the option to retreat or save, so he's just
I
gonna
need
go ahead.
concealment.
Hopefully die to the spike, maybe, you know, concede his life to the big
Pulling
black
them in.
rather than giving away an ult op to someone for free.
What did you call me?
Be still.
Dude, no.
I'm messing with you. I just remembered Anthony Mackie doing that joke with Elizabeth Olsen.
I have no idea.
For Avengers fans, you might understand that. But it's a good round from IAM, and it was mostly on the back of a desperate move from Fancy for a little bit of map control, because they are going to be trying that every single round. There's no other way for them to play around this. The Cypher camera is the only kind of vision they have without committing players, and even that is going to be extremely difficult because it's only limited to one side. Well, outside of B and A, it seems to be the point of attention right now for IAM. Smoke is a little weird.
That's okay, even if the smoke wasn't there, the turret is placed right outside. So.
Yeah. Fancy, pretty much stacked upon A. Got just a breach on towards A-Link just to make sure in case there's A-shot attention, he's going to pull that fault line and allow Nia and Twilight to just jump in on them.
Yeah, it's a trap card.
Nothing done so far from IAM. They're just going to hold and wait. They're pretty much giving the same discipline that Fancy did to them in their anti-eco round.
Use their own medicine against them. Except this time, it might actually work in their favor. I am splitting up quite a lot. Like, they got that bottom C control, and the C side is vacant, but they don't know that yet. So that's why they're sending Denmo to make some sound on A. And usually when the Viper is on one side of the map, you can kind of understand that this is a lurker. Your teammates might be on the other side, which is why you can see that the camera is being popped open and closed again and again. Oh no! Nia runs out of bullets. Luckily, Twilight is here to save him. Wow, I need a teammate like that to save me.
Yeah, instant intimation. Run towards the C-side as fast as you can. You've seen at least 3 there. Plant's going to be straight and simple. And now it's all about holding it on. Bunny was point of contact. He's going to have to flash blind him. Very close to being taken out there, but Nia's coming in and he's going to get taken out himself. Ukyu though does get a trade. It's going to be close here. Fancy United keeping themselves on the foot here. Fishio gets one. One by one they drop here. Like flies, IAM. Last 2 players are pretty low, but it's gonna be Moody to save the day. Extremely lucky to have gotten away with this round. Fancy United, great protocols of jumping in right behind Nia there. They took some time to actually understand where the positions were, because again, no information, no point of actually, you know, waiting. You need to just jump in and find one player to do the work for you, and then the rest have to just follow in and play off the vibes.
And still, I would say it's a pretty good eco round, because you dropped 4 of their weapons, forced them to reinvest. I mean, this is no longer a bonus round for IAM. They have to reinvest everything into this third one. This might as well just be called a proper buy round.
Indeed. We've got a tactical timeout here from Fancy. Pretty early on, as soon as they've lost 2 rounds in the second half, the coach wants to deliver a message that might be very important for this buy round as to what exactly is going to be their game plan. Now, is it going to be a retake-based game now? Is that the question? Because that's the only way it feels like they might have an equal chance. Because then they know that everybody's either on side and one might be flank, or at least 4 people are on side. So it's all about a game of understanding. Whether IAM didn't understand that in their first half, but are Fancy smart enough to make adjustments early on into the game? Is the question. IAM are playing on a bonus. They've got a Bucky, a Stinger, a couple of Sheriffs. Fragmented by, and on the other side, full armors to support their rifles.
Wow, this is a nice spot.
Except for one. And here we go. Again, a bit of a spread out, little discipline play here. Spams coming in. Sungsin will dodge it for quite a bit. Will not actually take any damage. They're giving in a little bit of information. Outside of C, picking up the orb. A couple of bullets fired outside of B. And slowly, look at that. They're grouping up Fancy outside of Garage and B. They want mid.
Yeah.
Might forcefully take it as soon as they get the first contact.
Yeah, but imagine having to burn a drone just to clear up grass. That's how less information I have right now. They use the Nano Swarm hoping to make sure nobody's holding the closer corners, but there's a Paranoia at the ready and Twinkle is ready to peek out, but Moody deals with him instantly. Twilight does come through with the trade, but it's a little too late. The Aftershock will blast apart Songsin. That was amazing. They even had an Astro Star over there just to make sure he can't get away from that Aftershock. So that's lovely utility combo.
No, Denmo, you didn't have to push out that far. You could have just asked your teammates to join you. But unfortunately, he had been witted out himself because Fisio was on long, and even though he tried to crawl into the side and get away from them, out towards long he was available, and by the time his teammates could join him, he was sprayed down.
Very, very desperate situation over here for IAM because you saw how they were struggling to even get out of grass. This Breach and Neon combination is scaring them so much. The moment Fancy United decided to put their foot on the gas pedal, IAM are forced to retreat back all the way to spawn.
Turret out.
Turret placed. I think he wants to place it up on top. This will not cover as many angles on grass, but that's okay because IAM are going to speed on it into the seaside, and luckily for them, nobody's present. They use the fast lead. Oh my goodness, he's waiting right on the garage smoke. Comes through, but Nia and Twilight have already the blood caps. There's no more choke point available. Nia is already in back sight. There's nothing that they can do to stop this. And Sungsin had to come in late via garage, but at least he's found two, so it's somewhat winnable. But the element of surprise is already gone. And there comes Fisio on a late flank. How do you flank the flanker? You just go late. It's a constant game of cat and mouse for these teams.
Well, Fancy have gotten a very good round, very important round at that as well.
That'll work.
6 and 10. Gap re-established back to 4.
That'll work.
Seemed like he was kind of dwindling away in front of their eyes, but they held onto that seaside very, very firmly. And now they're going to have to do it once more. Denmo setting up that smoke as we've got an Outlaw on the other hand. And that's going to be troublesome. Nia's been pretty good with it in the previous couple of maps he's played in the group stage. Doesn't care that he's been spotted. He will be waiting, and Moody gives himself up on the platter.
They put down the one-way smoke hoping to discourage him from peeking, but the outcome is nonetheless. Oh my god, that slide was amazing, but the backup from this Cypher is incredible. Saving his team from so much death. Lovely triple kill for Cute and the timing onto Twilight as well. Absolutely flawless.
Yep, well done. Fancy United back in the driver's seat, and they're going to have no problem taking this all the way home. It seems like IAM are falling off a cliff at the moment, and it's forced another timeout. And this timeout is going to be make or break for them because strategies need to change. They need to find something different to do. No longer is that just... I mean, even this round, right? The Sova sent out the drone, and then he peeks out himself alone. And the minute that's given up, the minute the Sova's been, you know, consumed by the Outlaw, that's when everybody else decides to follow it up, and they just blindly run into it, not knowing whether there's somebody else on the side or not.
Exactly. They thought that the Outlaw is the only one positioned over here, and the Outlaw can't peek again because of that one-way smoke. So they're like, cool, it's not going to be at a longer angle. We can run in. But what they did not do is check that right-hand side corner where Cute was present. And on top of that, even though there's only 2 players of Fancy United in the side, the backup is available all the way from across the map because you see the Astra concussions placed right at the mouth of that choke point, which also will kind of deter you from jumping in soon. And that's going to be pretty good for the side of Fancy United Esports because even though they can't hold on to the side with just 2 men, the other players use their global utility to back them up.
Got a couple of ultimates now on defensive side. And you've got a Hunter's Fury that's been in the pocket of that Sova for a while now. Moody needs an opportunity to use it. Clears out the close corner first. No one's on site. He's just destroyed it. And they start slowly taking A control as well. Nia's been very comfortably placed ahead. And they've now substituted him with Cute, who's taken up the furthest line towards A main. The rest of them already running away to C. And Cute's pretty happy with it. He doesn't need any help there.
Yeah, And he doesn't even need anything else because like he's given away all the information to his team. He can tell that these guys are not anywhere close to A. The drone's been spotted towards C. So Fancy United have all the idea and all the information in the world. I think yes, I can spot a barrel.
Yeah, he did.
Fire
Yeah,
comes through onto Sungsin, and that's incredible. Well, with this one paranoia coming through now, he can now signal his team to start falling back towards the A side and start rotating. But he's just gonna pop the simulation to stay alive. But his angles get broken. Lovely footwork from the Neon and the backup from Denbo. Turns it back into a 4v4.
Twilight. He might be the one to now enter the side alongside Nia. There's nothing else to do with the paranoia though, and we've seen them set this up before.
Go, go, go.
How they enter this side is a question. There's the isolation. He's going to try and slide in, but he's been blinded by his own teammate, and there's a swap, one for each on each side. It's going to continue on as long as that Neon's alive. With those lightning fingers, it's going to be a problem. Yes, Anika has to get away. Choosing to save might be a question here. It's okay, though, to save, because they've got rounds to spare. He's still keen on dropping these weapons, so he wants to completely eliminate their economy, but Moody says no. Picks up 3 from this round. That's a massive sigh of relief for
We
Aya.
are strong because
yeah,
we
they
are
needed
together.
a round desperately,
Don't
otherwise
forget
they would
that.
have been stuck on that max loss bonus hell for so long. Unfortunately though, now that their economy is just starting to recover, if they lose the next round, they will have to leave enough money to buy round, and then they'll be back down in the economic trenches. You don't want to be there when Fancy United esports are up at 12. So they don't just need to win rounds, they need to win them convincingly, make sure that they don't have to reinvest in weapons after losing their players again and again. If they keep on reinvesting their weapons, then they will eventually reach that economic meltdown point again, which is good for Fancy United.
Consistently okay with losing that turret early on just to gain a little bit of information towards mid. This time around Fancy continuing that B and Garage double stack up. You know, concede B now. It seems like they want to hold it on for a bit of a massive angle.
I'm out of here.
Left Nia just roaming around here. Spotted one. He's going to take a chunk of damage as well. Gone down to 45. But will step into that B side and comfortably be able to get the plant as well. But yes, I can. Makes it slightly painful. Makes it more painful. A double through the smoke, and he's going to enjoy that, giving his team the advantage. Twilight now entering the side, and Cute's ready for it. I am making desperate moves, and their desperacy will find Fancy their flawless round 2 match point.
It's like they're welcoming them with open arms, man. And the moment they step into those arms, they just hug them nice and tightly. So tightly that it crushes their windpipe, it suffocates them. It's ridiculous how calmly Fancy United had set those traps up, and I am just walk into it.
I mean, I think the biggest issue was trying to fight back, yes I can, through that wall of smoke. Why would you want to spray down against a Vandal when you've got pistols on your hand? And that's now forced to come to the final point of this map without having much to fight with.
Just a stinger and a bucky.
Yeah, and then, okay, there we go. These guys love their spam through smokes. They're going to take it all day long.
Yeah, the Viper's wall does absolutely nothing. Most people put down that smoke to cross into a shot, but Fancy United are well versed with that trick.
Maybe the Killjoy lockdown was the, play for this round, and now that's been eliminated.
Oh no, so now they only have the Hunter's Fury. I think they're gonna save it for the post plant. Oh my god,
no,
runs right into the smoke with his arms out, gets sprayed down. At least there's a trade from Gem, and he upgrades to a Phantom, so that's pretty good in a 4v3 retake. But again, there's 2 massive ultimates available on the side of Fancy United. The Hunter's Fury popped already. This is a bit too early. The spike hasn't even been tapped, and there's somebody already prepared to hunt him down. And now the Rolling Thunder comes through. That's gonna launch everybody up in the air. Shorty's up in your face. Nice spray down by Denbo, but is that gonna be enough? No, it's not. Nia gets the last one.
And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Fancy United picking up Haven, which, by the way, was IAM's map pick. The most comfortable in the group stage. They won it pretty convincingly, and now Fancy have turned the tables on them. Confidence is of no shortage here for this Vietnamese team. And now they head into Korod, which is going to be a very big question mark for IAM, because they've not played it with this roster before, and Fancy United seem to be on cloud 9 right now.
Fancy United basically getting a lot of things served to them on a silver platter. A lot of unforced errors from the side of IAM. And all of these cumulative mistakes just weigh down on them as the first map goes in the favor of the Vietnamese team, ladies and gentlemen. They are up 1-0.
Yeah, it was absolutely... honestly, it was entertaining, if not more than anything, to watch them, right? And I would love to know, Icy, what you think about this match.
Oh, what an exciting match as well, because for a second, we thought it was going to be a complete blowout, but definitely a very interesting one as well, especially coming in from IM, because Songsin, he's definitely tried again and again to try and top frag on that KJ, but unfortunately to say, Fancy United was just the better team, the more composed, the more, I would say, tactical and prepared in this situation as well. And of course, when it comes to best of threes, having the starter game is going to be a huge morale booster with them. And considering how early it is towards the entire tournament as well, whoever is able to warm up and get themselves in the groove first is going to be the one that capitalizes a little bit better. But we saw a little bit of glimmers of hope coming from IM, but it took them almost nearly the entire first half to actually get themselves warm up to I kind of understand the game. But now going into his game 2, I'm actually excited to see whether or not IM has made enough tweaks. Are they able to adapt quickly enough?
I think that was a problem in the first game because they tried to maybe play a certain way. They were stubborn with the way that they had already established on Haven. They thought it's going to work, it's going to work, it's going to work. It ended up giving them an 8-4 half, which I don't think was, of course, not enough at all in any which way case. But, we spoke about it more in multiple rounds. They are setting up themselves for failure in rounds where you see Fancy's army coming at you, but you refuse to leave the side when you know there's a 2v5 on your face. And you've got the Breach stun, you've got the Breach Aftershock, an Astra pull, not to mention the stuns that come beyond it, and an Omen Paranoia who's also teleporting in to support that Neon alongside. So when you've got that much utility bursting in your face, and you know that's quintessential Valorant, you might expect that, okay, a team that knows that there is no information on the other side, you're going to play to the strength of not giving them that, play for a retake, which I don't think we saw a single round except for the last one.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? Considering the fact that, they've been hammering their way through. Seems like Fancy United, they definitely have figured out the sauce on how to play an actual proper competitive meta itself. So, Crips, I know you have something to say. Do you think it is going to be 2-0 straight up?
If this is how they continue playing, then yes. I mean, we pointed it out in the pre-game as well. Fancy United will bombard you with utility. The only thing that was working for their previous opponents is if you either give up the site or you throw something down to stop their execute in its tracks. And we pointed it out in the pre-game segment as well. IAM did not do any of those things, and that's why they lose now. And you see how much they are struggling to even get basic kills. Like, their highest rated player is Sungsin with 19 kills and 18 deaths, and most of those kills came in the form of retake frags or exit frags when he was the only one standing. Even if he gets a nice triple or a quadruple kill in that situation, what's he possibly gonna do? He can't clutch the 1v5. So that's exactly why he finds himself on top with frags that don't really mean much.
Yeah, but I get where you're coming from as well here, but it seems like Fancy United, it seems like from the group stages as well, we have seen a lot of initiators being top frag all the way through, but this time we have an extra coming from Fisio, from Fancy United Esports, being one of the top fraggers, and I believe he should be the MVP as well. How impactful was this? Because Fisio, he was the guy that has dictated and controlled every single fight for the team. The timings were impeccable, and of course, he is undeniably the MVP with the highest scores here with 21 kills, 11 deaths, and also 5 assists. So that is a very, very impressive one, considering that, we expect maybe Sentinels, maybe Duelists, but for a controller like Astra, was this something that you were expecting here right from the get-go here on day one?
Well, I mentioned before that Fisio is an amazing player. He's been one of the core, members of this Fancy squad from a very long time. He's been with there for years, and he's, kind of the team's formed around him, and yes, I can. And he's always been consistent, and even in this tournament, I told that he is going to be one of the main players, for their success. And yeah, the Astra is not usually what you see on the board on top, but when you were looking at the game, it seems even more surprising that he's on top because you saw the Neon jumping and you saw the Omen Twilight doing a lot of the work. You saw the Breach, you were doing a lot of the support. But he got kills that probably seemed to be more important when he came on the back lines, on the flanks. Because they did, yes, spearheading work of getting into the site, but he was the point of contact that came beyond that and was able to actually cut them down more so that IM could just never get back into the game.
Yeah, the flanks was really, really impeccable here coming from VCO. But all things considered here, now we are going to be jumping into game number 2 here. And the switch up is going to be from Haven in towards Corrode. So when it comes to Corrode, are we going to see the exact same agent here, or are we going to see something different here, Crips?
I kinda think that if they use the same composition, it will work. I mean,
wow,
Reach
really?
on a Corrode is devastating, bro.
Could this be, was the bridge intended as a warm-up? But I thought for a second we're going to be seeing a little bit more fade here into Corrode itself.
Yeah, we can see fade, yeah, because the spams on Corrode are amazing. But I've seen their playstyle now, right? I was concerned about them not having a Sova on Haven.
Yeah.
And then I saw their gameplay and I'm like, you know what? These guys are stubborn enough. I don't think they need the information. They're just gonna go into the site and brute force execute anyway. So if you're not gonna use the information, if you already made up your mind about going somewhere, screw the fade. Take the breach, take the Astra, carpet bomb the site. Much easier to do that on Corrode.
Okay, fair enough. Here we've seen a lot of aggressive plays right from the get-go, and that was something that was really interesting to see. We've seen all group stages here where there was a little bit of mix-up between teams here, but of course they are one step closer towards the grand finals itself, because as of yet, Fancy United really well, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not will IM actually make a bounce back. But before that, we are going to be taking a very short break, and right after this break, we'll be jumping right back into... sorry, hold on. Looks like we're not going to be jumping into break. We are going to be continuing the game too, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I think we can go into it. I think, you know, both the teams are feeling kind of hot. One more so than the other. And I like the fact that, you know, right now Valorant was at a state, like he mentioned earlier as well, that it's at a point where the meta's broken. You practically can throw anything, you know, at any map, and it kind of sticks as long as you're doing it right. Fancy proved that. They used double controller, no initiator in terms of information composition, and it works. Corrode was different for them. I believe Corrode was against Exist, the Japanese team, where they went 14 and 16. So they are vulnerable on that map. It's not like they can't be defeated, but they did have the, you know, the edge of closing out the game. Fancy showed that they are able to close out games, and if we see another form of IM, because again, you know, completely blind that they're heading into this. Haven, Fancy had preparation, and they went into it with at least a little bit of knowledge compared to the other. Now, Corrode, they have absolutely no clue what's happening, and that's what I would really love to see if Fancy are going to change compositions again compared to what they played last time.
I think when it comes to Corrode as well, it is all comes down to whether or not are they going to switch up towards their comfortable playstyles here. Obviously, IM is in the wildcard. They have that element of surprise. But I really want to see how IM is able to pull off what they're intended to do, which is, like you said, carpet bomb the entire site themselves here. And I feel like right now, IM is in a situation where they're not exactly aggressive, but at the same time, they're having this KJ that is popping off, owing pickoffs after pickoffs. Do you think that they need a little bit more sustainability to try to reset here? Like, we know for a fact that, hey, Reyna is very good at that. We talk about Sages being very good at that. Sometimes Sky is also very good at that. You go for the initial pokes and then you try to regain your health and then retake again and re-hit to kind of chip away at the opponent's defense itself here. So, obviously, I'm talking about old meta, but do you think they could switch it up here?
A switch up is needed, but I don't think it's in the direction that you mentioned.
Yeah.
The Sage Sky, I don't think you need the heals. But you are right in one aspect, you do need to go for the poke and then come back out. That needs to happen, because that was working for IM. Every time they went aggressive on mid, you see how much Fancy United respect them. They basically retreat back all the way into spawn. And Fancy United respect the pushes of IM. I don't know about falling back, but they definitely get the map control. So you might not need the heals, as you said, but it's getting them the map control that IM so desperately need. And that is something that they can continue. It was the one thing that was working for them, and they should be able to continue with that going forward.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see that actually potentially happening as well here. And obviously, we are all actually excited to see, a bit anticipating, you know, we're a little bit nervous here to see maybe not will we see a potential shutdown for South Korea, or we're going to see Fancy United just breeze their way through in towards the grand finals itself. And I think, Universe, I think you have a lot on the line here. I believe like you've been supporting Fancy United right from the get-go, and now you're like,
I mean,
no, he was supporting IM.
I mean, from
Initially.
initially in the group stage, yeah, Fancy were, you know, I would say alongside SATUL, who unfortunately had, you know, a kind of a disappointing exit. But I think that Fancy have a very, you know, forgive me, IM had a very good chance in the beginning, considering how it was. But now I want to see, you know, I am at least try to make it up for what they've lost now. And Kurod is the perfect chance to do so. There is a couple of interesting things here, though. So the first thing is that the Vietnamese team have not lost a game of Kurod so far.
Yep.
They've got a 100% win rate.
Wow.
And they've played all 5 of Kurod games. They've only played 5 and played all 5 in just the last 2 months. So they are pretty hot on their trail to continue on this, you know, win streak. And they're going up against a team that has absolutely not played Kurod at all. They've played 2 different compositions. They've had the Fade, KO, Omen, Viper, and Waylay for quite some time, until when they played Exist day before yesterday, where they completely changed it up and just added the Astra into it in place of the Viper. So they played the Omen and Astra, and that also worked out for them. So they seem to be comfortable with their double controllers.
Yeah, the double controller, double initiator roster is actually very good. Yeah, I was talking about the Breach being devastating on the map of Karod, and while he is, I think the KO is going to be much better. That being said though, I love Yes I Can's Breach more than I love his KO. In the previous game of Karod, I did not see as many pop flashes from him. I did not see him pressure his opponents all that much with the KO utility. Yeah, sure, the daggers thrown were giving them information, but on the maps of Pearl and any other map which isn't exactly Karod, people were dodging his 0-point daggers very, very easily. So he wasn't getting as much value as he should be. Plus, he throws flashes in such a, I'm sorry to say this, but kind of terrible way. There's a lot of KO pop flash lineups which are nearly unavoidable.
Yeah.
And just like, you can use all of those. Meanwhile, the flash he throws are very, very avoidable, and there's a very predictable trajectory to all of that. And I think that's going to be a problem for them going forward. So in case he drops the KO over here and picks up the Breach again, I would be totally okay with it. Understandably so, KO is more important on Karod.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to the entire game as well here, we are going to be jumping into those agent selects here. You can see their team, they are prepping themselves. And I feel like it is going to be in a situation where they do need to quicken things up. And that is something that a lot of us are going to be expecting. Coming in from both IM and Fancy United here, because eventually it is going to be a long day for some of them. If they get a quick 2-0, they are going to be taking a little bit of a short break, and right after that break, they will immediately be able to have a little bit upper hand, which is observing the next group, which is going to be between Sipto and Boom Esports. That is going to be a hot match, I believe, and that's going to be a very, very difficult one to expect as well, because it could be either or of these teams, even though there are speculations leaning on towards a certain team, which in this case, I want your opinion on this.
I kind of feel like they need to worry about the Boom Esports team more if they go up next. That is assuming Fancy United win this one, assuming it's a 2-0. You see, Boom Esports have a very similar approach when it comes to brute forcing sides and brute forcing executes. So it's almost like a mirror philosophy. So when they face Boom Esports with the same amount of brute force that Yes I Can throws at them right now, when players like Fishu and Nia are just diving into your faces, if they face Boom in the same manner, I don't know what's going to happen, because it's going to be like 2 mirroring teams looking at each other, staring at each other with the same exact strats. So I think that's going to be a problem for them on the overall long run.
Yeah.
That being said though, I think they need to next map and
Fancy, of course, I'm excited for that. But you know, I really like the spice of the other matchup. You know, I'm loving it. You know, it's Indonesia versus Philippines.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of a spice coming in. We know we
kind of want to cast that one too.
Yeah, everybody is looking forward towards that here. But of course, I am also looking forward to this. You know, it is the semi-finals. We are looking for the grand finals. Teams all the way through. And personally, I think Fancy United feels like there is gonna be a breeze in the park for them based on game. It takes a little bit of time, but adaptations needs to be made. But you can see they are also still making preparations. Your agent selects are about to happen as well. They're warming up, which is very, very important, because again, whoever gets that early warm-up is going to be the ones that have a upper hand And I feel like Fancy United were the faster team to adapt. So now, they're putting in extra practice, they are going to try and figure out the plans. And for IM, they look pretty stressed up, I would say. Don't you think so? It is pretty stressed up.
Yeah, the stress is definitely high, especially if you're a fan of Team IM. Honestly, over here though, there are some things that were working for them, right? We knew that their Molotov setups are amazing. We knew that their poke and prodding setups are amazing. They keep doing stuff like that. I think they're gonna give the opponents a good run for their money. And there is one chink in the armor of Fancy United Esports. If you turn their speed against them, I think you should be able to stop them in their tracks. Use their speed against them, you know. There were so many rounds where they basically spammed down Fancy United players without even having lines of sight on them. The smoke spams were incredible.
Yeah.
And come on, man, we're going into Karod, guys. It's built for spam.
It's the spam map. It's the
spam map.
It's the spam map. It's the wall bam map. It's the new map. It is also a map where we're getting Wise making a comeback. It's been a while since I've seen Wise on a Karod. You got a Fade, Omen and Viper as well as a Neon. So it is a double controller on both ends here. And Fancy seem to be sticking to their... Wait, I see two Astras. Yeah, I think that's a mistake. I'm pretty sure Yes I Can is playing, I believe, the KO. That was what they played the previous time as well. They love playing the KO on this map. Disabling is one of their key ways of getting into a site. But that's okay. As far as I assume, Yes I Can is on that KO. And like Crips mentioned, his flashes are not, you know, one of those... Okay, wait, never mind. It's a Killjoy.
Okay.
Okay, we're turning things up again? Okay, it's a KO. Alright. Okay, we're playing Agent Roulette here. What do you want? I see. What do you want?
I want Clove.
Clove, huh? Yeah. you love the Clove, don't you?
just for the fun of it. Just because you guys don't like the Clove.
We say we love the Clove. It's just out of meta.
Yeah, it is kind of out of meta.
I mean, I personally play Clove all the time. I'm a Clove and Yoru main.
It's the most fun pop players, you know.
Yeah. You like a triple controller?
No, absolutely not.
I like triple controller.
I like...
You're a maniac for triple controller.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
5 Sentinels.
Yeah. No. 5 controllers even better. Who's that team that pulled off five controllers in a Game Changers Championship?
I think it was 4 duelists, man.
No, they pulled off 4 duelists in the finals, and then they also pulled off 5 controllers.
I think it was Zipto itself.
It was Zipto's Game Changer lineup, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Bro, imagine if the Zipto lineup that we have here today, if they also pull off something like that.
Well, unfortunately, we will have to wait for that. Because for now, I'm going to have to kind of maneuver through what this composition of IM is going to look like. I like the Wise. You can shut off a complete site and, you know, kind of leave it on its own, play off of information. Because, like, the B side particularly, if you leave your sheer wall there, you don't have to worry about it unless somebody enters there.
But it's so easy to bait out now.
Depends. I mean, yeah, it is easy to bait out, but you're going to have to commit a member because they've got no Yoru, so which means no Faker to kind of take it out. You will have to either commit the Waylay to kind of use her utility, which means the Refract has to be put into use. But the others... How are they going to move around this? Bunny didn't have a great start to the previous game.
Yeah.
He was at the bottom of the table.
Yep.
So I hope this is going to be a bit of a turnaround.
It's quite easy to bait out the Wise utility. I mean, the Razor Ones don't really do much to stop your opponents. Also, you need to remember that Yes I Can is available as a KO on this map.
Yeah.
What the Wise needs to do over here, let's say if the Wise puts up their utility on the A side, they themselves need to be on the B side. Otherwise, they will get suppressed and then their entire kit is just offline.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. Considering how I would say Fancy United has been, you know, like you said, when they pushed, it is going to be a free walk in the park all the way to the site itself. It feels like right now having the Wise can isolate the fights in a way where it stops the momentum break, unless you have a Waylay or even a Jet to actually cross that ball itself. So I think right now they obviously did not expect this, so that is going to be something that they have to worry about. But before that, we are going to be taking a very, very short break, and right after this, right into this game here, we are going to be jumping straight into the game right now without further ado.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the second game has begun instantly as we've got IC slid off and Nia taking first point of contact. Pretty much usual business here for Fancy. They started off, they kind of finished the previous time they played Kuroda the same way as well. Ficio's going to take the first point of contact here. He takes out the fade and they're just going to jump into the faces, but they are ready. IM get 2 back, and Yes I Can will be getting into this.
This is going to be interesting as well. The taps comes through, and you can see things are getting a little bit messy here. And just like that, Doedmo, pretty much the last man standing coming in from IM. And he's going to go in for the reset here, the retake. He's really close, but he gets straight down. And that's going to be Nia that takes him out.
Simple and easy, Fancy United. A little bit of damage, but they're going to be okay at the end there. Kind of seemed like IM had the right idea, stacking on that A side, had multiple players to fight them. But once again, Fancy have the upper hand. They're going to take the advantage. And a couple of rifles once again as we wait for technical timeout to be resolved. But
this is a very quick rundown as well coming in from Fancy United Esports here, because it feels like there are a lot of scenarios where they could have just win that fight, but it's just they couldn't, right? It's just the pistol round. They need to make a little bit of a mix-up here, but they need to take advantage of this wise wall. I feel like right now in this eco round, they have to force eco and then go in towards a stack where they actually punish, get a couple of trade-offs here, maybe even deny some of the economy here, take a couple of guns before they actually go in for the push. But it's going to be very, very tricky. If you go in for those 1v1 fights, especially now in eco round, it is going to be very difficult to actually win your fights, just because of the fact that you're just getting outgunned, you're out-armored, everything else as well. So IM definitely needs to figure out a way where they just don't throw the match. Or in this case, don't throw the round for absolutely nothing. They need to do some chip damage to a certain degree. The economy is going to be very, very important here, especially if they want to try and scale up towards those ultimate points as well. But so far, we haven't seen any attempts of making it true.
Yeah. Well, do have a little bit of a moment to think around, as the technical timeout will be consuming a little bit of their time, and it will allow them at least to think if they want to make any difference in changes, because Fancy have shown once again that they want to, apply speed wherever they can. And like IC just said, we have them running it down pretty much. And is that going to be name of the game as we continue? We'll find out.
It's the name of the series, bro. It's the name of the series. Same flavor, different map. Same aggression, same speed. Hopefully slightly better resistance.
Yeah. We'll find out though, because they've not been on that resistance path so far. They've not been able to hold on to their sights on Haven. It's going to be different on Corrode.
Honestly, on a map like Corrode, it is slightly difficult to run it down. Because there's a lot of things that can get in your way.
The choke points are a little narrow.
They're narrow.
Only got one on B, and to enter it from the other side, you're going to have to take all the way towards top mid, which is a hard bit of an execute to carry out, especially when mid is probably the most important part of this map. There's always some team trying to fight for it. No, almost never do you see a team let it go. Both teams let it go.
We saw Fancy United let go off mid
I
quite
said
often
both,
on their attack.
You almost never see both teams let it go.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, but then the one Corrode game that Fancy United played, in their group stage, they did not take much mid control on attack, but they were taking controls of the extremities very well. Like, there was no situation where Exist were able to contest their extremities against them.
Yeah.
And then they'll probably send like one guy as a late lurker on mid, which should generally be enough. At least it was working for them against Exist. I don't know if they can use the same strat against a team like IM. That being said though, Exist were also taking mid control really, really aggressively, and that was forcing the members of Fancy United to make sure that their backlines are clear.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that much aggression yet. I mean, it's only been one round, right?
Yeah.
So I hope that IM are also able to put similar amounts of pressure, just like Exist was able to do so.
Yeah.
Because even though on paper, Fancy United won the game against Exist, you have to remember it was a very close game. It was 14-12. That went into overtime.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's barely a win. So if it can work for Exist, it can definitely work for IM.
Well, win's a win. And I'm pretty sure that Fancy are feeling it right now, and the pressure of it is falling on to the heads of the Koreans. How do they handle the situation is the question.
I mean, that question has been persisting since the last map. It's the answer that really counts.
Yeah, well, have been at least seen to be in their group stages a little different than what they currently, showcase. They've been very dominant against one of the better teams in the tournament as well, Motive Esports, who were considered to be one of their group favorites. And having to beat that kind of team, 13-2, is no small statement.
Yeah, but then again, Motive Esports didn't really perform that well because they made a lot of unforced errors, right? It's not that IAM was able to completely dismantle. I mean, yeah, they were able to completely dismantle them, not just on the basis of their own firepower, but also because Benkai and Minimize were the only two players who were able to do some sort of shooting.
Yeah.
Everybody else was in single digits. So I think we can discount that game. That's an outlier, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
hey, they wouldn't call it an outlier. I mean, you would see that the Koreans would say, hey, we won that game fair and square. We did our homework.
Of course. I mean, I'm not taking any credit away from the Koreans, but I have to let them know that they're not going to get a game that's as easy as that game. I mean, it was 13-2 on Abyss. Come on.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah. And it was where they played a completely, crazy composition, which IC absolutely loves with the Clove. But yeah, now we will await as the players will get back, as I think there has been a small disconnection issue. But I do want to ask you, Crips, what do you feel about the new changes that you see on Breeze that's going to be coming up very soon?
Oh, I absolutely love Breeze changes.
Wait, did you love Breeze before the changes?
No.
Okay, yeah,
so this is coming from a very biased place, okay? This is coming from a very biased place. I used to love the mid on Breeze because it gave me so many options. And as a Yoru main, I used to love that I could just send my TP in.
Yeah.
And there was plenty of room to teleport behind somebody. And because it's such a large map, not every time there was someone available to intercept me or even hear me teleport behind them. So I love the fact that it was available.
So you're a sneaky guy.
I am a sneaky guy. That being said though, now that Halls has been removed from Breeze, a lot of my sneak options are gone now.
I mean, it's been a love and hate relationship with that part of the map, right?
Yeah.
Like first they had halls, and they removed halls, and they had halls again, and then they
now
they've
got two separate parts of halls, but like they are not connected.
Oh yeah,
to
one
each
that
other.
goes kind of downwards, and it's more on the ground level now. Have you seen that? Yeah. Which I was like, okay.
There's one thing that really angers me though. It's the fact that they removed stairs from A side. I'm like, come on, that was necessary.
I mean, sure. It's just another. I feel like there were too many angles to worry about already, and they've increased it more with the number of boxes they've added. So it's if anything, it's more defensive sided now than it was previously.
Yeah, but I love the fact that you could have stairs as an attacker because what I would do, I was always able to TP into the mid doors, and then I would jump up near the boxes of the stairs and then basically start shooting from that side. And almost never will I find a defender who's looking towards the mid door region if they are holding pyramids. The stairs guy is supposed to look at mid. I mean, unless there's an AWP present, I was always able to get multi-kills from that side.
Do you think Harbor might be running well now on that map, considering the changes he's got?
Yeah, I think Harbor's going to be... I wouldn't say essential, but a nice Harbor Viper composition could do
I mean,
well.
we spoke to the pros earlier, and it was RRQ, I believe, and you had I had crazy guys say that the changes don't really matter as much because Harbor had one unique ability that was to be the way he was, and I think that it doesn't make that much of a difference even though his kit's been changed as much as it has.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we did not need a Paranoia on Harbor. We did not need a Blind on Harbor. We got Omen for that stuff.
I like it though. Yeah, I like it because it's...
At the cost of Cascade?
See, he was purely controller, right?
Yeah.
And every other controller's got some other gimmick about them. Like, the Brimstone's also very, attack-oriented with the Orbital Strike and the Molotov. Yeah. You've got your Omen with the Paranoia, and he can teleport so he can self-set up as well. You got your Viper, which is also like pseudo-Sentinel-esque.
Yes.
Harper's only feeling like a controller. And I would love to see that he's got an extra, oomph to him.
But I think the cascade was super important because the cascade would actually help him get up in the faces of people.
Yeah.
It's mobile cover. A lot of the Astra players have to use their smoke recalls to do the stuff that Harbor would be able to do so easily with the cascade. So yeah, the blind is nice, but it doesn't give Harbor a unique identity. That's Omen's thing. I mean, I kind of feel like they basically copy-pasted Omen's kit and gave it to Harbor.
Not entirely, but
Not entirely, yeah, but to some extent.
So now, if you translate that to your, professional circuit, what do you feel about, do you think we'll see Harbor, Paper X try to play Harbor on the main stage?
I would love to see Harbor played on the main stage. I mean, the Pacific season is going to begin soon.
Very soon.
In like some 2, maybe 3 weeks. Less than that?
Less than that, actually.
Less than that.
Yo, it starts on, I think, 20th or less than
20th or 22nd.
Less
I'll
than
have
10
to check
days.
up on
Yeah,
PLR
less than
for
10
that
days.
one. But yeah, I would love to see someone or the other running the Harbor in VCT Pacific. I think SLT might just run it.
SLT?
Yeah.
And Nongshim as well. Nongshim did
No,
play.
not Nongshim.
Nongshim did play Harbor though in, I believe it was on not on Abyss, but they loved when Francis was playing. He used to Icebox. Icebox was the map they used to run. Harbor.
Obviously, Harbor on Icebox is a age-old love story. I used to love the Harbor Viper composition that Loud brought up on Icebox.
Oh yeah, with Sadak playing the Harbor.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That
good
was
times. Good times.
That
back
was
in
a
the day.
very good time.
Yeah, well, it seems like I think the technical timeout is going to be stretched a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. We do apologize for the delay, as we will be sorting it out as soon as possible. Are the ones under pressure as we all come back to the matter at hand.
And while we are speaking of all these changes, it's important for us to remind you guys that we are still playing on the old patch.
Yeah.
That's why you don't see any bandits over here. That's why Sunset is still in the map pool. That's also why we don't see the new Breeze yet.
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't have. Obviously, it would have been amazing if this tournament had the new patch, it would have been crazy where I could have claimed, yeah, Ace of Predator League, the first tournament with the new patch. But the patch dropped like the night before the tournament.
Yeah.
Can't expect the players to adjust that quickly. But we are going to give you guys a time to adjust, maybe get some snacks, because we're going to go on a short break while we sort this technical timeout. So why don't you go get some breakfast, why don't you go get some snacks, and be ready here when the game begins. See you on the other side.
I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving like you're going to the. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. Moving like you're. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving.
bank and I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves in silence, boy, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters, they've been not allowed. Walk up in the bank and I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves in silence, boy, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters, they've been not allowed.
I can see you're skeptical. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started. Just make a move and break the tension. Never let me go. I can see you're skeptical. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started. You could have a little faith, it never killed nobody. What you waiting for? We're getting closer by the step, feels like it's just getting started.
time I need a rescue. Hanging on the verge of breakdown, waiting for a touch you say no day. Nothing could really take your place. We're just getting started, it's all part of the game. Building anticipation, getting close to the edge. Now you think I see you more than a friend. Better late than never. Now it's all over me. These reflections of you, who you want me to be. Do I wanna be you? Is it only a dream? Think you're too complex to understand. Just like the back of my hand, I can read you front to back. I could tell you want it bad. Like it when you want attack. Come on over, make me mad. Now it's all over me. These reflections of you, who you want me to be. Do I wanna be too? Now it's all over me. These reflections of you, who you want me to be. Do I wanna be too? Is it only a dream? We're just getting started, it's all part of the game.
Get down in the car, one time give it all. Bust it open hard, let me see you drop. Get down in the car, one time give it all. Bust it open hard, let me see you drop. I fucked up this Russell, baby, we hustle, but the oh my. I fucked up this Russell, baby, we hustle, but the oh my. What is my guys? Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. bust it open hard. Let me see you try. I fucked up this hustle, okay, we hustle, but then what the oh my I fucked up this hustle, okay, we hustle, but then what the oh my what is my guys? Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. Get down in the car, one time give it all. Bust it open hard, let me see you jaw. Get down in the car, one time give it all. Bust it open hard, let me see you jaw.
Feel like summer in Ibiza, tastes like honey when I see ya. I can't help it, I'm obsessing. Oh my God, I wanna feel ya. Watermelon, sugar sweet, now we're sitting on the beach. I can't help it, I'm obsessing. Oh my God, I wanna feel you right. Do you feel the way that I feel now? Done set, breeze, get closer to me now. Look at me, you got me really good. Ready for our rendezvous. I can't keep my hands off you. All alone inside my room. Nothing that I wouldn't do for you. Oh, for you, oh, for you. Do you feel the way that I feel now? Done set, breeze, get closer to me now.
Welcome back once again. It has been a bit of a pause, unfortunately, but we have fixed all our issues and we will be getting back into the game now. I think that the teams, all the problems that they had, the technical issues have been sorted, and we will be continuing as Fancy United have taken the first round. And back we go. Pistols on to IAM's hands as they try to fight back once again to reclaim a fighting chance to enter that grand final. Oh my God.
The Omen TP bait. That's good old throwback to 2021. It's been a while since I've seen someone attempt something that bold, but that juicy shot with the Sheriff, that sets things off. So that's an opening acquired by IAM. Now, as Fancy United try to poke and prod towards the B side, there's a massive stack on the other end. There's a nice bait set up over there by the elbow guy, and Sunday hasn't been detected yet. So, because of that, they might not check Sunday.
Of course. Well, you can always depend upon Fancy to get there, taps through the smoke, and they're going to deliver another one as they continue on the song. Once again, the anti-eco is being very slow, methodical, precise, nothing too crazy being done. Don't want to run into sites like headless chickens. And with a big far-out spread here from the defensive side, it seems like there's a flank that is completely unaware, and Bunny's going to make the most of it. He's going to get one, picks up the Bulldog. That's a strong weapon to have, and that's going to cause an instant reaction as the remaining players of Fancy are going to run into the A side. A paranoid to stop them. It's brilliantly placed, and he's got a shorty. Changes it to a classic now suddenly. Makes a decision. The last second, and now the Sheriff has to work. 66 on the clock. The plant's going to be very close here. Gonna wait for it. They're gonna run straight into it. Twilight gets one. They need to commit the plant here, but they are fighting back. Koreans are trying to fight back. And Bunny was hoping for his teammates to bide by as much time as possible so he wouldn't need to be in the action. But that Bulldog would have proved to be very useful in that scenario. A little mismatch of positions there, or maybe communications. But that Bulldog would have been quite the force to stop them from planting if it was on site.
That being said though, we spoke about IAM requiring to poke and prod if they want to make Fancy United uncomfortable. Well, we saw a tiny glimpse of that with that backstab kill coming through, right? Onto Astra. Yeah. They will need to do a lot more of that if they want to keep Fancy United uncomfortable.
Well, by round in, and Fancy are again going to just keep things slow as they try to poke the B side. Feel what's on the other side of there. The Viper wall has been consistent for the last 3 rounds from the defensive side, and they're going to try and consistently keep that there, it seems. The Viper's going to hold it. Solo anchor. 10 more. Going for any stragglers he can find through the smoke. He knows Fancy are pretty good at it. Wants a piece of the pie as well. Ooh, this smoke has a bit of a gap, but they've managed to sneak Bunny in a little deep, and he's gotten away with the timing. We saw this yesterday as well.
Yeah. But this time Fancy United are very aware about it. I mean, they just got backstabbed from the B push, and the timing once again is incredible. Bunny is on their back lines. Is anyone even watching behind? I don't think they are. Oh, the Viper wall saves them yet again. Another instance of timing. At this point, it's a full-on B hit. Sunday tucked in towards the Gubby, gets one. Bunny with the second. And the relay bolt helps him get the third.
We crushed it.
Amazing stuff from IAM.
Celebrate or something?
Back-to-back flanks. And this seems to be the only Achilles heel for Fancy United Esports.
Absolutely. Well, it works, and I'll take it. Honestly, I Fancy need to be a little bit more aware of their, map derivations, where they leave a player, where they start getting back, into position. A 5-man execute, yes, it works out for them, but Bunny seems to have found, like you said, a small chink in the armor. And if he's going to keep on executing it, it's end up working out. Let's see if he's going to, again, he's been sent down mid. The same smoke, the same form of setup to get that Neon into position has come up. On the other end, Fancy waiting on as much utility as they can with Nia jumping in. He's got a bit of elbow, and he's going to find the first kill as well. Moody falls straight into his crosshairs, and Sung Sin to get the trade back. As sharp as he is, he's got a blinding sight in front of him. He's going to have to get away. Wait for his team to come and join him, but the plant will be conceded. Fancy will play in a 4v4 retake.
Yep, they relinquish the site, they get them the plant, but IAM are still way too far for comfort. It's a very slow flank. That's going to burn out at least 10 seconds, and time will be running short by the time they get there. Take a look at Twilight's position though. He's so confident about his Omen keeping an eye onto A lane that he can focus his entire attention towards A main. Oh no, he looks away at the wrong time. And BQ also doesn't have any angles anymore. Nice shot onto Bunny, but Twilight has been dealt with. Fischio comes out of the side to deal with this one, and that is Denmo's cue to step out of the smoke and deal with. Yes, I can. Wow, the pre-fire is incredible. BQ will have to kill something, but the half defuse is already done, and Denmo should have enough time to get the defuse.
Just about a second, almost 2 seconds. Excuse me. Almost 2 seconds there to clear that up, and IAM, similar fashion like the previous map, respond back in kind after losing the first two. Fancy have a very interesting playbook here. We've seen that on Kuro. They don't really like mid as much, and they continue to follow that pattern. First 30 seconds, they don't touch mid. They hold it very, very safely. They don't give in to much of the temptation of going in towards mid and peeking. This time around, it could be a different story. They are standing behind that smoke. Yes, I can. Waiting for information to be deployed for his team to jump out of that smoke, and they're going to do the same. But they've already lost a player. Sunday comes in from A-Link. Forgive me, from top mid, smoke through as well as actually. And Moody looking for a second, will get it, almost a third as well. Fischio will suffer a stun, but he's going to watch his teammate die before him. And it's going to be him as well at the end, taken out by Bunny. Bunny slowly heating up in this game now. Having 2 rounds of flanks. First one didn't work out, the second one did. And now aggression towards mid, and Fancy's coach does not like the fact that you have the Koreans taking the lead.
Tactical timeout now taken by Fancy United. And they're starting to realize their weaknesses. They're starting to realize what could possibly go wrong for them. And there's one thing that is very, very consistent. It's that they have to deal with the flanks. Too many times they've let IM get into their backlines. They cannot afford to let go of mid-control so easily and so consistently.
Well, they did try this time around to, kind of outmaneuver that, go and put a little bit of pressure, show IM that we are not fully giving up mid. It's not a place where we completely concede. How on earth is this going to change on the buy round is the question. As Fancy's coach might have a game plan here. It is a full buy for the entire team, and so it is for IM. I'm wondering, will this be building up to an AWP? Because I've not seen IM actually pick up an AWP at all. Did they have it on even?
They had...
Yeah, Bunny did have it, I think, for a round or two, and then he was being completely reckless about it, and I think they, stripped it off his hands. Rather, he didn't feel confident about it.
Yeah, I don't think he got any kills with that AWP though.
Nah, he didn't.
Recovering it.
Oh, here we go. That aggression. The B-main push is amazing. All four of them are blind, but there's no exchanges. No exchanges of damage whatsoever. Just bullets being fired into the air and through the walls. And there goes Nia once again. And he's going to find the first. Second as well. Fancy brute force their way in. Thanks to a flying Wele. And that's going to give them a very straightforward, simple round. Sungsin tried to salvage an orb. And while he might find it, and he's going to get his Steel Guard in the next round, considering that he will go and either give up his life or find one of Fancy's. It is a round that is going to go towards the Vietnamese.
I mean, we spoke about dealing with the flanks. We spoke about dealing with the backstabs. Honestly, if you guys can just brute force into the B side and not worry about flanks before the plant even goes down, I mean, just gonna get into the side before the flank even activates, then you don't have to worry about it, right?
I mean, that opens a new can of worms, that the flanks could come in much more quickly if they're running into 5 like that, which means that they're gonna have to play a little bit of a push and pull scenario.
Yeah.
You watch the B main side, the minute you see contact, you're going to, want to pull back slowly so that the flank can come in, and then you kind of sandwich them into it. But Fancy have to be ready for that as well, because if they're running into the side so quickly, yes, it is plant, I'm pretty sure, confirmed almost every single round. But the retake, forgive me, the post-plant positions will have to be brute force, because they're going to have to push further deep into enemy territory to actually gain map control and hold themselves alive.
Right. Oh god, this is an ugly can of worms. Only you could...
I mean, that is if only IM actually push in that quickly, which I don't think
No, I think they will.
Well, Fancy are repeating it.
Yeah. There you go, look.
Oh, wait, did it break it?
Oh god. They were looking at the horn. Like, they knew exactly where it's going to land.
Oh,
finally a pop flash from... yes, I can. That's actually nice. Light fall upon my one exchange from either side. And both these fades have actually done pretty well to get it. But the flank has been taken care of, finally.
Yeah, the flank boy was worried about it. And he's going to get one. Okay, the spade almost looked like it was going to be complete. Bit of a reckless teleport there. Sungsin's going to take care of that. There's one more being spotted. Got information. Where do they push out of the cushion? They need that spawn control. They're going to try and get it, but Heaven is being guarded by that Wele. He's going to have a look at it, but it's going to be Moody coming in. Sungsin gets one as well. It's Nia. And he's going to have to fight this with a classic. He's got nothing else to work with. Sungsin, the savior. That Steel Guard came in at the absolute pinnacle of that timing. Because if it had come any earlier, it would have been a problem. They waited at the right time to actually activate it. Sungsin's instincts have been amazing.
A lot of big ultimates exchanged over here in this round. Both the Nightfalls, the Steel Garden, as well as the Converging Paths expended. Only the Omerals remain on either side, but IM also have a Viper's Pit, which I think they're going to be reluctant to deploy. They're probably going to save it for an opportunistic moment. As of now, the Viper B wall is going to be good enough.
Okay, they're not breaking
the Prowler.
Recon.
Yeah.
The Horn's just not... I don't know if they're not discovering it. They don't know where exactly it is, or they're not able to shoot it on purpose. But it's clearly something amiss here.
Yeah.
And now, just because of that one little hole, they've completely decided to let go of B and now start discovering towards A what's happening there. They've got a sheer wall in front of them, so triggering that is going to be again responsibility. But no, never mind. They start moving away again. They've given a bit of a fake towards B, walking towards A. Didn't like what they felt. The vibes just weren't there, and now they're going to try and feel it back towards B.
There you go. Dipping back in there. One's activated just to stall them a little more, but let's be honest, Fancy United are happy to be stalled away. There's plenty of time on the clock. 30 seconds is more than enough for them to go to the other side.
Yeah.
What they need more than anything else is a pick towards
30
mid,
seconds
which
left.
will come to the nice paranoia. Is anyone gonna peek on the back of it? Yes, Sunday does. He gets a kill onto Yes I Can. That's the initiator out of the equation. And now with 20 seconds left, you're gonna have to go in without flashes, and Sunset is ready for you. You've given him so much space. He's got the reset again, and Bunny will hold them down. Overdrive activated. Oh no, he gets stunned. Perfectly placed as a star, but the plan needs to come through now, and Blue Cute needs to be the bodyguard. The overdrive overpowers him, and Blue Cute lines two of them up. Amazing stuff from this Omen. And now it's into the capable hands of the Viper, but Denmo has a task on his hands. Oh, hey. He's deploying the pit for this, and then he's backing out of it. Oh, this is gonna be a giga fake. Time is running out. Do they call this bluff? Do they look behind? No, they don't. Denmo surprises him. Dips back into the field just to keep it alive. And now he knows where the Omen is. He knows where he could come in from. Fake tap. 5 bullets in the chamber. He expects him on the side. Pit drops, but he miscalculates. Boo Cute with the quadra, proving he's the superior controller.
Wonderful round there. It was, I honestly have to give it the foresight of deploying that Viper Spit and going to the other side, and then having to almost take out the second player as well. Very, very close. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be the case. Smarter Omen wins the round. And Boo Cute's been having a good start to the game here. Mid once again, not really being considered by Fancy. They're just going to hold on very passively here as they continue to poke the extremities. Not too much either. This is a very passive round from them. They're just going to hold on. I am out on a bit of a receded by, so they're gonna just see what information takes him. And Twilight, yeah, that's a simple split. You don't jump behind that wall. That's a death sentence. Very, very straightforward and simple. Yep. Now Nia receiving one himself. What is he gonna deliver one? He's gonna try and follow it. Frack's been activated just to make sure. Sungsin's out of there fast and quick. Close. No cigar, and there he goes.
Straight into the Nebula. Oh my god.
Going out.
That smoke right outside the cavity of that A side. Make them feel a little uncomfortable. Seas catches 3, and now they're gonna have to jump into that smoke together. I am playing this very passively though. They're not really engaging in any fights, and they don't want to. But the fights that are coming to them are not favorable either. Extremely open-ended positions, not able to complement each other. No crossfire is being set up there. Could have at least dropped a weapon or two more than they did. And Fancy will get away with that round scot-free. And now it is them taking back the lead into their hands. A couple of ultimates are slowly building up here though.
I mean, credit where it's due. Good utility usage from IAM. That Paranoia caught 2, the Seas caught 3. I just wish there was more follow-up on the back of all that. I mean, if your utility is doing such good work, even eco rounds can be converted.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now it seems like it's going to be full brawl outside of A. They're walking for this. It's a contact push with a little bit of utility, and here we go. Nia once again sent towards elbow. Default that they do on towards the A side. They've got an elbow control, and that's usually what why the most for. Moody teleport into that smoke. Very dangerous play there. But they're coming in from the flank as well. This could be dangerous. That mid link is going to be make or break for this Korean team. The stun's going to catch one, but it's going to be Fancy. One by one, taking advantage, pushing forward. Time was just not working for IAM. And the two players who were coming on the flank were just about a second late, and they lost their teammates. It's up to Denmo, and he puts the 2K. more in front of him. Slowly crawling, doesn't know where the second is. He's gonna come for the fight, and it's gonna be Ficio. So aggressive and so confident.
Face one, I kill him.
Okay, hold up. How does he just pre-fire onto Bunny over there? That was not just a kill through the smoke, that was a wall bang kill through the smoke.
Yeah, he just got slightly instinctively lucky, but then that's about how it works in
Brother,
Valorant.
that's ultra instinct. He's out here pulling off a Goku cosplay.
Well, whether or not that aura is going to take them all the way to the final, we're going to find out, as Ficio once again proving to be a point of contention for this team. The fake setup here. Information. Modi going to get away. He spotted nothing as Fancy now outside of B will face a little bit of resistance. And mid is now finally coming up on the cards for the Vietnamese, but they've got another Neon jumping about with his hands in the air, waiting and just looking at death staring at him. Sunday trying for any form of reconciliation, wants a trade, not going to find anything in the outlaws here on Nia's hand. And he's hoping that maybe he can just find something. Denmo, repositioning. That's like, nice, right? I like that. Never mind. Decides to go against it. Expects it to be a bit of a rush here, but Fancy are playing this very far apart from each other. The split is imminent, and yeah, Ficio is going to get an easy kill on Modi. 4 versus 3. Ultimates available if need be at all, if they need the Fate to kind of, you know, nightfall that B side, which is being guarded by the last 3 members alive. You need to be careful. Fancy could end up seeing a bit of an upset here.
30 seconds
It's a heavy stack, and it's actually good positions. Sunday's holding on to a position which they might not expect. Pop flash comes through, and need to clear close angles, and here they send Nia. Nia's got no idea. Don't set this one back aside, and they're already taking care of that. Denmo gets one. He sets up for his teammate. Sunday will get one. He's looking for more. Time's running out here. 13 seconds, 10 seconds. He needs to kill. He's going to keep himself alive. The recon also to help out his teammate, and Denmo might have just done enough.
He goes for the fake in that situation.
Oh my god, nerves the steal, and he wins it. Denmo! He outplays Ficio, and it was a mind game between the two controllers.
Gold is in our heart.
And it seems like Viper turned out to be the smarter one.
He's out here playing poker, man. He's calling bluffs left, right, and center. I mean, to go for a fake with 4 seconds left, and for Denmo to figure out that it's a fake. Yeah, same.
Very, very daring, you know, over there from Denmo to not actually go for it.
Even more daring for Ficio to even go for the fake.
Yeah.
I mean, are we sure this is the Valorant tournament? I'm seeing some poker level mind games over here and bluff calling over here, man.
Well, it seems like they might just be pros at it. And here comes the converging pass. Here we go, elbow once again. This time on Neon's there, and they've tossed it by the way, and he gets away just in the nick of time. And a steel garden to help him out. Bunny will see his opponents fall back slowly as they've dealt quite a bit of damage onto some of them. Vicio's on to 34, and now mid's already being pushed up. Bukyut clears out the flank. He put an ultimate just to clear out a spawn. And that's how worried they are because of how much map control they've conceded.
Uh-oh.
And
gotta check this. Nice. I mean, that's a good reason to burn the ultimate. And if you're clearing mid and the bottom of everything, you're doing your due diligence.
Yeah.
That's all that's needed of you. Honestly, that's the only chink in the armor Fancy United, and they need to protect it with their life.
Oh, you're making a mistake, Bunny. There's multiple players there. You get away instantly, and he's being chased. A little bit damage, armor taken off of him. And Modi's here as well. They've heard 2 of these players. They don't know about the 3rd and 4th, but they are confident about running it inside. Left side is clear. Here comes the Nightfall as well to stop them. The flash is good! Because it was delayed and it was unfortunately misread. And it's Fancy just brute forcing their way in. Sunks in for 1, but it's going to be the elbow push that takes care of them. Too many angles to watch and too few players to keep eyes on. 7-5. A little bit of an improvement from the previous map I am, but it's still 1 map down.
And now the problems for IAM begin, because up until now the flanks were working for you. Sure, Fancy United smoke check all of you. They make sure that all the backlines are taken care of. But now that IAM are on the attacking side, there isn't much flanking that they can do. Fancy United, these should be able to hold them down because there's no mistakes to exploit now, no more weaknesses. unless I am manufacture some.
Well, they did win the previous map second half pistol. It's going to be similar to that. They feel slightly strong on attack, it seems. This time around, they're going to try and replicate that. Yeah, there we go. A little bit of pace being shown very quickly. But it's just a show off, I would say, pressure, nothing more. The paranoia was brilliant, but unfortunately, Sangsin was too close. Bunny and Moody do get one each as well. And that's the round wrapped up with a bow, leaving just Nia alone, coming on the flank, and he's not even going to be able to see the way.
Spike
Now,
planted.
1v5. Haven't we seen this before from Fancy United? Usually it's Vishio in this situation, this time it's Nia. Generally the spearhead for the team, now the last to fall.
Yeah.
And with a flawless round, will be able to pick up some nice weapons.
Yeah.
No kills, no extra money in the pocket of Fancy United, so I doubt if they even upgrade to sheriffs.
Well, you say
That's
that
just
and...
one sheriff on Nia, that's it.
Yeah. 2 Guardians on the other side. No, okay. Pretty sure they're going to purchase in over here. I have a similar mentality of keeping at least 2 rifles before going into the bonus round. They've only got 1 Guardian and 1 Bulldog to call their own. The rest are playing on either SMGs or pistols. What a one, Fancy. Keen on taking mid control as they are going to group in together, and Nia's going to keep that B side under his control so that his team get as much time as possible to push down. And Denmo's waiting for it on the other side. The smoke's already been breached though, and there goes Blue Cute. Denmo comes in from back for one. There's a pinch from the other side, but Fancy is still getting a couple of frags. Drop 2 weapons. Good, but not good enough.
You know what? I respect it. You got nothing to lose. You're down to an eco with just 1 sheriff invested. Push down mid, just to see how I am reacts. This is good information that they can use in the next round. I mean, now that you know how I am wants to come back to mid and fight you, you can use that information, right?
Yeah.
If I am would have rushed towards A or B, that would have also been very good information. So you know what their tendencies are like. You know what their default looks like. And that is something you can exploit really well. Because up until now, I haven't seen any team exploit their defaults. The only sort of defaulting we've seen so far is when Fancy United fall back into spawn when I am going this for mid. It would be nice to see what happens if the other way around happens as well. They're exchanging utility. Paranoia pushes him back towards elbow, but Denmo walks out of the mid smoke and Dude has his number. Lovely shot. That's what you expect with the neon, the movement and the bucket to the face. But Vishio is wiser.
Okay, that's a bit reckless.
I thought he was jumping out of the shorty.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Vishio, who it does play quite a bit of woman himself, is not going to fall into your tricky little maneuvers. Great outplay here from Fancy, especially that mid take. Usually on the attack, while they absolutely love leaving mid alone, they are prioritizing it quite a bit on towards their defensive side. And now it seems like there's going to be a 4-man push once again. You can see 2 on Link and 2 on towards top mid, and they're going to try and come for another pincer movement here. Whereas the attackers are not at all interested in giving them any form of attention.
Bring them down.
Not at all. Another mid push from Fancy United. This time they don't go all the way down to their own smoke. They just dip a little towards that cubby on the bottom of mid. You've also got the Fade just trying to pick some pot shots. Maybe a lovely well-timed haunt would have been able to net them a kill, but even if it doesn't happen, it's fine. Challenges him, throws the hit, gets the shot off, and even BlueCute comes in with a kill of his own. Yes, I Can has arrived on the scene to provide backup. And have been stopped in their tracks.
Last 2 left, just gonna struggle at ultimate orbs. Find themselves devoid of the spike, which is just laying in the cave of Fancy. And no lion would dare to venture in there, especially when you've got 5 hyenas waiting for you. I think that 4 against 1. Sunday.
What about a boar and a cat?
Boar and a what?
30 seconds left.
Boar and a cat. No.
A cat?
What animal is...
what jungle have you been?
What about the Lion King, of course? Like,
oh, okay.
Pumbaa is the boar.
Ah, yeah.
Wait, what animal is Simon?
I'm gonna Google that later. 4v1,
10 seconds
just to
left.
save for Sunday. wise decision, but they are going to be conceding round number 9.
Okay, at least he's allowed to save. They're not gonna hunt him down. They don't have the economy to
they don't
do
need
so.
Now I think there's one thing that, IAM can try is to probably speed up a little bit. They haven't done that just yet to go on a full brute force
Now we wait.
pistol. Maybe a little bit of speed could be on the cards because this is an eco. And I'm not sure if Fancy will be ready for just that.
There.
Flashbang.
PCO single-handedly holding on to that aim in and kind of scaring them away from here, as IAM will try and poke that B main set and find success as well. They've taken out Nia, and as he will be taken out, Fancy will be forced to spread across, but they've taken very deep control of mid, so running back from here is not going to be a chance. So what they do instead, try to bait out and find success, but they've already spotted Yes I Can, and he's being supported.
Twilight! Guard of honor for this man as he stands strong to defend his stunned and blinded teammate.
Fight for your teammates, you fight for honor, and most importantly, you fight for a spot in the grand finals. At least the spike is still on their back, so they can hurry it into the B side and go for the plant. That's like the best case scenario over here. You might not win the retake, you might not win the round, but at least you get like a little bit of money for your efforts.
They don't know, unfortunately, that nobody's on the B side, but they will discover it slowly, step by step.
Gun
and
here.
Fancy are more than okay with having to play that on a retake.
30
Now, the only
seconds
thing that's
left.
going to be worrisome for me is that where are the post-plant positions going to be? Because Fancy are going to have no idea if at all they go towards Heaven, which is a very good possibility for IAM to do. Sunday is very, very cautious about what's happening, and there's the sound that's going to draw Fancy over to them.
So yeah, one of them is on Heaven, but the other one has to go for the fight, right?
I
mean,
would
they
say
need the
so.
numbers.
Maybe towards main, try to establish a crossfire. But no, they're going to play together. They can bundle up, okay.
A single smoke could just obscure them.
There it is.
And the fact that the bomb is planted right here in the open will easily tell them that it's a Heaven plant.
Positioning, Sunsin will come back from elbow, will deliver one, but Twilight's so quick on the trade. And Sunday is now alone. We've got no idea where he is, but he's going to keep himself up. Gets the first. Unfortunately, the spray down to connect to the second was not possible. Fancy find double digits as they increase their lead up to 3 rounds now, and slowly feeling comfortable as they come to the end of Karod.
Finally, it seems like they've done enough, but IAM have one more buy left in them. They beat IAM now, and they will have successfully destroyed their economy. And then Fancy United get to map point very easily. They can get to match point easily after that. And they've also got some big ultimates. Twilight has the Nightfall.
Oh, the op is out. Nia's gotten the big bat. Never mind. As soon as I say it, I think his teammates have told him, hold on.
Not yet.
Change of plans.
I mean, there's an overdrive on the other side, which I'm assuming is not going to be popped this round. If at all IAM lose this round, then Bunny will be able to use the overdrive in the eco round next. That Vice ultimate could also be amazing. Either in this round or the next one, just level the playing field a bit.
Yeah.
And folks, we've been blessed with another technical timeout. Again.
Yeah.
For the second time.
Yeah, I think, there's something wrong with the gear. I'm not sure. He's clearly taken off all of his headphones and earphones, and he's going to wait to get them all sorted. But so far, Fancy have been pretty much reading everything that IAM have been throwing at them. Every side take has been pretty well taken care of. Not to mention that the individuality has also been shining through, especially what we saw in mid just now, where Yes I Can was stuck in that spot and he had his teammate stand strong for him and take down 3 back-to-back as they came to overwhelm the KO. Really good stuff from Fancy so far. And West, of course, they have smiles across their faces. They know they're feeling comfortable. They know that they are in a good spot to take this game over and finish it 2-0. The Koreans do have a bit of a stern, serious look on their faces. They're not happy.
I don't think there's a reason for them to be happy.
I mean, you would want to be still a little bit cheerful while you're playing, even though, you're down that much. I mean, you've seen Boaster scream, shout, laugh when he was 11-2 down and he won the second round against NRG. And that's where the comeback started.
That being said, he is Boaster. He regularly makes it to Masters and Champions.
So you're saying one of them needs to twerk on stage right now to feel a little confidence?
Yes, that's exactly what I wasn't thinking about it, but that's what I want to see now.
Okay.
That's what I want to see now.
Cripps has got certain desires, I think, that will not be fulfilled just
I mean, we will be dancing later today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are in Delhi, you should come down here. There is going to be a concert here in the evening, so there's going to be dance.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Agreed, absolutely. Sangsin, though, will he be able to dance alongside his opponent and win that duel? Nia came very close to connecting, but now they've seen the op, which means IAM can now formulate their mid-round plans as to where they want to end up. The op will most likely be alone. I'm pretty sure they're aware of that, but they don't want to challenge it at all. Albeit they've got a Neon that can slide into the faces of these op players and delete them. They're more comfortable challenging the rifle that's in the hands of Fisio right now.
So after making all that noise, they're going to walk back towards the A side. I think Fancy United have a read on this one because they haven't seen any movement on B after all of that. And now this prowler that Fisio sees is going to help him call his teammates back. He's been kind of locked out of the action, so he can keep taking those spot shots, but I don't think he's going to die anytime soon. And it's going to be a very obvious hit towards the elbow side. They used the steel garden just now. Okay, so that's going to give them enough space to get the plant at the very least, but it still doesn't secure them the round. The overdrive popped already. I thought he would save for the next round, and nobody's going to fight him just yet, so that overdrive is going to fade away. And Twilight gets the double, almost the third as well. Moody finally stops his killing spree before it comes to a disastrous point. But yes, I can. Continues, picks it up right where his teammates left off. Wrong flash, no problem. No harm, no foul, no slowdown, but that op is up in his face. It's so dangerous.
Wow.
That's the most aggressive op peak I've seen all tournament.
Well, I mean, Bunny tried to do more. I mean, we also saw it from, who was it? Was it Freeze from Exist?
But he didn't hop into his enemy's face point blank.
I mean, he's running around with the op as a Yoru when his gate crash is like 3 seconds away from disappearing. So, yeah, aggressive op, yes. But what I wanted to see was IAM try to stabilize that round. They got the advantage. They sent the Neon out first. He didn't see anybody there. He saw the Astra. The other one behind the smoke was not visible. And then he sent him again when his overdrive was just about to expire instead of keeping control of side. Like, what are you trying to achieve by sending your Neon out at the last 3 seconds of the overdrive? It's not going to be easy.
Yeah.
Especially when you've given the opponents time to regroup.
And that overdrive would have been so useful in this round. I mean, they barely have any weapons. It's perfect, right?
They would have won this round, if at all.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have won that round and then this one. But here we go. Once again, IAM start off on the front foot. By the way, this has happened quite a couple of times now.
Yeah.
IAM get the first pick, and then in the 4v5 situation, Fancy are much better.
Somehow, yeah. It's like the numbers disadvantage means nothing to them. Oh, Sun.
Oh, wow, okay.
Wow. Sungsin absolutely spot on with his aim. Even with that one Guardian, he's good for 2. Bukute only gets 1 before then no. Seals him out. Refract about to expire, so Nia can't really peek that. Still keep on doing so with an AWP in the Viper's mid. That's like suicidal.
Reckless, but it still will not bother him too much. 11-8 is what the scoreline is going to end up being at the end of this. Twilight, unless he can sing some tunes of death here. Become Hades himself. Slowly but surely taking a step into the side. Not worried about economy because he knows that he's got money. Wait for the op peak. Hold on for a flank. He's going to get another. Quick stabilization.
Nightfall available.
Sharp with it. He's going to need another one to peek out individually, but the op will not give him the satisfaction.
Okay, cool. So they've walked out of a crisis and into another one.
Yeah.
They lost the previous round. They somehow win a thrifty. You're back to square one, right? IAM have just enough money to sustain themselves in this round.
Yeah.
And if they can win one more time, then they will break Fancy's economy. And that's the real turning point that they are looking for. Up until now, it was just a build-up. Now, now that the iron is out, they need to deliver the killing blow.
Well, they need to time it right. That's the most important.
Where are you?
Sunday looking for information down mid, and yes I can. Oh boy,
No.
15 HP, spread straight down. Fancy just do not have a tendency of wanting to break that recon. The Horn seems to be a favorite of theirs, that they're okay with getting detected by. And in the midst of that, Sungsin's already taken out one towards A.
They thought the Viper Wall would cover him. And he wasn't revealed in the first second itself. He was revealed the moment he took a few steps forward.
The Viper Wall has its mechanics. You know, at the top of it is very inconsistent. So you gotta break it no matter what.
Exactly. Like, he got lulled into a false sense of security. That nets them a free kill and now a free plant.
Funny.
Sure, 3v5 retake looks difficult, but now it's even tougher that Twilight is gone.
Shortcut.
Yeah, and he has no intention of facing the open over there. Tries to avoid him with the fast lane, but UQ is gonna get it. It's fine because it's just a consolation kill. Fancy United are not gonna go for this retake. They will relinquish the round.
Better to save these weapons. Economy build-up right now is extremely important for IM. And hence, they're gonna keep themselves alive. No need to go for a hunt. Just keep these weapons intact. Whereas on the other side, Fancy slowly slipping up here. And it's been mostly due to their own mistakes, not something that was completely, you know, done crazy by IM.
Yeah, like I said, in the previous game, IAM was making a lot of unforced errors. Now Fancy United is doing the same thing. IAM are not baiting these mistakes out of Fancy United, no.
Yeah.
Fancy United are making these unprompted.
Just in the last 2 rounds, though, and to kind of correct them, the coach has stalled his team. Told them to take a breather. Use the hand warmers, keep yourselves up and fresh, but do not lose focus on what's in front of you. Now, Fancy have a very interesting way of probably dealing with this, is that the mid control has been consistently used in the first couple of rounds.
Yep.
In the last 2 rounds, it was, you know, relinquished, sort of, where they're playing it very passively. But in between, the 3 rounds where they just won before this, they were just holding off mid as a reactionary push. They were not going, neither were they actually waiting for, you know, some sort of thing to happen from IM. It was more like, if IM try to come deep in towards mid, we react then, and then we hold on to that. Otherwise, it's just been them kind of playing with mid with different intentions.
Yeah.
So the first 3 rounds was, we take mid. Next 2 rounds were, okay, we're going to hold for reactions. And now, they're like, okay, let's slowly step forward, try to get into positions where they may be uncomfortable. They got uncomfortable themselves, and they got pushed back.
Exactly, right? Like, they're pushing out, but for what? There needs to be intent, right? You either gather information or you get a kill. If you're getting neither, then there's no point of you staying over there. You're just unnecessarily putting your life at risk. Oh, it's going to be a big draw on the A side. The relay port pushes both of them out. Vishnu lands a lovely one-tap with the Guardian, but the Phantom sprayed him back. Yes, I can. Does equalize the situation, but he continues staying over here. Tiny gap in the smoke. IAM are aware about it. There's a chance that he might get pre-fired, especially with the KO pulses giving away his position. And now that the smoke is about to fade away in just a couple of seconds, they will retract, disengage. Never mind, I thought they would disengage, but they're just gonna continue here after taking a 2-second gap.
Across the map, and in the previous one as well, we've seen Fancy kind of put these small gap smokes, thinking that they might catch their opponents off guard. But here we go, the Nightfall's been put, and Nia's coming on the flank as well. It's gonna be a big fight here. Bukyu trying to keep them as busy as possible so that the duelist can come in as quickly. Times of the essence here. Bukyu goes out of the smoke, was completely unnecessary. And now Yes I Can's been left alone to guard this side. And he's got 2 angles to worry about now. The humans on the other side. Yes I Can, extremely experienced these kind of scenarios. And now his own teammate comes in flying, trying to make this work. There's a fast, but it's not going to work out. Fancy really played that poorly. That could have been done so well. Bukyu jumping out of the smoke like that for a desperate kill. Yes I Can left alone. And then Nia coming in flying for some reason, even though Yes I Can hadn't even seen a single person.
Exactly. I mean, Yes I Can heard the teleport. He knows that the Omen is on his left-hand side, so he gives the call that, hey, all 3 of them are in elbow. He thought that maybe Nia could light speed in and hopefully crunch them, you know, hopefully sandwich them into elbow together. But the moment Nia lands, his head gets taken off.
Yeah, but by then they were aware as well because they hadn't seen Nia the entire map, entire round.
Yeah, exactly. So he had a flank opportunity, but you go in loud with your light speed like that, announce your position, you're obviously going to get shot down. And I don't think he would have retracted back in time.
Yeah, once again, Fancy this time choose to completely let go of mid. Don't want to really question I am over there, except for just the jumping spot by PCO. The consistent barrage of smokes keep them at bay. Nothing special as the map just comes to a bit of a standstill now. All quiet. And Songsin once again sent on his reconnaissance mission outside of A. He's found success there, at least 3 out of 5 times. And now Sunday is going to try and sell in a fake, and he almost caught himself in trouble.
Where are you?
A recon, that's going to be broken down. But Fancy don't bite the biscuit. They're going to hold on to way stronger.
They're going to make sure that they hold on to their positions, they're alive. And they're not even playing towards the A main. They're just staying in that corner. The Bucky can be dangerous over here. Bucky on the left. Fishio peeks out as soon as Twilight makes contact. That's a good way to play off your teammates. And instantly, IAM find themselves 2 men down with 20 seconds left and a smoke blocking their way. They will have to brute force their way inside, and there's really no way to get rid of these Buckies. They hope that the Astro Gravity Well will pull them back, but the Prowler is keeping them busy. And at this point, Twilight is just playing with their emotions, playing with their feelings like they're toys. Nia with a lovely shot of the Sheriff, and Fishio pulls off the Thrifty.
That is painful indeed, to ruse around to a bunch of Buckies, especially with given the fact that, you know what I didn't like there was the fact, yes, you go to sell the fake, you sell the fake with the, fade, right? But on the other end, you've got a Neon who didn't slide in at all. And the second one came a little later than that, and Fisio was ready for it as well. So no utility to kind of set up your duelist no matter what. The Paranoia was used up as well. So they just kind of ran into it fully blind, and that's the perfect setting for a Bucky to shine.
Exactly. And you have the Prowlers to clear those Buckies, but you don't use them right off the bat. Or maybe you had already expended them.
Yeah, on towards B. He used it on B to try and sell that fake.
There.
Oh, Nia might be caught here. Never mind. You're better than what I expected. You're better than any of us expected. Stand strong and hold on tight. Ladies and gentlemen, Fancy United just 2 kills away from entering the grand final. And Denman to try and stop them. He's got to have Moody do the same on the B side, but Nia isn't giving him anything to chew on.
In fact, he's chewing away at his HP. Moody down at 61. A minute left on the clock, so they've got time to burn, they've got time to cook. But both of them are so far away from each other, there's basically no trading potential. Yeah. And if at all, Denmo doesn't get anything done over here, Moody's rotation would have been for nothing.
Well, he's looking for anything he can. Unfortunately, he's heading in all wrong directions because the A side is being guarded very, very safely.
30 seconds left.
And now...
And look at how passively they are guarding the A side.
Exactly.
They're going to be happy to let them go for the plant. They know they've got the numbers advantage, so they're just going to swing out as soon as they've got the chance. But they're also playing a little bit of a high-low. And they know that IAM are going to go for a bit of a kill spree before they go for the plant. So they bite this bait. They're ready to intercept them. And Fancy United become the first team to enter the grand finals of the Acer Predator League 2026.
Well, congratulations to Fancy United. A wonderful showing from them. And making the Koreans that were winning all across their group feel the pressure, feel the heat. As now, we have a Vietnamese team in the final.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very insane round here. Fancy United Esports has done it. They are your first grand finalists here for the APAC Predator League 2026 here. This is just such a phenomenal game as well. A very, very long, drawn-out game, but it took a while for IAM to give us a good game like that. But eventually, Fancy United, they prevailed, and they did so well in the scenarios. And I'm really liking the mind games that's being sorted out as well. The discipline plays in particular, when oftentimes we do see some kind of aggression that is supposed to be made here. But
my oh my, to see our first finalist here. I can't wait to see how our next set of semifinals is going to be looking like as well, because that was a very, very interesting game. Crips, I know you're just completely sad.
Huh?
The reason being
Do I
is
look
that
sad?
you look sad because we know you're verbally supporting Fancy United, but your heart stays true towards IM.
No, I think you're badly reading my reactions. I don't know if I look sad.
You look very disappointed.
Okay, I'm sorry for not being cheerful early in the morning, but I'm gonna be honest. The outcome of the game doesn't make me happy. The quality of the game does, and this was a good quality game, I must admit. I had fun casting this one. Although I was a little angry that the repeated flanks which Fancy United could not fix were being a pain in their side. They eventually they did not need to face that problem in the second half. So eventually that problem just went away from them directly.
Well. Seems like speaking of problems here, Fancy United still prevailed. They still dominated here. I'm curious to see how the scoreboard is going to be looking like. As 13-10 in the second game here. It was a much closer game compared to game 1 between just now in the map of Haven here. And of course, Twilight going to be with 23 KDA here. Sun Sin again, once again, back-to-back top fragging from the side of IM here. Something is up with the Sentinels here. You know, unfortunately, it wasn't enough to push through, but could it be that Sun Sin was a big pain here for Fancy, especially for game number 2?
Well, you could see that multiple times as well, right? You know, Sun Sin, he had that poised aim where whenever he stood his ground, he's at least getting one. He's doing his job of a sentinel, trying to, you know, destabilize the attack, make them feel a little uncomfortable, and by the time they enter, he needs the support as well. How much can you expect him to do after a certain point? You will give him the clutches, you will give him the 1v1s, you'll give him the 1v2s, but towards a certain point, you expect the rest of the team to pick up the pace as well. Moody, he had maybe 1 or 2 moments. He had good setups for Bunny at certain times, but overall, it felt like it was a disconnection between the Neon being set up with the initiator. There was a lot of times where Sunday was by himself trying to sell fakes, and when you have only one initiator, it makes it a little difficult for you to sell a fake when you use all your utility there, and even the Omens used your paranoia, then your entire MO becomes that the Neon has to be your guiding light.
Well, there was a big contrast here between the Fates here, but what I do know is that the MVP for that round here, especially for Fancy United, is going to be Twilight on his place here, and perfectly explained here as you mentioned as well, Universe, that they committed so much utils to actually sell a fake, but eventually when they want to take an execute, they just could not push through. Whereas, of course, Twilight here, he's been doing phenomenal. He's set up a lot of fakes. He was able to secure multiple kills all by himself as well, despite being the ones that is setting up for his teams for a push. So he's been trading really, really efficiently, and I'm really liking that as well. 23 kills, 17 deaths, 5 assists. Were you surprised at this?
No, I wasn't surprised that Twilight is the MVP. What I was surprised is that the fact that even though this particular Fade is the MVP, why can't they deal with the other Fade's haunts? That's what surprised me, because that was like a constant mistake, man.
I think there were 5 rounds where they just could not destroy the haunt outside of B.
And it's not like they don't know where the haunt is landing. They knew exactly where it's coming, but they just simply could not deal with it. Now, luckily, out of the 5 times or 6 times they did not break that haunt, they only got punished twice.
Yeah.
When they go into the grand finals, teams like Boom and Zipto will punish them every single damn time. So that's a mistake they cannot afford to repeat.
Whoa. Strats leaked. Seems like mistakes has been called out. You're coming from Creeps here. So that means information has been gathered, especially for Zipto as well as Boom Esports, which is going to be our second set of semi-finals, looking to try and push themselves in towards the grand finals. That is going to be something that I am extremely hyped up for as well, because that is a match to watch. The best of the best, arguably, is gathered as well, and arguably even through the group stage, Group C and D were the groups that is arguably the group of destruction or group of death. It was extremely all-out brawl, and I'm genuinely want to see how XIP was able to do this year, because Zipto, they narrowly qualified in towards the playoffs because of a head-to-head comparison in terms of tiebreakers here. So I'm curious to see what Fancy United thinks about this match, because we are going to be joining into a very short interview with Fancy United right now on stage with Tash Buddy. Take it away, Tash Buddy.
Super exciting stuff coming in here. Insane match coming in as well. I have with me Milog from Fancy United to tell us a little bit about what happened on stage. Milog, you're the substitute player. Of course, you are behind the scenes and on top of that as well, seeing how the team performs and trains. So for you, you know that IAM had a great qualifier. They didn't drop a single map. What were your expectations coming into this match today?
I think the Power Korean team is the best player from North Korea. They one of the best team and one of the best player from top 4 team already. So my expectation, we will win. But this match is for me it's very difficult for the team and really happy from the boy. They won the tournament. I mean they won the match.
Yeah, they won the match. Very, very exciting stuff. Now, you are straight up going to the grand finals later, right? So if you're going to the grand finals later, which team do you want to go up against and why?
For me, Boom and Sipto, they are two of the top team from the tournament already. So to answer, we would like to face Boom in the final match.
You want to fight Boom in the final match. You guys hear that? They are taking on Boom Esports head-to-head. Now, last question before we go. Anything you want to say to your Vietnamese fans back home?
Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Mọi người hãy cổ vũ team Fancy trong giải đấu lần này và ủng hộ team nhé.
And now that, thank you so much for the interview, Milog. I'm happy to see you here on stage again. Now we're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be seeing the second semifinals. Oh my God, I can't English today. So see you guys later. We're back.
Thank you.
With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift Neo.
You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play is just right. Color that pop style and glow. Swift Neo. Oh, let it lead, let it grow. Turn and with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
the all-new Acer Aspire Light. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn heads with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me. Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 with our digital partner Flipkart. Tash, we just witnessed an incredible match between two amazing teams over here. And I'm really excited because we already have our first finalist.
Yep.
But the next matchup is going to be a banger.
It is a banger, and undoubtedly, this is the match that everyone wants to watch. We have Tier 1 team Boom Esports out here with a brand new roster. One of the players being multiple title holder, international title holder, which is Defo coming into the team. Could this be the missing puzzle that they're sorely looking for?
Honestly, with Boom, it's barely a missing puzzle because they're all the Indonesian giants. They have such a huge storyline behind them. But I'm really excited to see what Zipto has in store for us because they have been looking really, really sharp online.
They really have. These guys have been dominating the Tier 2 scene. They are sharp. They have a combination of Filipino and Malaysian players as well. And they always seem to surprise so many people. So this is a situation which is very interesting. I had a quick chat with them just now, and they said they are very, very confident that they can overcome the Hungry Beasts.
You know, it would be futile of me to ask you which team you're rooting for, but of course, why don't we just have the teams on board come up and join us?
That's true. And for our first team playing, give it up for the rising stars of Southeast Asia, Zipto Esports!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Zipto.
Up against Zipto, we have the Hungry Beasts who are ready to go hunting. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Boom Esports!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Boom Esports.
Tash, these two teams are going to battle out, and I think it's going to be one for the ages because on one hand, we have the Hungry Beast. On the other, we have a team that is itching to prove themselves. And we've seen so many personalities. We've seen so much passion on the stage, especially from a few players behind us.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see what happens.
I am very excited as well, especially with the big roster change coming from Boom Esports. You have a brand new duelist, Nats, coming in really, really hot from their academy team. You also have Defo as well. But you know what? Enough of us yapping, because who else better to break this down other than our casters? We have Icy Baby, Lucifer, and Universe over on the desk.
Thank you so much, Tash and Mamba. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second semi-final as we have Boom Esports and Zipto taking the stage. It's a spicy affair, and who better to taste it and tell you how it feels than the two gentlemen next to me. We've got Icy and we've got Sam taking over, and we are going to be talking about what is at stake here. I was going to say ladies and gentlemen, forgive me, gentlemen.
Gentlemen.
Gentlemen, sorry, handsome gentlemen at that. please give me a little bit of a rundown. Of course, Sam, you saw the first game. What did you feel about when you watched Fancy take that win?
I think it got way too close even for Fancy, and even a little uncomfortable to a point where there was a comeback in this second map. I think it was that their not give up attitude coming in from IAM, that they were ready to hit that side continuously.
Yeah.
Maybe if there was a that bit of a change could have worked, but now going into this matchup, there's going to be a lot of changes which me and IC watched. So they have a lot of strats ready.
Okay, well, I see you've had a very close look at Boom. Please tell me, you know what, I'm just going to leave a clean slate for you. I want you to tell me whatever you think Boom, we can expect from Boom in this game against Zipto.
I think Boom is the team that you have to watch out for, in a sense where Boom is very good at adapting in the early phases of the game. And what I mean by early phase game, early phases of the day itself. Because so far in trend, based on group stages until now, every single team that has played on the screen so far, first game has always had that first game jitters vibes. And so far, even compared to just now as well, we saw how IAM took a little bit of time to actually kind of build themselves up, warm themselves up before adapting into the game itself. And then game 2, where we saw that, oh no, we lost one game, time to buck up. But unfortunately, that small little thing may have cost them their shot into the grand finals itself. So this is where Boom Esports shines the most, because Boom Esports, they come in swinging, and if you're not warmed up and prepared to play against them, you are going to get messed up.
Well, fair enough. We did see quite a bit of Haven from Boom, didn't we? We saw they had played against NKT, they won on Haven. They played against GG Easy, they won on Haven. Do we expect another Haven here, gentlemen? I know you've grown tired of it. I know you've had, I think about, this is your 6th Haven if it all comes along.
Okay. Let's be real. In Group B, it was the most fun and the most boring group ever. Why? It was most fun because, oh wow, games are good. Boom Esports is so amazing. They're a great team to watch. But what was boring was that 6 matches, 5 of it was Haven. Every single game was Haven, 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 Haven. And just now, we had first game, Haven. Why wasn't I excited about it? Duh.
Oh yeah, so for him, it's going to be 7 if it ends up happening that we'll see another Haven. But on top of it, I think I kind of side with him because it was very similar to, in terms of the agent vetoes as well. We saw the agent coming in similar to all of the drafts that we've seen in terms of Haven. So at a point, the gameplay, yes, got a lot more interesting, but the map was the same.
Well, let's see if you gentlemen are going to be disappointed at all, as the map video is going to be coming up on our screens in just about a second. The players are getting ready, and I think that you guys are going to not like the first map. We've got another Haven. It just seems to be the safe haven for players, right? And I'm so glad I'm not casting
Universe.
Yeah, but we are going to bind. Hey, we had Kurot. It's the same map veto as the previous series, but we have bind swapped up with Kurot. So there's a good thing. You guys get to see a little bit of the dessert, and you have a little bit of fun there as well, a different competition. But you've watched Boom play on Haven. Tell me about what their playstyle looks like. There were 2 different scorelines, 13-9 against NKT, 13-4 domination against GGEZ. What do they look like to you, IC?
I think when it comes to Boom, right, they are a little bit... They play very, very default agents when it comes to Haven as well. But I feel like Bind is the one that I'm a little bit concerned here for Boom Esports. Because before coming to the group stages, Boom Esports was the team that, hey, Bind is their strongest map. But during the group stages, they actually went for a little bit of switch up because Nakia is going to be the guy to watch out for every single time when it comes to fragging top fraggers. But he actually switched it up, played a Raise and Bind, and became a bottom frag. Yes, it was a narrow loss as well. They nearly lost to Team Lit in the final round of the day, where it may have forced them towards a overtime tiebreaker, which resulted in them almost maybe playing against another game with NKT during the group stages. So that was something that was a big question mark for me, because Nakia was just playing so well Bailey in every single round, and then suddenly decides to go switch up, played against arguably the weakest team from Group B, because think about it, let's be real, Team Lit had 0-3 everybody else. So I feel like in this case, in this scenario, against Haven, they are going to go a little bit textbook. I wouldn't expect Nakia to play something fancy, but when it comes to Bind, I'm not a fan of his race, that's for sure.
Okay, I'll give you that. On the flip side of it, you've got Zipto, and I want you to tell me, Lucifer, if at all this ends up going to a map 3, which one do you think favors Zipto the most, Haven or Bind?
Oh, I would count on Haven for them.
Okay.
Because moving towards their other maps, which could have been better for them, could have been split, is something that has been really good. And you can see Boom already banning that out.
Yeah.
Sunset, which was really good for Zipto, that gets banned out at the very start of things. And on top of it, the reason I feel like if Zipto get their Heaven going, they're going to be having a momentum, a strong start, and they'll push through it because they've been tested. Every other teams that have qualified to the semi-finals had a 3-0 win, except for Zipto. They had one loss against RRQ, and the last map is the decider map that they lost on was on Corrode, where they were tested. So I think if Zipto have a good start, they know they will manage to find an end.
All right, well, I do have an interesting statistic for you guys. In the last 7 games of Bind, now this is Bind particularly, Boom have had, in the last 7 games, all wins. 7 games, 7 wins. Whereas Zipto have had 1 win in their last 7 games of Bind. So
there you go.
This, I mean, you said you felt a little tumultuous about it because LIT did push them across to a certain boundary. Considering that, yes, there is a gap between the last Bind and this one for Boom, do you still feel, after this record of Zipto, do you feel uncomfortable about Boom?
I think the biggest concern for... No, actually, I think Boom will do really, really well in Haven in particularly here because they are really, really good at attacking as well.
So
their timings is very, very on point. But more like, I'm concerned whether or not has Zipto figured out that Boom likes to play with your minds.
Exactly.
Because their mind games is phenomenal. 1 minute, they will go really, really aggressive. 1 minute, they decide to just slow it down completely. And their fake cells has been very, very convincing.
So both of you are basically saying the king who takes Haven will win the series.
There is a big possibility.
All right, okay, then we will find out if that's going to be true or not because Zipto did play Haven against Torak, which was a very good game at it. It didn't look like so much from Torak's perspective. Nakia has been a phenomenal duelist so far. So do you think that the duelist differential here might cause a problem for Zipto?
It can, but again, as we witnessed Nakia towards the end of Bind and the last game of the group stages, they need Nakia also to be the savior as well as their entry. So if that both fulfills, then Boom have a really wonderful time. It's going to be smooth sailing. It is going to be seamless for them. But on the other end, for the side of Zipto, they have everybody who needs to be performing. As I mentioned, even one missing piece, it could crumble completely.
I think Boom Esports is at the phase where they are so... They during the group stages, the only time I felt like they was really pushed them towards the limit was their match against the Thailand team, which is NKT. But after that, everything felt like they were experimenting with a couple of duelists as well. That's why I brought up when Nakia tried his bind, when his race, it didn't really felt comfortable, you know, like his setups was okay-ish, etc. like that, but it felt like it wasn't comfortable with the agent. His gunplay is still good because it came down to a point that I never in my life would I expect Nakia to be bottom fragging, but when it came down towards a last crucial match between them and Team Lit, it felt like if they lost that final round, it would Team Lit would have dragged it over to overtime and things would have gotten a little bit messy. But eventually, Nakia was able to outgun his opponents and clutch in a 1v1 scenario and then just close out the game. So that was too close to be called comfort. And again, arguably, Team Lit is, I would say, one of the worst teams from that group. But during that last game, they chose to just come in swinging. And in my mind, I was like, where was Team Lit from the start of the day? It was just very, very, how do I put it? Unorthodox.
Yeah, I think this is really good here in Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. There's a lot of teams who are having their international stunt for the very first time, and it is working out in their favor here in APAC region, that they're putting their best foot forward. And I think that is the reason we ended up seeing LIT Esports take their time a little at the start of things.
They just needed the experience, isn't it?
And it eventually worked out. But when we jump towards Group C, right, it was completely filled. Chaotic at points, and I think Group C was perfect for all these four teams that was in their team. RRQ over there, Dream Chasers over there, and on top of it, Todak as well. And you couldn't know who's going to make it across. And it was a battle of the wits. Yes, it came down to a tiebreaker as well in terms of the round differential. But it was at a point that I'm pretty sure all the teams from Group C was nerve-wracking. They were trying to figure out, could we win? Could we take a chance? Could we move ahead? Even in the last game, none of us knew if RRQ could still make it. Or is it going to be Zipto itself? And especially if Zipto went out, it could have been worse for them because they have a lot on their shoulders, as I mentioned. They made it to the playoffs previously. And if this time they don't make it at all, that could be something ruining their winning experience.
Well, Zipto, coming back to Haven itself, Zipto did, of course, have a bit of a gap from the last time they played. It was a couple of months ago. Their composition has changed, though. They've gone for the Neon, KJ, Omen, Sova, and Viper. So the double controller, which has been pretty much, solidified across multiple teams now, especially Fancy United, who take it a step above. They don't even want information. They just want pure brute force. So what do we feel about the double controller meta on this map? And do you feel like Zipto having to change this against a team like Boom, who are a lot more stronger on Haven and have got good experience on it? Do you feel like this double controller is going to work against them? More discipline is going to work against a free-flowing team like you mentioned, Boom?
I think Boom doesn't really mind about a double controller here. So far, especially for the first early stages here, if they're attacking, they do tend to have a habit where they don't really care about smokes. They will push through smokes and catch you off guard multiple times just to test whether or not, hey, is my gun game better than yours, or am I going to have to be forced to play macro? And they have this, I want to call it ego, but it's good to have some sort of stat check, It's kind of like an ego check to see whether or not are they warmed up or are they prepared. And in this case, Boom always pushes you to the limit. And when you least expect it, they decide to switch up. That's where things get very, very chaotic because during their group stages run, especially with Boom, they often switch their performance base every single time the coach calls for a timeout is a very clear indicator. Obviously, everybody says like, oh, you got to reset here. But if they do not call for a timeout, and when they decide to do it, that's where things get even more questions because isn't Boom going to be, pushing A every single time, or are they going to sell for a fake? And oftentimes, they do sell a very, very convincing fake by pairing up their recon arrows in towards, I think it was a Viper. No, it wasn't a Viper. Yeah, it was A long push.
Neon and
yeah,
Sova,
Neon. Yeah,
together.
so Neon and Sova push. Normally, you sell with the Neon wall, and then the Recon Dart comes in automatically. Oh, everybody is gonna know it's gonna A hit. But the Neon makes so much noise to a point that, oh, they're coming in, and then as soon as the Neon wall drops down, there's nobody on site.
Yeah.
Every single time, Boom sells that fake.
Yeah, I agree. I think Boom have got a very interesting understanding with each other. I think the team is just so well gelling with each other. They understand who wants to play where, who wants to do what. And it's not just that. I think it's the timing of the lurks of finding information on the other part of the map as well, where they're able to actually push the information against the opponent, where they're like, okay, now we're on this part of the map, but they're everywhere, but you don't know where we're coming. Now, that Haven, of course, is a good fighting ground for both of these teams, and one of them who might win it will most likely have the upper advantage in terms of even going to the second map, more so Boom than Zipto, in my opinion, because they've got a track record of saying so. But Kurod, do you feel like we're going to go to Kurod, or is this going to be a 2-0 for one of these teams?
It could go down to the Kurod, but as I mentioned, it has to start with Zipto on Haven.
Okay.
But if it goes to Boom's favor in Haven, then Bind already, as you mentioned, the number of wins in terms of at least paper. But when we know matches like this that start off in the LAN, the stats on your paper will eventually crumble down to the dustbin. You cannot keep it ongoing for all of it, those details. But on top of it, Zipto have this experience. They've been here on the 2025 stage. So they're a lot more eager now to take that championship in their name, and they will try to push forward to it. And they've kind of bested in terms of their all map pool. I would talk about it. Yes, one best is completely split, which is, yes, taken out in their disadvantage. But on the other, I wouldn't say the other maps are bad for them. They're good on it. They have experience about it. They will try to push forward to it. But as we were talking about the agents as well, right? The double controller setup that's being almost the agent draft standard by every team these days. And that is mostly Viper and Omen. We end up seeing Astro also when we head over towards Abyss. Maybe we see even on Kurod, it depends. I'm not too sure. A lot more Omen. But the main difference that could change the game is going to be their duelist, of how an opening is found. Because Nakia is completely unpredictable, as you pointed it out. And on the other end, Fixie might do the same. But I saw their gameplays of Ziptos. They are very disciplined compared to complete unpredictability on Boom's end.
Yeah, it's literally a difference between a calculated team and I would say a unpredictable wild card of a playstyle. Like, in the midst of chaos, they are tactical, but can you handle the chaos? Because Boom, they will hit you where you least expect it, in the timings that you just don't expect it. You know, like, why would you push this thing? Boom does it. Normally, you would expect them to push, and then they don't show up. But when you least expect them to push, they push. So that's why Boom is such a tricky team to play against, especially during group stages. And the funny thing is, if you watch all of Boom games, none of their games can be used as current data. Because game one, when they played during group stages, let's hit A side. Okay, why I have the data is because they've played so many Havens. So, you know what? Game one, let's play 8 rounds hitting A side only. A side, A side, A side, A side, A side.
Quite a bit.
And then, even if they send a 4-man defense in, I'll still hit A side and still win. And then, out of nowhere, next game, okay, you see a full team defending A side. Boom decides to hit B side for the next 8 rounds. It just doesn't make sense. It's so unpredictable.
Well, I mean, technically it is predictable, because then they're going towards the same side 8 times, so the other team should be able to technically.
Let me play a game with you. Let's play rock paper scissors. You know, I'm gonna play rock paper scissors. Would you expect me to just throw rock for 8 times in a row?
See, if teams know that Boom are going to be able to do this, then to a certain extent, you should have a slightly more adjusted defensive setup on B. But yes, I get what you're saying.
Here's the take, Universe. Here's the take. Now, by the time you figure out this pattern, and it's on that 8th point that, they're going to be hitting C or A.
8 points gone.
At that position, when you decide to defend that, they're not there anymore.
Yeah, no, I get it. Now, of course, Boom have got that, very mysterious playstyle. They don't know. I mean, I feel like sometimes it feels like they don't know what they're doing, because not in the sense of what they're doing, but more like they don't know where they're going, right? And I think that plays out into their, I would say, playbook a lot better. And they understand the fact that the opponent is going to be flustered no matter where they hit. Because the minute they start hitting one side, it almost seems like everybody's more rotational and rather than actually leaving one player on the other side. They feel more defensive on one side, right? Now, I want to know one particular thing though. As we head into the map, I think we've got a slight bit of a delay, and yeah, I think the players are ready. But what if? I'm just gonna throw a what if to both of you.
Yeah.
If two teams were swapped, if we had Fancy against Zipto, what do you think the result would have been then?
Wow. I feel like Zipto is a team that you also have to watch out for, just because of the fact that they are disciplined, right? So that's something that I prefer a little bit more. I prefer a disciplined team over a chaotic team any day.
I would still put my hands towards Zipto's end because they've done it. They've had Group C to go through and win and be tested, and they're here in the Glen.
Fair enough. Agent Select is up, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got pretty much the standard comp on Haven now, which is a bit of a doozy in my head, but hey, you guys are going to enjoy it. You've seen it a couple of times, right? Yeah.
You've safe Haven, as
feeling good about it, Icy?
Okay.
You like it?
I hate the Haven matchup, but I'm curious to see how Boom plays this, because during the entire group stages, we saw so much Waylay coming in from Nakia, but this time he's playing the Neon, so I am expecting something different from Boom now.
Yeah, Boom have gone a lot more, as we were talking about the discipline part of it. Yeah, they defaulted right here, knowing the stakes of this match. Yes, it's a best of 3, not the best of 1 that we ended up seeing in our group stages.
Yeah.
But this is interesting. This seems like Boom are here. Now they know the stakes. They are so close. They see the title right in front of them, and they do not want to miss on the other end.
Well, I'm really excited to see it. It is a mirror matchup. The Vipers being brought up from both the teams here. The Neons are very, very smooth when it comes to their gameplay. So I'm really excited for what's going to happen. We are going to be jumping into the game real soon, ladies and gentlemen. But, gentlemen, final predictions. Who's going to take it?
I think Zipto. That is a better chance.
Zipto. All right, we've got some Filipino fans here.
But here's the thing. I ended up, when we were having this discussion, I said Boom will win the championship.
No, see, so I'm on the same boat. Okay. So see, this one is unpredictable. Okay?
Yes.
I like Boom, but after seeing that agent draft, I feel like Zipto has a chance because they're warmed up from the group stages.
Okay.
Boom did not play a default at all the entire group stages.
All right, well, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the game on our hands. Haven to start us off. Icy and Lucifer, take it away.
It's time. This is the second semi-finals. And to decide who our second contender is going to be for the grand finals and the grand title. Fighting for honor. 8 seconds for the barriers to drop, and it is starting here on Haven. Zipto versus Boom Esports.
Now, I'm curious to see whether or not are they going to go for the side hit here. Boom forced to play defense right now, but we do see a little bit of a tags here down mid. Mid control is going to be in Boom Esports, looking to try and prioritize that. Same can be said for Zipto. They are looking to try and challenge this, but look at this. And see Slasher, they are going to try and lurk out to get some sort of information. It seems like Boom Esports, they might have realized that Zipto may be going for a split here, but they do find the opener. Boom, that's everyone suddenly crumbles. They get the wrap around in one fell swoop. You blink it and you miss it. They clean out Zipto.
This was such a wonderful round that they had almost forced their hand in all the exits of the side, or the entry points of the side. And they held their defenses. And the moment that they had an initial contact, at all directions, the defenders moved out. And they ended up finding those kills. And that one round was so quick. That's what we talk about Boom. The amount of communication, the strategy, and the way they prep themselves for every round. They go for it for every single point.
Yeah, that was a fantastic recon from Boom as well. They've got the entire mid control in their favor. And the push out coming in with the the Sova from A-Long just completely gave them a free push out in. But for now, seems like Zipto, they are going to be on eco round, and we are going to have a little bit of a slight potential technical issue here, because it seems like everybody is all paused up. And wait, are they paused, or are they just waiting for the time to bleed out?
No, I think there is a technical hitch that you did mention, but as you know, right, if they start the round off, if there's damage done, then you cannot get the round back to 1-0 there. So making sure that that timeout has already been called. Unfortunately, maybe the barriers dropped a little too early. So we are going to be mostly restarting that round. But that's where now we've already seen the first pistol round, and Boom, how disciplined they are. And they've pulled out their cards from the very go of it. And this is the reason now we understand why they went default here, I see. But there's one more part of it. Now, on Boom, we've seen so much in terms of them being unbroken.
Yep.
Even after having a detrimental loss to a Thrifty or something like that, they still don't have a mental breakdown. That's how good Boom are. But on the other end, now this is why I'm pretty sure we both completely synonymized towards Zipto's victory is the discipline that Zipto carry in terms of how they play. They wait for their opportunity. They're not very eager. They're not very fast. They wait, they find, and then they hit.
Yeah, I really like how Boom was able to react very quickly.
Yeah, and they denied that.
And it started off with just a KJ turret down middle, right?
Yes.
Like, this was set by Zipto, and immediately when the turret dropped in, they know that, oh, they're probably going for a mid hit. And immediately you can see Sovadat's recon checking the backlines as well. And Boom, in that 3 to 4 seconds, immediately makes the call, hey, can you push out A long? They might potentially back out of mid and then go for an A long split or maybe even an A short split here. But the problem is that is a pistol round. You don't have utilities to actually check space, take space, or even re-clear angles as well. They just doubled down, went for a gamble, and then just caught them off guard. And one fell swoop, they just completely sandwiched everyone from side of Zipto. So that was a very, I would say, tricky situation, but a very fast read. Like Boom Esports, they came in swinging.
Yeah, and on the other end, Zipto now have to adapt towards Boom. That's what they have to figure out. As that first round went down, yes, this is a lot that we are banking on from the very first round itself. This is all that happened. But that's the take of what Boom have been doing. As soon as they understand the play style, the idea of their opponent, they decide that this is how they're going to counter it. This is how they're going to battle them. And it worked out. They knew that if they push in all fronts, they are going to be able to oppose them and win that round out of their hands. And that's what happened. But right as now, Zipto, they also have an idea of how Boom have started things off. Boom are going to be looking forward to fights, not just information at the very start of the round compared to the attackers themselves, that's Zipto. So right as now, we are, yes, waiting for the technical pause that we might have witnessed to resume and game start. And I think we have final confirmations with the game advance as well. And yes, the headphones are up. And now we'll have our second round up. We will be jumping back into this anti-eco where, yes, Boom Esports had the very start and the round in their name.
Yeah, the mind games are already beginning as well. It's all about keeping composure, keeping focus, and laser sharp focus to be exact as well, to actually figure out what's the game plan. But of course, Zipto, they are going to be an eco round. There's nothing much they can do. Obviously, getting a couple of frags here, denying the economy from Boom is going to help them all as well, because from time to time we do see maybe the AWP being brought under the table, and especially coming from defense side, Boom likes to pull it when you least expect it as well. So that's going to be something that if you are able to slowly chip away, it might give yourselves a little bit more chances in a sense where if let's say they force an AWP operator in, they might be on a half buy or a half shield, etc. So that's going to be a couple of scenarios where if your chip damage chips through, you might be able to take them out before the operator does any more damage.
Now for that operator, we have to wait and watch if it's going to be coming out from maybe the third or the fourth, depending on how Boom go all out. Now as we've started this matchup, Haven for Boom versus Zipto. There it is. We've resumed the timer. All the hits that was there has been corrected. Aman, Fixie, Ja, Hot Sauce, Riza on one end as the attackers, and on the other end, NC Slashes, Defo, Nats, Nakia, and Shiro. Already openings have been found from NC Slasher and Defo, and we know, even Tash was talking about Defo, right? He is going to be a player to watch out. He's going to pull out a lot of frags as well, and NC Slasher on top of it is going to cause a lot of trouble. Round starts, quick turret down the garden, but it seems to be a C-long approach as they're grabbing the Altop as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by this approach as well from Zipto, but by this cell coming in, Riza might try to push in and look to potentially go in for the push. And even Nakia as well is expecting maybe an Omen TP just in case they're going for the rush, but seems like Shiro will scout out Riza, and that's going to be Zipto losing one. Paranoid rushes in, and the C rush comes in as well. They've got the complete spray down. It is a mow down, and just like that, a flawless round for Boom Esports.
There was nothing much in this round. I think defense is well held coming in from Boom Esports. They decided we are not going to be the ones trying to look for information because you are on the weaker buy. You have to make the entry. And you could see, trying to look for information, Shiro tried to enter B all on his own. The alarm bot gave away his position. No player still peeked him out. Once the Nano Swarm was out, and then came the peak, and by the time he could do something about it, that was the first kill. And by the time players could kind of figure out, oh, we've lost Shiro, they're already in garage, stuck in a hard and a rock place.
Yep, now the pressure is on Zipto now. Full buy round coming in from the bonus for Boom Esports. Can they get the pick off? Yes, they will. That's going to be one down here from Nats. And that is going to be the opener to try and swarm into his place. But little did they know, there is just not just one player here. There's more than just one here. As they take their own sweet time, seems like they are going to be holding out on their offense here in case they go in for the push. But seems like the drone will scout things out. That's going to be one. As they go in for a trade, that's going to be one. And that is going to be the trade off as well. The entire squad is still here. And Zipto immediately backs off to his side. Tries to buy a little bit more time. Time has been bought, but Boom Esports says it's just not worth it now. There might be a potential lurk from the flank here as they slowly but surely creep away to sell the commitment and to try to even things out here within the herd as they all group up to clear every single ammo. As they do have the numbers advantage over Boom right now for Zipto.
Need to clear garage here.
Uh-oh.
Therefore, he wanted to exit, but this timing, Spectre at that close range is going to do a lot of damage. Knowing that the turret was there, he did not push out. But right as now, Fixie,
30 seconds left.
after knowing that the numbers have dwindled on the side of Boom Esports, they get control of the side, get the spike planted, and will stay there post-plant as well.
You can see the fear coming from Zipto, so they cannot afford to lose guns as well. Just because of the fact that Boom Esports is on bonus rounds. And that's going to be the Vandal picked up from Boom Esports despite a small little upgrade, but there you go. Couple of trades in. They do take down Shiro and Defo, and a very, very clean round here. I would say it was a close one. Too close to for comfort, but Zipto still hold on towards their guns here. And that's going to be a very, very okay-ish round. But downside is, MN will not be able to. Will he be able to? Yeah, he does have the full buy on the Vandal, but I don't think he has enough utils though.
Even Defo, he's gone for the regenerative shield over there. So this still, for Boom Esports, was almost a here and there round. They could have if Defo ended up finding that kill, but it was smart by Shiro of quickly kind of getting back. Sorry, the Viper. Alright, now quick again. Nats trying to go aggressive, and he fights two while being paranoid. NC Slasher also finds one, and Zipto already on a disadvantage here. A 3v2.
Now, action is on Zipto here. Boom Esports a fantastic start. They do have the numbers, but of course, as an attacker, 2 versus 3 is still very, very viable. All they need to do is just hit a site where they have the lesser number. It seems like Defo does smell something, and he loses the trade. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Zipto immediately pushes through as they try to clear all the angles. They don't seem to see anyone here, and seems to me Boom Esports, they themselves are going to be looking for a couple of flank here to try and trade off each other. As they clear side by side, Spike has not been planted yet, but finally we cleared the queue. And that's going to be the B plant coming in. It seems like it's pretty deep as well, the plan. And fortunately for Zipto, they do have most of the angles covered, but problem is, utils is a big problem for them. They don't really have information to work with.
They've planted for the defender spawn with A-Link and C-Link, but it's a nice approach that Boom have. They're moving in from the garage, and now Mind is perplexed. Thankfully, the turret place gives the information away, and now they know both the players should be coming in that direction. But what a bait that was! Nice entry coming in from Nakia, but it's brought down to a 1v1. Aman, can he do something here with a fight? No, says Nakia. And instant equalizer is not going to happen on Zipto's end. It is going to be Boom Esports finding their third.
Very, very close call there. Hunter's Fury was not used. He could not get out. But great play there coming from Boom Esports to try and deny that. A little bit of economical damage towards Zipto, towards Boom Esports, but Zipto, they definitely needed that win. They definitely needed a win there. But for all things considered here, Boom Esports 3-2-1 as of yet. And Shiro stepping up big time as of yet.
Placing swarm grenade.
Riza, a player that we did mention we have to look out for and has to play at his best. Right as now has not started off, but yes, the role is different, controller, and he's also on the attacking end for now. Pixie quick check on the long while his teammates are keeping guard of window as well as a long. And hot sauce while the orb sound was done and a couple of random sprays came from C-side. He was able to retaliate and find an opening. That's a player down on Boom Esports, but it's not an end to the C-side's control. Defo will, yes, be able to answer, but with Defo going down, now they have a site free. They are checking it with the all drone, but Nakia, you can see this Neon is always there to help the teammates around.
Yeah, but the question here is, does he go for the pick here? Zipto being very skeptical. The drone comes in. Here comes the pick. Tries to get a little bit of trade, but Nakia gets chipped away down low. But he needs some sort of backup here. Seems like movements are being made as well as Zipto. They all push in, but Nakia for a flank here. Does he get one? Yes, he does. He goes down eventually, but Zipto was able to creep up and clean them all out. You can see the excitement coming from Zipto. A very, very needed win there coming from Zipto.
And this is what we mentioned when Zipto is disciplined. You saw, even after losing a player, after the trade-off happened with Defo, they still did not rush into it. If they did, they would have gotten the site way earlier. But they're worried if somebody is their back side, like Nakia. The amount of damage, and still Nakia at 6 HP was able to find one frag for himself. But right now we have the ultimates ready, coming into play for a lot of the players. Shiro has, Nats has, and his teammates, NC Slashes and Defo, will get one soon as well. But on the other end, Zipto have the Hunter's Fury, which has been there for some time now. Can it be used here with back from the shadows? And Jaces opens up with denying Nakia of anything.
Yeah, they're pretty much on forced ecos here coming from Boom Esports. Opens away, great flicks here coming from Riza. As Boom slowly gets whittled down. Now it's supposed for an off angle, but they do check anyway. But he wins his trade off, and he wins another one, Nats!
Okay.
The damage has been done. But they're on eco though. But as of yet, Zipto, they've lost 2, but only 1 remain. But there are a couple of guns available here, so Defo may consider to look for those upgrades. But Zipto, are they guarding it is going to be the question here. The spike has been planted. They found him, and now Defo, he gets the upgrade. Can he win the trade? No, he cannot. No armors on him. And Ja will take him out from Zipto.
Well played coming in from Zipto in this round. It was an eco, but still we see how Boom managed to kind of try and push it for Zipto in terms of doing the damage, taking 2 of the players down with just classics on their hand. But now they pull out the big weapon. We were thinking about where would this come around the 3rd and the 4th round, but it's going to be the AWP at the 6th, 7th round. And Nakis has not had a great start yet, but with the AWP, maybe it changes.
This is going to be a tricky round as well here. Does Zipto expect this? Is going to be the question here.
He's also 1 kill away from his ult.
Yeah, that's going to be so close. Here he comes. The Hunter's Furies to open things up to set up here for Zipto. But it seems like they will find MC Slasher blindly there. As Boom Esports did not expect that. That's going to be the Hunter's Furies down. As Boom now needs to look to re-engage this. Shiro used the Viper Pit to try and stall time and take space. But the spike will be planted onto the A side here. Zipto having full control. They even had the lockdown as well to try and buy even more time. Boom Esports, the retake is going to be so rough. But Nakia finds the opener with the AWP. And now Zipto, they realize the AWP is in play for V4 time. Slowly but surely taking hot sauce now. Finds off Nakia. That's the AWP down as well.
Viper's down. That is a lot. Fixie also picks up one more. The last man, they did see him drop down, and Ja puts his doppelganger down and gets the lead for Zipto. You can see the excitement. This is the discipline that we spoke about. The Philippines team. Zipto.
My goodness, what a play as well with the judge as well, knowing that, hey, the Viper's Pit is available, brings in the judge, tries to challenge that, completely shut them all down. What a very, very unfortunate round for Boom Esports, but Zipto, they played it really, really nice. 4-3. Now, there is going to be forced ecos here coming from Boom Esports. A couple of Sheriff buys, but aside from that, a very, very clean, slow comeback here coming from Zipto. Slow start, but they made it work.
A little bit of a snowball effect, but Nakia wants to be aggressive. He's already on the overdrive, making a run. He doesn't spot anybody off the window. Nats gives him information that they're around the garden. Nakia, his overdrive gone, but still the classic and Defo Sheriff end up finding some. Even the Hunter's Fury in between was committed. And now Nakia with the upgrade. He's done the damage. Zipto down to their last 2 players and they're on their knees. Amen trying his best. Gets one on garden, but Nakia is still alive. The man who turned it and started it for the team now trying to cause trouble, and he's the only one who has the upgrade.
Yeah, it's all about patience here. 2v3 goes for the Sheriff trades, but Zipto, they're losing too many bodies for this. But unfortunately, they could not get more. Zipto still wins, but the crowd, I don't know what to say about this, but the timeouts, well, to be honest, I'm at a loss of words here because Zipto, they're losing bodies for this. They may have won the round, but the damage has been done in terms of economy here because 4 spies, 3 down, was that actually a win?
Yeah, in terms of economy-wise, they might have to keep reinvesting.
Yep.
But that's a similar case for the snowball effect for Boom Esports. They've been just upgrade and then eco. Upgrade and then eco. A lot of back and forth for them right as now. And the Boom that we thought about in terms of the mind games, they've not been able to still sell it off. And that is the reason this crucial timeout coming in from their coach Fields might be essential because we are now getting closer towards that second half, ending this first half. And if this first half doesn't see a lot more rounds for Boom, we spoke about the double controller setup. It is a menace for either end, and because both of them have a standard default draft and a mirror one, it's going to be a difficult situation to maneuver for both of them.
I think this is a very, very crucial situation here for Boom Esports just because this timeout is where they have full buys. They've heard the economy is coming from Zipto, and all they need to do now is come up with a strategy. The first strat was, hey, let's bring out the AWP. The AWP didn't really work out. But now we're going to try and do it again. And they made a little bit of miss up as well because the Hunter's Fury, in this case, NC Slasher was picked off rather early in the previous full buy round. But this time, this full buy, it feels a little bit iffy. But Zipto, are they aware is going to be the question here because we do have a little bit of switch up. And seems like
Scanning ahead.
The A hit coming in from Zipto is going to be in play. We do see a couple shock darts coming in. Chips them away.
No up here.
But no operator yet. That's going to be the question. So that is going to be something that may scout them out. Seems like one of the Sovas got spotted out as well as down towards a long hit. The patience is coming in, but Boom, they are slowly setting up for this as well.
Yeah, they're taking control of C-Long. Nakia is pushing up with that AWP. And that's a lot of space taken away. And that is information that nobody's close by. And if he peeks a little more, and he'll be able to spot all the way towards a tad bit of that C lobby.
This is such a greedy push, but it's much needed right now, at least for Boom Esports.
And because of that, you can see they're not even worried about Garden as of now. As well as Garage, sorry. Yeah, Garden and Garage. Slowly, they would want to take control of it. You can see a push coming in. Killjoy, while his teammates are setting up towards an A hit, there are 3 players going on a 3v3 in a cross setup. The entry flag doesn't come through. NC Slasher, however, gets hit.
Spike
but
down
Fixie,
A.
he eventually finds one in that trade with Nats. Back to a 4v4, and they casually walk into B. Ja finds the opening, gets Riza in as well. Nanoswarm used a little too early before the spike plan. They instantly put it down with their Viper's Spit. And now Zipto have entire B control. Even though the lockdowns is here, I'm pretty sure they'll protect their Viper.
Oh, no, what a flank coming from Nakia. He sees them as well. They've got the information. Now the AWP is going to hold the angle. Fixie looking to try to juggle this with overdrive. Can he get him down? Yes, he can. Fixie shuts down the AWP. The pit is here, but therefore holds the angle. But the run and gun is good, as Zipto shuts out the entire squad from Boot. And now they are in the lead.
Fixie is enjoying this. Every bit of the round that they're able to pull off. He's jumping out of his seat. And yes, this was a very crucial round coming in. They'd committed their ultimates to make a move even after having a very early first blood against them. And what a movement towards B. They just walked in surprise, 2 of them together, got control, wasted the nanoswarms before the spike made its entry, and now having an advantage of a 3-round lead. Zipto still keep moving forward. But an eco round again strikes for Boom, and all of them stationed outside. B trying to push window. And now Ja has that idea and has communicated to his teammates as well that they are making the push. And we all need to do is just wait to find those opening frags. But on the other end, the AWP which was lost has been picked up. Zipto have it. So they have to be watchful about not giving it back.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very awkward as well. But all things considered here, Zipto continues on with the recon. Try and take a little bit more space here as they try and re-clear every single angle. But considering that Boom does not have the tools to work with as well, Zipto, they get all the time of the world to play at their own pace. So that's going to be extremely crucial as time is not in Boom's essence. Here he comes. Pick comes through, but Vixie will take him out. Zipto going to try and push in. Sprays are coming in. They've lost Riza from the sides here. Slasher pushes out for a flank.
30 seconds
See,
left.
Boom getting completely sprayed down. Shiro stuck in the corner. He goes down. Therefore, was able to get a couple of trades in. But the damage has been done, and Zipto takes another round in the bag.
Watch them run.
That's 7 for Zipto, and this is what we had worried about. Zipto have been tested in their group. They've fought with big teams. They had their chance to understand of what they need to do better to win in the grand finals if they ever end up there, and they're already starting out here on Heaven. A 4-round difference here. 2 more to end the half. The penultimate before the end of the first half. Ultimates ready for hot sauce from a long time. But on the other end, Nats as well. But what can they do? It's only the Omens as of now. But on the other end, let's see if this buy finally works. Can Zipto do something? And that was a big back from the shadows to just sell a fake.
Very, very potential ones here, but everyone from Saibu went on towards A, and Zipto, they are pushing in. But interesting enough, we do see the Odin available in play for Boom Esports, so that's going to be something that they are looking to try and chip their way, but unfortunately, the site has been hit, and Boom Esports now, it's on them for the retake.
Zipto, because of that back from the shadows, the ult being used, they were still wondering, and that is the reason a late retake. But still, Shiro now finding hot sauce will give them the confirmation, but NC slashes slowly behind enemy lines, but behind aim even further is Fixie. But it's all about the timing. Fixie, his position gets revealed because of the alarm bot. Now Nana swarms, he's walking right towards Slasher, and Defo, he picks a player up. Because of this, Zipto had to go aggressive and started losing a lot more players. Comes down to the last player, Ja, in a 1v3. Finds the first. They're going in for a defuse. Can he find this? No, says Defo. And Boom Esports find their 4th.
Well, Boom Esports finally deciding to let go of the side play for retake here. It seems to be working out for them. A small little victory here, but is it enough? Has the damage been done here, considering that we are nearing the end of the first half as well? There's 2 more rounds to go. Oh, wait, sorry, 1 final round before the first half begins. Boom, having a 5-7 into the second half here might be a little bit of a better chance there for them, but Zip, obviously, it's the same can be said for Zipto as well. If they take the lead, this is huge for them, as things are going to get a little bit tricky. Again, once more, Zipto going to be on the offense. Nakia tries to push out once more. The smoke has been set up as well. The sprays are here. Zipto a little bit hesitant going for the push, but oh my goodness, the drones bounce out. 3. Zipto has to be careful here. Lockdown has been pushed here to try and flush out everyone from Boom to get out. But Nakia is so close. He needs the opening pick. He gets the first one. Goes for the sidestep. Can he get the second? Yes, he sidesteps his way through. Buys another time, but could not take the shot.
But the backlines are still open. The backstab coming through. The spike was almost about to be lost. Riza picks it up at the meantime, but his teammate has to hold down Hot Sauce. Stuck in a 1v3 situation and cornered right now, not even able to exit out of A. They have to hard commit right now and to figure out how they win this last round. 2 players in the backstab, 1 holding the A-link, will not allow them to get closer. A smoke placed to cause confusion while his teammates are making his entry from A-long.
A very tricky situation to be in. Patience, checking every single corner here. Moments away from the big engagement. As you can see, bit by bit, they are unsure where they are, but here comes the white swing, but Riza, he will be traded out, even Hot Sauce as well. Boom immediately swarms them, goes for the trade, and they take another round. That's going to be the final round for the first half, and in this first half, Boom Esports with 5 and Zipto with 7. I would say a pretty 50-50 matchup with Zipto in the lead right now.
Yeah, but if Boom are able to convert like how Zipto ended up finding a couple of rounds in between, it could work out really well, and maybe Boom completely take away Heaven because they're going to be on the attack in this second half. unfortunate for the side of Zipto, and this is something that Boom kind of found out in between, that Zipto is leaving those gaps, those pockets for those backstabs, and eventually started pushing that. But now the sides have changed. It's time for Zipto to completely defend against Boom Esports' attack. Boom have 5 rounds, which is kind of better to start off on attack. If you get the pistol round, you immediately are able to work on that anti-eco and close it to a 7-7 equalizer.
Yeah, it's going to be a very crucial pistol round as well. Like, if Boom gets this, probably it is going to be tied in 7-7. But if they lose this, Zipto will stand a chance and one step closer to taking match 1 itself. So it all comes down to a little bit of mind games, but obviously there's not too much you can work with on the pistol round. It seems like it's on Boop's offense now as they try to sell a potential fake, but the problem is, what kind of fake are they selling? Made a lot of noise on C, but for Zipto, seems like they do realize that they may look to come back on towards an A. They're not exactly convinced, so they might walk in towards a heavy crossfire here coming from Zipto.
Yeah. Short paranoia ready, 2 ready at A long, and in a crossfire setup is going to be big trouble. Hey man, he's going to be spotting the player first as they're trying to make their entry, and there it is spotted. Paranoia coming through, relay ball for delaying it with the shock dart and the paranoia together, then pushing up closer. They find 2, but can they hold the ground? No! And now a counter shock dart, and that entire A-hold has been destroyed.
Oh, that was such a close call there from Boom Esports here. Zipto, it looked good, it looked great. Immediately Boom says, we made too much noise. Let's go back to a C once more. And immediately Zipto thought they are going to go for a quick hit. The mind games have begun, my friend. This is a Boom special. They're not here. They're not here, brother.
And now once it's planted, they get an idea that it's all the way at C, but they're so confused that they're not even taking the route of B side because somebody could have pushed from that direction. But look at how Boom is holding. They're playing aggressive. Yes, placing an alarm bot as well, but they're ready. As soon as the alarm bot is going to tag, they're both going to swing for the kill.
Speaking the alarm bot here, therefore, looking for an off angle here. And oh.
1 enemy remaining.
Alright, sure, therefore. Very, very clean takedown. Both down, just like that.
6-7, a much needed pistol that we spoke about. It ends up becoming theirs. And now...
You know what I'm really glad? Touch Buddy is not on the desk.
Huh.
Because she will go like 6-7.
You had to make it, even though she wasn't here.
Yeah, just for the fun of it.
She's going to be happy down there listening to this right now.
I should have kept quiet, huh?
Yes, you should have.
Okay, never mind. Moving on. Towards the game.
Anti-eco.
Seems like drones are coming in. Zipto. It is going to be a very difficult off-the-go push here, but Shiro, they find a little bit of over-aggression coming from Zipto. It seems like one step closer to tying the round here in this match for Boom Esports. Comeback grind is real. And obviously, Boom does have the weaponries to work with. A Zipto buy on the second round though. That's going to be a little bit iffy. But if Zipto was able to hurt that, that's going to be huge. But of course, Boom Esports, they want to try and retain this for the next bonus round as well.
C-side completely empty. There is, yes, one turret stationed to give them information. And looking at where the players are slowly moving and inching, as you did mention, they would want to keep their economy going and they would want weapons all in their favor. Turret destroyed, information as all the players from Zipto's end, the last 3 survivors, start making their way towards C. The first contact is going to be Garage, but Jahi has just 6 on his health. Tries to be around the boxes, doesn't work. Nakia, the call for A-Man's position was given, and now it's down to Hot Sauce, the last one standing. There's nothing much here for him. While they were already on the pistols, on this eco, there's nothing much they can try to pull off other than the economy deficit, economy damage, but that is also not going to happen in this round. It's going to be a full flawless as Boom Esports tie the score up at 7-7 at the end of this 14th round.
This is very, very close. Neck and neck, blows by blows, jabs by jabs, and now we are officially at the halfway point for both sides. Both are even. 15 rounds has passed. 14 rounds has passed. This is going to be round 15 out of 30. Are we going to go all the way towards overtime? It all depends on their gunplay. And in this case, Zipto, they don't really have the best weaponries here. We do see a couple of half-fives, not full commitments. But for Boom Esports, it feels like they are in a commanding position to dictate how they want to play. And who would have thought that ever since Boom switched onto his attacker side, we would see a pistol double fake. That was just insane.
That was insane indeed. And I think really well defended on that pistol round while they were fighting. And they were the ones to lose the players out very first. But the way they held it out, I think pushing towards the limits of the amount of kills that you could have gotten at A-long as well as A-shot together when you made a push, overextended from the side of Zipto, which affected them in turn. And that gave Boom that leeway, that window to make another approach. And this is very nice, right? And it was so quick that by the time the opponent could figure this out, that is not at A, they've not made an entry because there was a smoke also put towards the defender's entry. And that gave them the hint that maybe they're slowly checking each and every corner and going for the A plant itself in that pistol round. But it did not happen. And the immediate consecutive round in their favor. Now playing for the bonus is Boom Esports with their economy favoring them. And if they win this, the bonus is all theirs.
Tricky spot to be in. Boom. Seems like they have gone for the switch up. This time they're going to try a garage push, maybe even mid B here. Hot sauce. Needs to be a little bit careful.
Just shift walking, no sounds at all. Fast lane, relay ball now gives them the information. They're going immediately for a plant. Counter relay ball denies the plant. A lot of tagging, however, on Fixie. But Shiro, he just crossfires from the opening down at window all the way towards ceiling.
That was a crazy attempt coming from Boom. Immediately forced the spike, immediately baits it out. Oh, you know what? Things are not looking great here. We're not protected. Backs off, gets the spike to safety, immediately tries to go for a commitment. But unfortunately to say, Zipto, they paid the price. They've lost the Viper in the wall. And this makes things so much easier because Boom now backs off, looking to try and go in for a different hit once more. And Zipto, they're absolutely clueless where this is coming off here. But garage noise has been made. Zipja is going to try and win his duels here. He gets one, he gets two. Spike drop. Now it's the perfect time to come in for the commitment here. Zipto, they need to buy time. Now the plant comes in as well. As Boom have to defend this 3v4. Doesn't have a lot of utils to work with here. Shiro, they're looking for off angles. Therefore, now currently tagged up. Zipto looking to try and win a couple trades here. NC Slasher finds one, 3v3. Shiro also finding one himself on off angle. Now it comes down towards a 2v2.
And man gets one. He needs to get one more, but it's a 1v2 situation. Both of them need to push together, not isolate, but still. They end up managing winning that round. It was a buy round. They couldn't give it away to Boom. Fixie closing the deal, defusing the spike, gives that equalizer and this round lead still in Zipto's favor. They don't give it back to Boom.
Beautiful stuff here coming in from Zipto. That was a close call, but again, this is the unpredictability that we've seen so far. Boom, they hack into the B, but the only downside of unfortunate events is that the moment they heard Nats go for the spike plant onto his B side, they actually saw him TP out and immediately knew that this was a fake.
And you had to give it to Ja in that round. If it was not for him to find that 2 kills out of Garage, it could have become a bigger problem.
Exactly. That was such an iffy fight as well. What a great recovery here from Zipto. Now, clearing angles once again. Ja getting a little bit angsty here. A lot of shots down towards C. Seems like they do have the smokes here. As Boom Esports may look to try and back off once more. As they try to go for a different approach. Zipto holding their horses, not giving away too much in terms of trades here. Now the A-long hit, sees a pixel. Nice little tap there, almost losing his life.
Take flight.
Does have the drone, tries to go in for the reset once more. Seems like there's no one short. Don't really have the information to work with. And here comes Riza. He's going to try and buy time as well. A lot of sprays down mid. Seems like he's going to be a B hit once more.
Entry again, going for the plant again. Can they deny it? Fixie going right in front and denies the plant. The spike's now held. Shiro instantly changing a positions. Nakia now defending. But the recon gives away his position. Ja slowly entering, but he gets hit. The paranoia hits and still he's able to defend. And the spike still keeps on going with the Viper's Pit put down. This is going to be a difficult retake, but they instantly answer towards it.
Exactly, but with the pit down as well, it gives them a little bit more chances for the retake. But therefore, he's holding every single corner happening as well. They're trying to find all the lurkers here, but Riza goes outside, finds one. But they know exactly where they are. But Boom, they're trying to buy time. Nakia goes down, but it's only SC Slash. Has now 1 versus 1. Now with the close-up with the judge, Riza. Oi, oi, oi. But unfortunately to say, despite taking them all out, but they bought so much time from Boom, and Boom will be the ones to win the round instead.
That was very well played. He caught a player off guard with his classic first, making sure that he knew with the judge he couldn't find that close kill, holding Virat's position. From there, he slowly started trying to creep out. If there was a better weapon, maybe a Bulldog in his favor, it could have worked out even quicker. A trade was also tried at the entrance of B, but it was just not enough. A good try is only going to be a win for the opponent. An 8-8 equalizer right is now, and players are now getting closer towards their ultimate. One of it is going to be in NC Slash's favor. The Hunter's Fury.
A big win in terms of gunplay. Unfortunately, there was just not enough time. So Boom really ran down the clock in that scenario. All is well. 8-8. It's not the end of the world yet. For now, it is going to be full resets here. Seems like we're going to see a little bit of force spies coming from Nakia, but the Outlaw takes down Fixie. Might find another one here, but he may have missed a shot here from Nakia. But Nats, he sprays him through the smoke and get him. Oh, a little bit of small angle here. The one-way smoke coming in. Boom Esports, they take two.
This is what we talk about, Boom, of how they set their players in terms of success for a fight, right? First, the all-drone came in and they destroyed the all-drone all the way from the entrance at A-Long. But so close by was Nakia. And with his help and Nats, they end up picking off two players from Zipto, and now Zipto are in big trouble. They already were in a difficult position after losing the previous, not having economy going in their favor. No weapons as well, and this round should conclude. Ja, a last hurrah attempt for at least this 19th round. It's only going to be those two kills and nothing else, because his teammate Riza is nowhere close. However, there might be the slightest hint, if I could call it, is going to be two players being weak, and he has one Vandal in his name. But do they play for the Hunter's Fury?
Well, 18 bullets and a dream. That's one. Two more to go. Still pretty decent here. We've seen Riza clutch out big, but no, the paranoid catches him, takes him out. And that's going to be Boom taking that round there. A very neck and neck match here, Lucifer. What a match we have for the second semifinals.
Both of them contenders. Both of them have been here in the 2025 season, and that is the reason we are seeing this go the distance, go the mile. And all the players trying their best. A tactical timeout call, much needed. It was called from Fields as well at the time when Boom were unable to find much, and now from JCL. Their coach, Zipto, they've been disciplined. We've been seeing them picking up value, but it's just that trade-off effect that Boom have, lot in terms of how they do it, in terms of how they use their util, and their players committed for a fight, and they cover each other, is working in their favor.
Yeah, the trades has been really spot on here as well. One small pixel and you are gone. And that's something that I think Zipto has finally realized that, hey, they mean business as well. We also need to start mixing things up on our end as well. Boom, they have switched up a little bit here. Somebody go for default, somebody go for a little bit casuals here. Zipto, they are doing an okay job with the read. They are somewhat predicting some of Boom's unorthodox playstyles. But the question here is, now as time brings on as well, are they going to pull in their own pocket strategies here? We haven't seen an odd play here for Zipto. We saw Judge plays, which has kind of worked out for them. But now 8-9, as the matches go lesser and lesser, are they willing to take a gamble right now?
Fixie still not found the biggest of the frags on the top of the leaderboard, but on the other end, Nakia is doing that just quick on this take control of A, and they push all the players towards C, and C is completely empty. The closest is going to be Ja, but he doesn't have any util on site, and he goes for free. Nothing to answer for.
Drop the spike.
Now, Boom decides to go for a quick push down as well. Zipto anticipated maybe a potential fake out, but it's not happening. But now with the lockdown also in play, that is going to buy even more time here as Boom Esports masters of the time.
Hot
and
sauce.
Zipto
Trying to sell another fake.
What?
With that back from the shadows, he teleported just towards the defender spawn, nothing else.
Okay, no info. But with the time coming in as well, Zipto, they're just running down the clock here. I don't think Zipto has enough time here. But seems like they are going to go for a rush push. Seems like they've lost Fixie. And they could not push it in time. Even finds two, but eventually the runs down comes in. Hot Sauce now has no more time. Got a couple of trades, forced to back off. And seems like he's forced to save the Vandal instead here. So Boom Esports takes another run at it as well. Again, Boom Esports running down the clock every single time.
Economy not in favor here for Zipto. They've been trying, but after the sides have been switched, they've been able to only find one round and nothing else. The 15th round, but after that it's been Boom Esports who have again pulled back right at the very end of the first half as well. Boom started winning ways and now they're continuing it. A lot of problems here for Zipto slowly showing up. They did try their best with the overdrive as well, but now a lot of the ultimates getting ready for Boom Esports. The Hunter's Fury though has been there from a very long time now.
Well, speaking of which as well, Ja now has to be a little bit careful, as Zipto seems to be in a predicament here, as they need to buy a little bit more time. And it seems like they know he's there, they will check it, they flush him out, clean him out. Hunter's Fury there is there from Emma to try and buy time. A couple of connections through, but no confirmations, unfortunately. And that's going to be a walk in the park here. Post plan comes in place, has been set up for Boom Esports, and retake is up to Zipto. Unfortunately, they just do not have the weaponry to work with.
Nothing. There's only one on Hot Sauce, but Chiro finds the opening. That's another player down. Pixie is already slid. They heard that sound. With A-Man also going down, it's down to the last player who had the weapon from the previous round, Hot Sauce. Now in a 1v4 after finding Nakia, but he is hard stuck. There's nothing he could do from this position. Picks out Shiro as well, but he knows he's surrounded. If he tries to go for an attempt, all that he could do is fight for extra creds, but nothing else. And eventually falters. With this, Boom Esports are getting closer towards the match point of this very first map of the best of 3 series.
This is it. It's now or never here. Zipto finally calling another timeout here. This is the most crucial round for Zipto as of yet. If they lose this round, chances of them taking game 1 is pretty much almost done for as well. I would say 30% done for.
Yeah. And
well, sorry, 30% win rate, I would say, just because they do not have the creds to work with. So it's now or never. Zipto has no choice but to win this and try to drag it out on towards overtime, maybe.
I think Zipto have to bring back that momentum in terms of winning ways where they had excitement while they were picking off every round, right? They were trying to kind of channel that energy while they were celebrating that round victory. They should somehow try to bring it back now. If that happens, there could be the competition that we ended up seeing from Zipto right at their attackers' half. Somewhere flow down towards their defenders' side. But for now, it's just been Boom making sure they pick players wherever they spot them with information, and most of their success has always been on the C side. They know where Ja generally plays, and they know in case Ja is not there, where he would eventually try to play in another direction, and that's what happened in the previous round.
Now seems like the most crucial round from Zipto. They decided to bring in the operator here. It's gonna be a little bit risky. But
if they lose this, that's 12.
Yeah, if they lose this, it's pretty much done for as well. Match point for Boom Esports. Again, the most important round at play. Zipto. It's all in or nothing now. Boom. Taking their own sweet time here to check all their corners. As they try to push through, Riza, they may have scouted this out. Here comes Naz. He is going to try and go for a double shot instead. Deep backside as well. Finds no one. Zipto says, we are going to play retake here. Riza hesitant with the pit, but the spike has been planted, and here comes the counter push available. But Shiro has answers for that entry point as well. Again, Boom Esports, they're so good at buying time. Tick, tick, tick. The clock is ticking. As Zipto taking their own sweet time. They've got to clear all these angles. But it's hard to find anyone. But finally, they drop the lockdown. Will they catch anyone is going to be the question.
Ja picks off, trying to defend the lockdown, and now Ja and A-Man do it, but NC Slasher, he has his Hunter's Fury, trying to deny the defuse from happening, but he's so far away. He's trying to do that from the attacker's spawn, and he will be nowhere close to defend or to protect that spike, and defuse will happen. 0.9 is going to be for Zipto.
They hold on. They hold on once again. Well, very, very crucial round that they need, and they hold on and they keep the dream alive for game 1 here. 9-11. for Zipto. And Boom Esports currently does have enough weaponry here, but with this operator now known towards Boom Esports, how would they handle the situation here? But again, the more rounds, the better.
A lot of weight on the killjoys. Therefore, at 20 frags, same goes for Ja as well. Op ready this time at the right spot. Should be able to spot at least, but no! Eventually, goes for a late swing, finds value, uses the fast lane, gets out of it, and Nakia trying to see if he could find something in the mix. But it's going to be Ja in the line spray down, and fiercest still keeping alive. Eventually, this trade-off and this continuous fight that Boom thought they could flood and keep it ongoing doesn't work.
Beautiful stuff here coming from fiercest, but therefore now left in one of the most awkward situation possible here. 1 versus 3. Spike in hand. But Zipto seems like they are going to try and play safe here. This is a throwable round.
Yes.
Don't throw this. You've got the numbers. Play safe. Take your own sweet time. Spike has been tapped. And boom, they're looking to try and fake this out. But with the paranoia in, they are going to try and solve his way through. And no, he will not get any kills. And Zipto takes this to 10-11. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be able to see our first overtime here in the grand finals itself, in the playoffs in particular, for the semi-finals too.
Boom have 3 ultimates, but this is not a round that they would want to commit it on. However, Nakia, we've seen him doing it, the overdrive coming out. And on the other end, if they do get the plant, maybe we end up seeing the Viper's Pit also being committed. But this should be another round that Zipto should close based on the economic advantage that they have, the higher weaponry that they have in this round. Trying to go, it seems to be a very quick hit that Boom Esports are trying to plan for, and towards the A. There is the overdrive being committed, and they're setting it up for an A hit.
Oh, they're going for a push as well, Nakia. They really want to try and get to his match point. He can't find anything. Zipto, they have the advantage, but Nakia, with the shorties, he finds one. That's going to be fiercest down as well. Boom Esports with the force buys. Looking for a thrifty round potentially. And they even find one more. They took the AKs. It might be over for Zipto.
This is what I was worried about. Nakia pulling out that overdrive, and how did he do it? Players were unable to see each other. He gets the third, last one standing, and the fourth. With that, it is going to be map point coming through for Boom Esports. A thrifty being pulled out. This shouldn't have been a round that Zipto should have lost.
Oh my goodness, Zipto should have won that, but with the operator now in the hands of Boom Esports, they also bring in the big guns. Zipto, they have no choice but to force whatever buys. They're pulling every single pocket strategies. And as of yet, they only have the Omen out to work with. Boom Esports, they do have the Viper's Pit on top of it all. This might be game for Boom Esports.
Ja, he's been trying his best, sitting at 21 kills along with Hot Sauce. But for how long can he keep this on going? This time they don't go for a nail-long fight at all, knowing that the operator could be on the opponents, and as they take the shot, they realize that the op is in the opponent's hands. fiercest trying to do the same thing that Nakia did, pushing out C-Long, and Nats has the idea about it. And now no Boom, know all of this. They know to win, Zipto might go out to any extremes and pull out any kind of strats.
The tension is high for both teams. One small mistake can cost them this entire game itself here. Drones checking here, try and find some contact, some information. But it seems like fiercest, ooh, might be able to spot something. Here's a footstep.
That's a setup.
Oh my goodness.
It's a setup.
Are they going to go for the trade here? See something, but he misses the shot. No, fiercest, he's on the run. He gets taken down. Now Nats, they go in for the flush. It might be over. Now the retake comes in. Zipto now has to go in for the retake in a 4v5 situation. And the Viper's Pit deployed as well. Therefore tries to salvage the fight even more. But Zipto, they're losing members. They're losing numbers. They've lost everyone. Now only 2 remain. They get a couple trades left, and only Riza left to defend for Zipto. Boom Esports one step closer to taking game 1.
A 1v3, and now they put down the Viper's Pit as well for all vision. They know where his position is, and Nakia, he's the one to go down, but they are going to not give him a fighting chance. They're going to try and play.
No!
Oh, the chance is there! But it is still going to be Boom Esports and Shiro closing it out. Victory in Haven, and they make it safe for themselves.
Boom Esports, a very convincing game one, a very intense one as well. Well done to these two teams, but Boom Esports will be the one to take the first lead here in game number one. Best of 3 series, and it is so close of a match. It is so close, my friend.
It was a tough battle coming in that we just witnessed from both these two teams. They did go the distance, fought their best, but it was not enough. However, Zipto now have Bind, but with us we have Universe back as well.
Well, that was an amazing game. It was very close. It was hard fought. Both teams had to go blow for the most part. I did enjoy the fact that, both teams had very interesting methods on their second half.
Yes.
I like the fact that Zipto, of course, they have the tendency to pull their steps back. They did actually lose out on 2 rounds when they went 10 and 8. And I got scared that, this is going to slip away when Boom hit 11. But then managed to claw back 2 rounds, became 11 and 10. And then came that one execute with Nats's ultimate, with that Bucky, and Nakia doing the rest of the work on the A side.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that just broke it. Because if you have that much confidence to use from the shadows with a Bucky and just the dependence on the Neon to come in and create a space for you, absolutely amazing. So I enjoyed the game. Boom, of course, taking it with the smallest of margins. But, gentlemen, we just finished Haven. We've got Bind coming up next. But before we talk about Bind, let's have a look at the numbers, shall we? The numbers are going to come on the screen just about in a second. And I believe the MVP is up front and clear. Yeah, it is either Nakia or it's going to be Jha. Okay, I didn't know Jha actually pulled up this many numbers.
Yeah, he was doing a lot as that Killjoy. We could see him in every direction, and he was also one of the reasons that we saw a little bit of that backstab was stopped, but he was also one of the ones is saving graces both on the attack as well as defense. And you could see once they understood that the C spot on the defense was never held by anybody else other than Jha, it ended up becoming a region that they kept hitting, and which eventually with Jha just being the opening front of it and then getting the C side under control, worked out in the favor of Boom Esports.
Yeah, it was a very tricky situation for both of them as well here. But I feel like in this scenario, it came down towards just one small little mistakes here, one missed shots, one op angle. And I feel like Boom Esports, they're just so much more cleaner. If things don't really go in their favor, they do have tendencies to actually find alternatives to keep pushing through. So yeah, I would say Boom Esports, they're very good at punishing mistakes.
Yes.
That's the only biggest difference in that match between them and Zipto.
Yeah, considering that, of course, you had an explosive player like Nakia, Jha will take actually the MVP because he had more of an impact on the game. Yeah, considering he lost the game, he still was one of the best players on the server. Not to mention, even the other Killjoy on the server was also on the same, amount of frags. 21 and 15, therefore was. Can't let go of him also from my side because he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the side of Boom as well. Now, what I'm interested to know is, what did you guys feel about the attacking side? No, there were a lot of risks being taken by Zipto on their attacking side. What do we feel about that going into Bind, where it's a map that is a little tumultuous for them?
I think that's something that they are going to be able to pull off here just because there is a little bit more flexible. But I feel like Boom arguably has better track record than Bind. But if Boom decides to play like how they played yesterday, I don't think Boom is going to be able to take game 2.
The only thing that I'm worried about is, yes, I like that aggressive and risks that they're taking while they're going on their attack. It's just that it's getting figured out. We saw that towards the end what Boom did, and they were able to get control of it. And if Zipto lose control, they lose it completely. That's something that they have to figure out, how to break those shackles, how to break those chains. And if they're able to do that, I think Bind is still a viable option, because we could see here, it was a toe-to-toe match. It was not one-ended at all. Even though Boom were winning the rounds, it came closer. And it was the last two, that was the only one where they decided to go all guns blazing, use everything right towards their faces, pack punch for a punch, fire for a fire battle. Otherwise, it was an equal toe-to-toe battle. So if Zipto do not take this loss and try to see something different about it, rather just reset themselves, it should be a good Bind.
Well, you mentioned that if Zipto don't win Haven, it's going to be clean sweep 2-0. You guys still believe the same?
Could be.
I want to keep my hopes up. Like, just because I like good games here, I want to see it go head on towards game 3 here. But I feel like Boom should take game 2.
Should, yes.
On paper wise, but my heart says I want to say game 3.
Alright, game 3. What about you?
Yeah, same. I said if Haven was the place that they could have called themselves the gods, they could have taken the throne, it should be Zipto closing the series towards the end of it. But now that they've lost it, and Bind has a lot more spectacle as well as favorites, because we know even if Boom have situations which do not work for them, which we kind of saw here where they had to fight a lot, Nakia will still eventually step up towards the end. And then you see the top of the scoreboard, it was Nakia at the end of this matchup. And it is going to happen even on Bind. So that's something that Bind will happen as well.
I'm pretty sure he would disagree. He doesn't like the race as much.
Yeah, that's true.
At least the most recent time. But ladies and gentlemen, we will be back for Bind in just a little bit. A small little break coming in for you guys to enjoy the boots around and, of course, have a little bit of a snack. We'll also go get refreshed up, and we'll be back with Bind to see whether or not Boom can take this clean, or are we heading to Karod.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Well, it seems like the ground zero of Valorant was in favor of Boom, but now a dessert coming our way. And ladies and gentlemen, we cannot be more excited to see if at all Zipto can overturn their curse of Bind. Only one win in the last 7 games they've played on Bind have been a win. Only one win. That is absolutely crazy record coming into this. Considering that they also lost against Oasis Gaming, one of their rivals, before they came to this competition. Now, IC and Lucifer, you guys have already seen it. You guys have already decided on the fact that the Haven map winner would end up taking this. How would you be tempted to give the seesaw to just tilt a little bit towards the side of Zipto? What would they have to do?
They definitely need to punish the fact that Boom played really, really bad in Bind based on their group stages performance.
Yeah. Okay.
But we know for a fact they were experimenting as well. So Boom has been switching up their A-jumps here. They're keeping their strats a little bit fresher. They still kept their overall generic playstyle of being unpredictable. They love their fake outs as well. We saw a couple of fakes in game number 1, which was very, very nice.
Yeah.
But now, maintaining those understanding, just not make mistakes. Because I feel like Zipto, they've got a very solid game plan already. It's no longer about map. It's all about just not making those small individual tiny mistakes. And even if you make it, how quickly can you capitalize on that?
Yeah, on top of it, I think it comes back to Fixie and Riza as well.
Yeah.
This is something that we spoke about right at the start of the matchup itself, that both have to perform. And on top of it, a lot more weights on Riza itself. And this game did not work out for him. And then that Viper that he tried to do his best. Yes, in terms of kind of closing out avenues was good enough, but it was not enough to find his gun game value. And I think that's where it affected the team. Now, going towards Bind, they don't have to be worried about the double controller, but it's kind of become the standard draft that we end up seeing from every team towards the double controller setup. So if they still go for it, it could be a lot of trouble for them, because I think a little bit of firepower is what Zipto was missing compared to what we had witnessed in their matches in terms of them having duelists, keeping these players, hitting the shots. If they miss that out here as well, in Bind, their last chance, they are going to be going out in the 3rd and the 4th for the 2nd time here in the APAC Predator League 2026 as well.
Well, a double controller is what they played the last time as well.
Yes.
They have got the Brimstone, Viper, Wele, Yoru and Fade, which is a good comp. I'm not going to say it's a bad comp because they tried it a couple of times. It failed against Oasis in the Grand Final for the playoffs in the Asia Predator League. But on the other end, Boom, it's been a very interesting journey for them. They actually have played Bind in every round of the Asia Predator League qualifiers of their country. Round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals and grand finals. And then coming here, they played it against LIT as well. So they are very fresh off of playing Bind games and also Mind games. But on the other side, you've got a team that might be tempted to change their composition. What do you guys feel? Do you think that they might end up thinking, okay, maybe this agent comp is not working for us. Do we add something different?
No, I think they're going to play a little bit more default here. Like they don't really want to mess around, considering that they are just one game away from hitting the grand finals, right?
Yeah.
Like the difference between first place and second place, the prize pool is huge, but the second place and third place is even huger. Champion walks away with $65,000.
Yes.
Would you want to mess around and try right now? I'd say group stages, sure, whatever, man. Like if you know you're that good, go ahead. They messed around, they tried a little bit more. But seeing how game 1 went, it feels like whoever took the first game and struck off those jitters have a huge advantage. And I feel like Boom has been very, very consistent, whereas it took a little bit of time here for Zipto, but I think game 2 is where they just need to keep themselves motivated and they should be able to push through.
Yeah, when we also started this discussion, we were talking about Zipto being tested. They had that experience in Group C, but somewhere down the line, we've seen Boom, nobody's been able to test them. Like push them to the limit where they kind of crumble, make a mistake, and their consecutive rounds end up going away from them. Even in the previous game in Haven, I would end up saying it was not that Boom was crumbling, it was just a really good matchup that was happening. That is the reason so many rounds were pulled by the side of Zipto, and Zipto needs to do that again here. Do they do it or not? We have to wait and watch.
Well, let's find out if at all Zipto are going to change their minds. Are they fickle-minded? Is it going to be confidence in the same comp that they played earlier? Agent Seller coming up on our screen as we spotted. And okay, Zipto are going to continue the same. They're going to keep it grounded to what they know best. And on the other side, we do have pretty much the same composition. Boom love their double duelist, of course. And considering that the last time, forgive me, there is one change, by the way.
Yes.
Zipto have actually bought in the Raze in place of the Wele. So the last time they played against Oasis, it was actually Wele, forgive me, while I was looking at Boom's composition. What do we feel about that? The duelist has been changed. Is that going to make a difference here?
It should. I mean, Raze is something that on Bind everybody kind of enjoys because there's a lot of corners that you could end up using its damage utils. That is the whole reason I kind of see that Zipto have understood to bring it back because Vele on the other end is similar to how we kind of speculated and speak about Jet, right?
Yeah.
She brings in a lot more speed, whereas a lot more damage is done by just the utils coming in from Raze. And looking at what Boom also do, Boom just now of their executions on the Haven was all first utils and then them jumping in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be the same thing that Boom will try to do and the counter is going to be a similar draft. They need it.
Well, Fixie had a bit of a slow game in the previous one. Do you guys think that maybe settling into the duelist from the Viper will be a transition that he might get troubled with, or will he take too long to adjust?
I think he's got to shrug it off. That's it.
Okay.
Like, shrug it off, and he's going to be A-okay. But I don't know. I'm just excited to see for the game right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Bind coming up. This could be make or break for one of these teams. Boom Esports with the advantage as we head into Bind. Casters, it's all yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here the game has begun. The pistol runs, we do see contact and play. And Boom Esports, right from the get-go, Nakia is being dropped down pretty low here, down to 8 HP. Tries for the repack, scouts out Tree, but Zipto will take him out. And they are going to be on the attacker side, while Boom Esports on the defender side. Indonesia versus Philippines qualifiers here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a tough battle. But as you can see, they are going to try and go for a little bit of white swing here as NC Slasher tries to push out. But a great shot here from Shiro. Making it 4-4 now.
Toxin screen down.
Heading towards the A side, they do not have any Bats control. Viper still keeping an eye. That's going to be Defo. Poison Cloud, as well as the toxic screen comes up, and he spots the players entering the site. They should be getting to the plant, but they have to clear paths, and Shiro holds it. Gets one, has sent his gate crash as well. Finds and just TPs out of there. But before that could have happened, they take him down, and Shiro's down. Spike gets planted. It's a 3v2 situation right now.
Very slow, methodical plays here, but a little bit off angle. Nats, he finally goes in, gets scouts out by Fixie, but no one seems to be able to take him out. Eventually, re-picks that, finally takes him out. NC Slasher, 1v3. He needs to go take himself out here, but here comes the rush, and Zipto will take him out. So, first pistol round once again in the hands of Zipto. Same recurring trend here, Lucifer. Since game one, it was the same as well, pistol round in their hands, but seems to me things didn't really look too well here, at least for Zipto right in the initial phase.
Yeah, this is something that even Universe was mentioning, right? In terms of them taking the risk, going for it, not fearing too much or thinking a lot in terms of their strategy. And I think this is the risk that they're taking and it's working out. Zipto, also that change that they brought in with the Wele not being there and moving towards the race is working out. They found the first, and this time they're making sure they keep an eye on the Bats, because on the other end, his teammate is keeping an eye in case there's a push out B long. But they take a quick TP, take the player out. That's an opening frag that they find. They're wondering if there's going to be more players. Fake out was sent, yes, but it was only the Yoru to follow. Nothing else. They put their own smoke and walk out of it. 3 of the players have exited B long, and it's only going to be Ja facing them.
Yeah, very tricky situation here, but Boom, they don't have the weaponries. They are on eco after all. They definitely need trying to group up here to get a couple of upgrades in, considering that they need to get kills here. The Yoru is going to be huge, but Ja,
Where are you?
now it's a little bit of trouble. Fixie also gets a double trade. The upgrades are good. Zipto, they're able to upgrade as well. But not good enough, because right now Nats pick up a couple guns in, but eventually they know where he is, they take him out.
A little economic hit here. They did convert on the round, but it was not enough, I would end up saying. It was not the cleanest of the rounds that they've executed right as now. Zipto, they end up bagging their first pistol round of the series and then the consecutive round as well. And you can see they do try to keep that bonus, and it was not a complete buy-up coming through. We did see pistols as well. Sheriff on Ja when he was trying to move back. But as of now, they do manage their economy. Compared to their opponents, however, they have a complete full buy except for Defo on the half shield. He and the opponent Viper are still sitting at 0 kills. But it's just the first 2 rounds.
Speaking of rounds here, Boom Esports currently in a little bit of a tough spot. Cannot afford to lose a couple of things here, but here comes a jump here. But catches fixes in the air, therefore also good into play. But Nakia takes another one just like that. Zipto, they lose 3. Forces the re-rotate through the teleporter.
Poison orb emitting.
But the spike has been lost. And Zipto, there's only 2 options left. Save or try to go for picks. It seems like Boom Esports with Nakia at the helm, they just completely shut them all out. A tough battle here.
Launching smoke.
This is very, very tricky stuff coming in.
Ja.
Toxin screen down.
Spots a player at Haven, but there's one at triple as well. But for Zipto, this is a couple of exit frags here and there. Okay, he gets Nakia. That makes this execution possibly
30
spicy.
seconds
I
left.
was just about to say there could be a little bit of a hint and a chance. They did have 30 seconds on the clock, but now with only hot souls left, there's no chance. Walking through that poison cloud gives away his position, and that is going to be the first round for Boom Esports. Their full buy almost tested, but eventually worked out in their favor itself.
Yep, great full buy here coming from Boom Esports, but now this is going to be the one that matters the most. Whoever loses this, or in this case, if Boom takes this win, great. They will still have economy here, but even if they lose, it's still A-okay. But for Zipto, they cannot afford to lose this round right now. Even though they are in the lead, but right now is where it hits the most here. This is the most important round for both teams to try and pull the lead in this scenario. It seems like the strats has been called. Oh. As they go in for the split. But seems like Boom Esports, they're leaving the Viper down towards A short there. They might try to sell a fake again for Boom Esports.
But on the other end, Zipto making a quick rush towards this B long.
There.
Nakia going to try and help his teammate out. Knight sees a nade. Chips a little damage on Riza. And also forces them off of that long position. However, the spike is still stationed with Ja trying to commit something outside of A to see if he could spot any players, try to drag attention towards the other side in case players start rotating out. But as of now, the Dimensional Drift activated, but just as soon as it gets activated, Nakia gets one of his own, getting the 2 kills, making it 3 with that showstopper, and Nats puts that drift to a rift sleep. And it's one last player surviving, Ja. Position known. And this spy completely disassembled by Boom Esports.
Oh my god, Nakia, what a time to be alive here. I'm sorry, but your race
30
is
seconds
just
left.
on a different level now compared to group stages, but it's not over yet. Ja, that's the opener. They know exactly where he is. And he's blinded and he's gonna go down, and that's gonna be a 4K for Nakia from Boom Esports. A very convincing run coming in from Boom Esports. As Zipto now forced to eco. And that is going to be something that is very, very hurtful. They do have Sheriff buys. It's not full eco, but still put in a very disadvantaged position here, Lucifer.
They started off strong, got those initial 2 rounds, but after that, when they had an opportunity for that 4th round, that B-long push that they kind of tried to make do off, and Nakia's resurgence on this race was amazing. But now trying to make a quick approach on this pistols, taking hookah control, but Nakia is ready, spots the player. He keeps taking down his opponent. That entry is completely being denied, but can this blindside do anything? No, the Euro ends up kind of messing it up for him and his teammate, and the entry completely shambled up. And that is all the round had.
That's a flawless round indeed here. Just so clean here. They're just wiping the floor in that round. But let's take a replay as well. We can see Nakia feels like he is on fire. NC Slasher also decides to go for a couple of very, very big runs here. That was a crucial run. But at the same time, there was nothing really much Zipto could have done, right? They only had Sheriffs to work with here. Only way they could have won that is that they get close up personal, get a couple of headshots in. But unfortunately, headshot games pretty much on Boom's side right now. Now with the buy round in play, this is where the comeback begins. I'm really surprised that we didn't see a timeout here coming from Zipto at least, but it seems like they have to try plan A for now and hope that things are going to be for the better. No noise yet, though.
With that ult op, they've managed to secure Raze's ultimate to themselves. That's Fixie having the showstopper, trying to imagine if he can pull off something that Nakia did with that round.
Oh, the horn comes in. A little bit of a Prowler action coming in, but not too crazy. A little bit of information, but nothing too much has been given away. Boom Esports is still holding down the fort. Zipto still hasn't found an opener yet. But seems like he sees a little bit of a Nakia's shadow there. Seems like they are actually respecting this and backing off. As Boom slowly creeps in to try to fend off Zipto's offense. They are expecting an A hit right now, but here he comes. They are going to go for smoke. Even the Orbitals try to clear him out. They do find one, they find two, and a very quick execution here. They take 3 down, and that's going to be the site in favor of Zipto. That's now looking to try and back off. Not worth committing to this fight now. They've lost everything in this scenario.
Boom know that even if they try to do something out of here, it's not going to work out in their favor. The numbers, the odds, nothing. They did not even lose a player on Zipto's end, and that kind of beats this fight in a 2v5 situation. However, now Boom Esports, what they did in their round was again pulled in front of them, and this is what we need to see a lot more coming in from Zipto in terms of the execution, in terms of grouping up and being ready way before Boom Esports tried to find an opening flag, the first blood, and this time Zipto were very meticulous. They took their time, they let the clock run, and they made sure that Boom would kind of start wondering what's the plan of execution, which worked in their favor. However, before going out, 1 exit frag in their name. That's extra money.
Yeah, a little bit of extra money here, but still heavy commitments though coming from Zipto. It's just so weird, but at the same time it was so clean, right? It felt like it was going to be a little bit of offsetting setup, but the Orbital Strike just completely shutting down U-Haul was the crucial push from Zipto. So very nicely done for them. But for Boom Esports here, they need to try and sync their outs available here. They've got the Yoru out, they've got Fade out as well, they've got everything in place. So this time it's going to be Zipto that is going to be the one that needs to be a little bit careful. But guess what? Boom. They have a little bit of surprise here. They do have the operator, but misses the shot. He drops it as well. That's going to be Zipto, maybe looking to try and take this for themselves as they try to push in. As it might be AP hit. Or going to be secured to try and farm them ways through.
Yeah, takes away a lot of space, but goodbye time right as now NC Slasher uses his Nightfall, tags everybody. Except for one, Eman. He was trying to just hold off in case there's any backstabs coming through, but there is slowly creeping up Nakia. But for the timing, he's just holding towards the attack escape, and he's not making a move. And finally, he starts making, and he finds them walking back, and that's going to be hot sauce. That's a pick, and now back to a 4v4 situation. The opening was great, that Poison Cloud being used that long, but eventually, now it's down to the numbers being equalized, and Nakia has not decided to leave that cave yet.
Oh my god, a big catch as well from Nakia. All the information in their favor here. This is even more time being wasted. Zipto, they have no choice but to group up, but Nakia is still looking for the creep, looking for the lurk. They can't seem to find him, and you can see Zipto, they're just finding everywhere. They're checking everything, but they just can't find him. But now, the A hit finally hits as well. Zipto, they know what's up. Now, Molotovs are there. Are they going to deny the spike plan? And it is going to buy even more time. The clock is ticking. Tick, tick, tick. 10 seconds left. They need to go for the spike now. But do they get it? Is going to be the question here. Finally, they do. NC Slasher shows his face, but Nakia is there. They could not deny the plan, and that's going to be Zipto. Clutches it by 1 second left, wipes the floor with Boom, and taking the round.
That was very smart in terms of play. I thought, why weren't they sticking that spike plant at all? They had that position, a small pocket that we did see on that planting spot, but they decided to fight for. They decided to fend off the players from Boom Esports because they knew as soon as the plant was done, all the players from Boom Esports will start flooding, splurging because they were surrounded. From the defender spawn, they were out already in backside. One had already coming in from backstab through that short position, and there was a lot that they had to be worried about. That was a quick hold coming in from Zipto on that attack, and they get their lead to 4. This time, a double push towards Path with the dimensional drift being used. That was quick coming in from Riza for information. And that gives space right behind Riza for Jar to take control of Paths.
Face your
Beautiful stuff as well here, but even the fade out coming in. Defo finds one, but he needs to back off. Jar still finds another one as well from Zipto. As the defense comes through, they're all completely deaf. And just like that, Zipto, they take the site. They've dropped the Viper's Pit as well to secure the plant. And Boom Esports once again getting pushed through. But ooh, what a shot from Hot Sauce.
Where are
Clean takedown. Boom. Now, doesn't have much to work with as well. They've lost NC Slasher, but therefore, last man standing, 1 versus 3. The pit is still up on Zipto. Can't really do too much. He's stuck at rock in a hard place. Completely surrounded. Even the smokes as well. He's just out of option. And the only option is to potentially save this round. And he slowly creeps away. Zipto still hiding in the midst of the pit.
Poison's off.
Not unaware of where Defo is.
Poison orb
As the spike takes off, Defo finally makes a run for it as well. No exit, no whatsoever. What a execution again, once more from Zipto.
Poison's off.
They're playing by
Drink
the
some
dot,
water,
by the book.
reload
They're
your-
planning everything, making sure of how it works. And this is something that we've seen by Boom being so on the dot, right? In terms of every single move. You saw the dimensional drift, it was not just directly used. It was activated, a gate crash was sent, then TP'd, ran towards the baths, pushed the players out. Right behind him, Ja took control of it, and because of Ja taking control of baths, now they were able to push it from A shot as well. And while they were pushing out, they had so much control in both the directions with the 2 smokes at the triple as well as in between the truck. They had complete control of side. And even though they lost a player in that first blood, they had the chance because of Ja having bath control. He was able to take down 2 of the players who had maybe vision of the site, and backside was where only the players of Boom could play. A tactical timeout coming in here to see what they can course correct.
I really like that this timeout is called as well, just because right now, in this scenario, especially for Boom Esports, every single execution round, or in this case, an execution onto a site here with those ultimates, especially timed by Zipto, has been a problem for Boom Esports. Whenever they hit, they just hit so hard to a point that they just don't have answers here. The 3 rounds that they have won is just because Zipto doesn't have those ultimates. And now, with their ultimates down, Boom Esports needs to take advantage of this opportunity, right? Needs to take advantage of this dimension drift as well, so that they can actually take a couple of rounds. Because if they don't start using this and start farming up for the later stage rounds, they are not going to be able to have those ultimates ops up. And it seems like they make the call to go for a 4 spies coming in. And maybe hope that the orbital strike is going to be able to catch 1 or 2 players here coming from Boom Esports.
They're trying to look for information, but on the other end, Zipto, they are not making a move at all. Oh, the timing of that toxic screen to fall down. Shah is holding it. Shiro, just a little more peek, and there could have been an opening. Either ends. On the other, Defo denies any push towards hookah, even though the boom bot was used. But right now, holding the cubby is Shiro. This could be a timing or an opportunity for Shiro if they don't check him properly. And they line up 2 kills, and that is it. He teleports out of it, and now it's a disadvantage. They're still trying to make a move towards through that A shot, but because of Shiro's opening, they're wondering what to do, but this dimensional drift will give it all away.
Yeah, this is a huge one as well. They needed those guns, they need those upgrades. Can they get it? Is going to be the question as well. All the information available. He reviews himself, he wins the trade, and he TPs out of there. He buys even more time. Boom Esports. They got the drift around, a very crucial one as well. And even the shrapnels to come in to buy even more time. But the spike will be planted. Will it not? No. This denied is not even planted. A flawless round from Boom Esports. What a defense coming in from Boom.
That round first felt like Shiro is going to be the first one to fall. Then it felt like maybe Shiro is holding a really good position. But then they started walking in together. And then Shiro just lined them up. That shouldn't have been the new opening. They should have had an idea about Shiro's position of how he was set ready to look forward to those kills. And he got that opening. They did not even have to commit their ultimates to find a lot more value. Shiro just did that because they wanted to know the game plan. Now coming towards this round, Zipto, they do have money, they've bought in the weapon, but they need to understand if they lose this, this is their economy going down. On top of it, they give away the score. It's going to be an equalizer, tying it up. Blindside used, but Nakia has a teammate. Double trouble if they enter baths.
Patience of the virtue, the sprays are coming through, but no connection yet. flashes coming in, but they're all stuck. The shrapnel is there, and it is good. Boom! Gets 2. Nakia still alive though. And MC Slasher gets a nice off-angle pick on Jar.
Get back.
Eman goes down. 2v3 now. Boom. Did their best. But it's not entirely over yet. The smokes are coming in to try and set up for Iman to go in for the push. And I think they're clearing off the angle. Shiro trying to catch this. They see the pixel, but he survives with 2 HP again. Shiro.
How is he doing this again and again? He's able to pick these players off. And in those corners, in those slight edges, and they're unable to do anything about it.
Such a close call.
He's robbing them in daylight of these kills.
I know. But now with the spike available in hand, Zipto, he can still look to try and find for creds here. Looks like he is going to go for the spike plant just for that additional creds for his teammates. But it's all by himself. DK also hits him. He's pretty much surrounded. This is a poison. Every util has been dumped onto him. Boom Esports, they're just messing with him. They're toying with him. They're not giving him the kill. They're trying to regroup here, but with the Molotovs finally pulled out, but it's too late. Everyone is close up and personal, and they completely engulf him. Boom Esports now takes another round, tying it 5-5.
However, on the attack here, Zipto have something to look in terms of the positive. They pulled off 5 rounds here on Bind. Maybe something that could work in their advantage. But right as now, knowing that we are coming down to the last 2 rounds, a quick timeout being called from JCL. Zipto are so close. They have another chance. They have this going. We might have said here on the desk thinking that Bind is a really good map. And especially with the Bind loss that Zipto have already had while they were trying to qualify here towards the APAC Predator League 2026 finale. Now that they're on the chance, they've had a 2025 run where they ended up only in the 3rd and the 4th spot, meaning in the playoffs itself. They did get taken down, but they have a better opportunity. That Bind loss, they have somehow scrutinized and refined to be better. And we can clearly see in terms of their execution, in terms of the fights that they're able to do.
Yeah, this is just a game, mind games here between 2 master teams here. Both teams just playing at their absolute finest right now. And you can see the reads are getting good. And every single tactical timeout has been just timings that they need to figure out what's went wrong and what can be fixed and how did it go with the exact as well. And every single timeout that's happened so far, Boom Esports or even Zipto as well, they have been able to make a counterplay or maneuver. So this is going to be a very, very crucial moment to break the momentum that Boom Esports is currently having, which is a small little comeback, but as of yet, it all comes down to just timings, decisions, and also executions here. But this, right now, for Zipto, is going to be very, very difficult to play just because of the fact that Boom Esports, they have those orbital strikes, and they also have the showstopper available.
Ultimates on the ready. They take Bath's control, all of them. It's only Ja who's always been kind of left around to make sure there's no backstabs, because that happened a lot in the initial rounds. They were always taking away the space. And right as now, a quick TP also has been taken by Boom Esports. Shiro. And Ja is trying to check every nook and corner to see if they've taken away space anywhere around the market if possible. But for now, nothing as such except for that TP. But has he heard that sound? Does he have a little idea of what has happened? And right as of now, he's just holding slowly with the spike, making a rotate. Amen. He's moving all alone, and if the timing of the doors opening and Shiro spotting a player could be big.
Oh boy. Hiding the TP is one thing, but he needs some sort of backup right now, some sort of distraction. And Nas looking for an off-angle pick here. If he gets this shot, it's going to be huge. Pre-fires are coming in. Shiro going to try and re-pick this thing here, but he misses the shot. But now the run-in comes through. He needs some sort of help, but no, Zipto runs him down. But the showstopper through the teleporter. Surprise, surprise. Orbital strike as well. Zipto. They get completely overrun, but Boom Esports, somehow, it looked good, it looked flashy, but it's only one remaining. 8 seconds left, and boom! What? Not a 1v2! He clutched that big time, denies the entry, and Boom Esports, they take the win!
What was that usage of utilities, the timing of all? The clock was running down, he did not have much to go around with, and he put down a smoke, and on top of the incendiary, one kill by the weapon and the other by the util, and that's how Nats pulled that off. That shouldn't have been Nats. They did not have the information of where he was, but played to perfection. Boom Esports take that lead away from Zipto, and Zipto now wonder what they need to do. One ultimate, yes, on the Fade. They geared up, they played right, they did have the trades, but it's going to work out. The AWP from Shiro, the man who's been a menace at all times, finds the first opening.
A punch to the gut, it seems, as Zipto now, once again with the operator, the mix-ups, the pressure is on. Zipto leaving with 4 players remaining. They've lost the smokes. They need the orbital strike. And Boom Esports are just buying time. They know they're pushing in. Now forcing their way into the site. Fade out to try and make their plays, but Nats takes down Jab. They're losing bodies. Every corner is covered. The floor is lava. And Boom Esports once more taking another round away from Zipto. But now that was pretty much the first half done and dusted. The reset comes in play, Lucifer. 7 in favor of Boom, Zipto 5.
This lead on the attack. After, yes, Zipto might have won their pistol round. How does this change here, though? I'm a lot worried for Zipto. Yes, a defense a little could work out here and bind in their favor. They could hold off on a lot of strong fronts. But this is something that we've been discussing on bind. Yes, it's kind of become the Sentinel a not used situation for a lot of teams, but having double control has found value, and just now Nat showed us of what you could do with this Brimstone. He might be limited to certain maps on Valorant, but he finds a lot when that value is seen. Round starts, Zipto, crucial pistol round. They won the very first out of the series. They need to win another. Initial damage done. That's against Zipto itself.
Very tricky spot to be in. But again, pistol rounds, very crucial run. Zipto has won majority of their pistol rounds so far. This time the roles are reversed. Ja sees contact onto his hookah. Needs to find a little bit more, but it seems like they are going to back off. But Nats again! What are these angles?
They left B-Long open. Players just walked in. They have B-side control.
God.
There's nothing. There was only one player. His TP kind of helping him out was already destroyed. The gate crash that we could see because there was no information. Now they have the side. The plant's been done. And anything that the side of Zipto will even try to manage is just going to be take damage from the side of Boom. I don't think there's a retake.
Nakia pushing through the smoke, finds one, almost gets a second, but Riza, he's going to go down. And the lineups, oh no, again.
They didn't even clear elbow.
They are going to try this. The Molotovs are there. Time's being bought. This is classic Boom, baby. And here comes Sidestep! What? Fixie!
Now
gets the shot in, but again, do they have time? Tick, tick, tick. Do you have time? Shiro goes down. He's going to try and spike defuse. Does he have time? He's going to make a temporary there. No! Not enough time. And again, Boom Esports, they have done it once more.
Pistol round, this was crucial. If they won this, there could have been a scores being tied up. Equalizer for Zipto, but right as now, what happened on Haven, right? It seems to be similar here, I see. The same fate of how the first half where Zipto have that energy, have that momentum, have those rounds going in for them. But after there's a slight switch up that happens in favor of Boom Esports. And once that switch up happens, it's all the way Boom Esports. And again, it's a buy here for Boom after that round win. Guardians, Bulldogs, Marshals, all of it being pulled out, and there it is. Just because of that ult op Q, they were able to find an opening, and now Shiro is ready for another with the Outlaw. Two scoped weapons. Prowler gives away another player's position. Hotsos to follow. Good for one, but that is nothing to do as of now. However, maybe a better opportunity because they found some value outside at A shot. That's going to be Ja. Down to a 2v3 situation. Economic hit, but how far?
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in. But as of yet, again, NC Slasher, he's got the off angle available. Flash is there, Riza. It's going to be picked off, and that's going to be NC Slasher takes him out. Ja now only has the Marshall to work with. Needs to re-clear the entire angle, and again, Boom, they are going to buy even more time. But Nats, he's going to see him, but may have whiffed the shot though. Ja gets tagged up pretty hard. But Boom will eventually take him out once more. This is slowly but surely hurting the morales coming from Zipto. The pressure is getting higher and higher. And they need to start making a miracle play. But again, force buys or not is going to be the question. It is going to be bonus rounds here coming from Boom Esports. I feel like Zipto, they tried their best. It's still not over yet. But Boom Esports is one step closer to being our second grand finalist here, right here and now. But again, it's not over until it's truly over.
It's a crucial round. If they want to put a stop to this, they have to make sure they deny this double digits from happening. Zipto, they have the weaponry for it. A quick jump in, and look at Nakia. He just bothered for information, nothing else. However, Ja played out well, finds two, denying further is Pixie. But Nakia still alive at Lamps. He's finding value with that one kill that he was able to find through Lamps. But that was the only one. Zipto, that could have gotten closer if Nakia would have pulled a lot more from Lamps after getting the upgrade, but they completely shut it down. No double digits as of now, but it was a bonus. They still have money to buy. Not the greatest in terms of buys, but they still have something.
Hey, if you like those shorties, guess what? I might bring in a Bucky myself here, because as of yet, Boom Esports may consider bringing in a Bucky, but initially I thought it's going to be on Nakia, but it seems like it is going to be on Nats himself, so he's going to be trying to play smokes, play for post-plant once again here. It's now Zipto. Tries to get a little bit of an aggressive play. They are mixing things up. Seems like there are plays on towards Hookah Jump. The Wiper Wall is there. They need to push out, but Hot Sauce gets sprayed out from where? Where did he shot through? Showstopper is there. No, he finds two, but Nakia from the other side was able to get a couple of trades. And now Zipto only have one remaining.
And Ja was not even on this side to see if they could be in a trade. The long gone round right now. We spoke about the double digits being denied, but the immediate next round, this is how Boom turns things around and they're able to get it. And I think that one round gave us a little bit of hope, thinking that Zipto had completely somehow found their winning ways if possible. But as of now, it's Boom back again. They get in the truck. They're the ones to drive first towards double digits. They have 10. And if this continues, they're closer towards not just the map point, it's going to be the series point. Our second contenders for the grand finals, which puts them in the running race for the championship title here on day one of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 in New Delhi.
One step closer. But again, this is the second semi-finals. Anything can happen at this point. It was as close as it gets. And I wouldn't count Zipto out yet. Crucial rounds after crucial rounds, but seems like we do have a little bit of a force bias here coming from Zipto.
That was an amazing round being executed by Boom Esports in terms of how they entered, and not destroying that haunt costed a lot for Zipto. Every util that Boom threw down, there's something right behind it.
Prowler scouts him out, it forces the TP out. Ja finds Nakia though, that's huge. Showstopper shut down though.
Show stopped.
Literally stopped. And Boom now doesn't have the entry in. They do have a little bit of off angle to work with here. Therefore, if he has no choice but to push through, seems like they are going to try and force their way in. But there is a boost here coming in from Zipto. I don't see anyone teleporting here, but if you find a pick here, Pixie finds one. Ja is there to provide the assist and the trade here, but therefore pushes out, wins his trade from the back and front, walks into sight.
Oh, that's... He gets an entry. Now he has the side. It's down to a 2v2 situation, and on top of it, he has the orbital strike to play for.
Planted.
Zipto almost had this under control, but therefore, he gets his third. And this is a big round that they're losing once again.
Oh my goodness, this is two of the most annoying
agents
to have as of yet, considering that these are two agents that have lineups coming in from CT. So, good luck trying to clean these two sneaky rats who's hiding all the way through. That's the first orbital strike. Clock is ticking. Hot Sauce, he's panicking. He doesn't know where they are. He has to tap the second one as well. Are we going to see the lineup? Nope. Therefore goes down! Hot Sauce! He goes down, but the Molotov drop takes him out! Attackers, they defend this! Oh my god! What a plot twist, ladies and gentlemen! What a plot twist! How?
That is what he was setting up for. As soon as they went to CD, he was lining up with that incendiary. He might have used the orbital strike, but he was sent that one first. Made it a lot more troublesome here, and Boom Esports get 11, 1 round away from getting towards the series point. And this is what we said, if Zipto lose that was a big round. They don't have anything. Now committing for a Guardian, a Sheriff, as well as a Judge somehow, that the money that they had. This kid did messed up on that poison cloud, but Defo still spams through the smoke, finds one. And Defo, he's just firing guns, is like an Odin, down 3.
Oh my god, a slap into the face to Zipto. A almost impossible round there, but boom, again. Just showing you why they are one of the best teams out here. And now they even find the last one here. Match point now officially in the hands of Boom Esports. Zipto's dreams, Zipto's hopes completely, slowly but surely shattering right now. But at a chance for the grand finals, Boom Esports, it all comes down to this one more round is all it takes here for Boom Esports.
Boom Esports fought through everything. They wanted to make sure that their chances that they had last year, missing out on the group stages, make it through here and now get it to the playoffs, and from there on, push it even further for the grand finals and then hit for the championship title. That's what they're looking forward to, refining their lineup. Defo joining them for this stint of this year's start itself, and it's working out for Boom Esports.
This is insane. One final game for Zipto potentially here. Can they draw the distance? Can we see the full OT? It all comes down to this one moment. They are literally fighting for honor right now. That is just...
Yes.
Whew, we've got ourselves an insane game here in Delhi. Don't you think so?
It is indeed. While the weather might be a tad bit cold, this game is too hot to handle. It's matching up in terms of intense action. It is matching up in terms of the unexpected plays and then bringing out the big guns and multi-kills that they're doing. Boom Esports right as of now in series point. But Zipto have pulled out the big guns. They have the op ready. They have a couple of their ultimates as well.
It's now or never. The smoke's coming up. Nakia trying to pull off with those nades. But here comes the drift here to try and check their way through. They see them all. Zipto's entire roster has been scouted out as well. Boom, they know exactly where they are. They are going to go for the flood. They drop everything onto its mouth. They all have to run. Zipto, they're scrambling. They're running. They're hiding. They're crawling in towards the bombs here as Boom forces them into a corner. Wiper Pit has been put out as well, but Nats now also being scouted out. The pit has been dropped. And Zipto, it's up to them to go in for the retake. And he gets spotted out. 2v3, Pit still up. So low, can he win? Hot Sauce, he gets one, he gets two, make it 1v2. Now they need to find one more. Zipto, they need to find this sneaky little Wiper. He's got a shorty. The Pit is dropped. They are going to fight it, but the shorty defense from Defo. He's still messing around. The pre-fire from Defo. They deny the potential comeback. Boom Esports, they are your second grand finalists for the Asia Pacific Premier League 2026 Valorant.
This is why Defo joined in. This is what his experience brings in. And this is him deciding that this is the team that is going to be pushing into the grand finals. Detonation coming in from this lad. What a series for this victory. This best of three do their bestest.
What a game, what a game. What an insane second semifinals here. They poured their hearts and souls. But eventually, there will only be one winner in this best of three series. And that is going to be Boom Esports. GG, well played for Zipto for pushing them to the limit. But eventually, Boom Esports will take 2-0. And let's welcome our amazing host.
What a series.
What do you think about that?
I mean, well, it was pretty obvious after certain first half that it looked like control was being handed over almost. Yes, the first half was fun. It looked like, again, a similar story to what was happening on Haven. And then we kind of turned the tides. And then Boom just, you know, hit the pedal to the metal. They were, like, not able to find any sort of solution, Zipto.
Yeah.
And I really like the fact that Boom had multiple ideas. Every round was different from the other. It never felt like in the second half they repeated anything in that sense, right? And I really enjoyed that because for some teams, if one or two things end up working, they try to repeat that. They try to maybe replicate that, you know, form of success. But no, Boom did different things in almost every round. And I think as a viewer, I completely enjoyed that. But I want to know from you guys, well, we knew it was coming to be, you know, a tough one for Zipto anyway. The curse continues. They have won only 1 out of 8 games now. And unfortunately, they will be exiting the competition. But what do you guys think about what went wrong with Zipto?
Letting go of the first half control that they had.
I think well, before we talk about what gets wrong here, this is pretty much the scoreboard, but I don't really want to talk about the scoreboard right now. I feel like the two most annoying players from the side of Boom Esports got in towards the heads of Zipto. That is going to be Nats and Defo.
Yeah.
Their timings with the, like, just buying time with those orbitals, tries, just pushing post plans all the way to the maximum limit.
Yeah.
Force Zipto to, in situations where, do we play safe? Do we check every single corner, or are we just desperately pushing aggressively here? And because they have so many lineups from different awkward angles, Zipto has only 2 choices. If you go fast, risk getting punished, or you go slow, risk wasting enough time, and then the spike goes off.
Yeah, it was a difficult situation to be in, especially that Hot Sauce 1v2, where he almost got the clutch, except for that Molotov under his feet that burnt him alive. Absolutely amazing mechanics, but just broken down by pure Valorant. It's just pure Valorant. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can change. It's just how the game is. You can be as good as you want, but one Molotov could change everything. Anyway.
Not just that, even the Classic, and you even asked this, right, what went wrong? And I think that was the start of that second half. The Classic, the timing, the layering of all of it. You think there's a util coming in, but it's not just one. It's multitudes of utils coming in from the side of Boom, which make the execution happen. And the direction that they're pushing in from, you cannot stop them if you're right there on site.
Well, deservedly, Nakia's going to take the top spot as he will sit on the MVP throne. And he will lead his team to that grand final where they will be facing off against Fancy United. Now, that's an explosive match. 2 teams who love being on the front foot, who love taking aggressive stances, who are not afraid of using different compositions. Boom, I would say still a little bit more disciplined with the backbones they've got in the form of Defo and Nats, of course. Nats, who's a little, of course, he gets in your head quite a bit. He loves playing the mental games. But I would love to see Fancy try and break it down. Now, the one thing that I'm actually really looking forward to is the veto between these 2 teams. I mean, I don't know if I can say Haven again.
Please, no, please, God forbid me. No, I'm
right,
sick of Haven.
All right, Boom and Fancy, if you guys can hear us, just one of y'all avoid Haven if you can for the sake of IC. Just a friend, you know. Just a grand final. Yeah, just a grand final, no pressure, just for IC. It's not whether you can play it or not, whether you like it or not. Just for IC, I want you guys to ban it, all right? Just one of you just ban it, okay? Just for sake of IC. He's going to have a good time. He's had a rough couple of nights. He's worked very hard. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is setting up to an amazing grand final. We've got so much action in front of us now. That grand final also will be, by the way, be done after an amazing opening ceremony that you guys are definitely going to enjoy. It's going to happen on main stage. And please don't forget that you also have other booths to check out here. There's a lot happening around the Ace Predator League arena right here in Bharat Mandapam. But guys, coming back to the game, now Boom have taken a 2-0. Fancy have taken a 2-0. Who looked more convincing to you?
I think Boom for me. They were very sharp in terms. You only spoke about their executions.
I like Boom because they are extremely entertaining to watch.
Oh yeah, that is another second advantage with Boom there.
Yeah, they're extremely. Like when you least expect it, they come and hit you so hard. Oh, there's only one guy in the teleporter. Hey, it's the Yoru. Oh, wait, he's done. Surprise, a race comes in with a showstopper taking 2 through the teleporter. I was like, wow, that was
the Shiro 3K. then Defo finding his 3K, Nat setting up with one incendiary at a B, and then lining up for backside incendiary with the lineup. You do not expect those things to happen. Those are not commonplace, but these been getting done.
It was just unfortunate that Zipto didn't adjust quick enough to that. Right?
Yes, that's what.
They saw it coming after a certain point, but when you have a player like Nats, whose only main objective is to stay alive, keep your utility in hand.
Yeah.
I don't care what you do. He still got frags, by the way. He's the second top fragger. He got frags. He stayed alive. He is one of those Valorant players who you come across in the opponent side, who is that Brimstone lineup, Larry, who you just want to eliminate no matter what. But he's so good that you can't touch him.
Yeah.
So there's nothing you can do. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our analysis. We will now be heading to the main stage where Mamba and Tash are waiting for us to interview the players. We will see you all in the finals.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. The Beast wanted to hunt, and hunt it did. Wonderful match for your team, but I see you've been coughing. Are you okay, though? Tough match for you?
I haven't eaten.
Sorry, come again?
I haven't eaten either.
Not eaten anything at all. Why is that?
No time.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But when you came in, there was a lot of chatter about Defo and the potential language barrier that could happen. Is that something that has been a problem? Because you guys look really good. It didn't seem like it was a problem from our perspective, but what does it look like in the team?
I mean, we've been doing it. We've been speaking English like at least 2 years now, so we got used to it. So, I mean, it's no language barrier at all. It's just sometimes like we speak Indo by accident. Only that.
Fair enough, fair enough. And what did your preparation look like when you were flying in over here, right? Because pretty tight schedule for you to come in over here, come in, practice, settle in. How did your entire routine look like in India?
Just normal.
Just the usual?
Yeah.
And coming into this matchup, was there any sort of specific prep you had to go through, or was it just vibes?
Not really, just we play our own game.
I know this because I saw them at the gala dinner last night, and you can see it. You can see the players were vibing. But how does it feel coming down here in India with all these fans in front of you? What's the vibe like?
Sorry, what?
I was saying, how does it feel coming to India with all the players, all these people, all the fans around here? What's the vibe like? How does it feel for you to come down here?
Very good feeling, and it's great to be here.
Wonderful. Once again, thank you so much for joining with me, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. And this was our second semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a grand final lining up, but we have a surprise as well. But right now, it is time for a really short break. Do not go anywhere because we'll be back with a banger.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Light with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Welcome to the
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, let it lead, let it grow. Turn every
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, let it softly, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and blow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkarts पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, let it lead, let it grow. Don't ever
we tap and glow.
Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me?
Swift Neo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. We promised you something special and is almost ready to go. We have Mr. Nitish Bharti, India's first international sand artist who carries his mother's name, Bharti, with his name. He was a finalist in India's Got Talent Season 4 and a semi-finalist in Asia's Got Talent. Since the start of his sand art career, he has been performing all over the world. His talent was recognized, and thus, he was the only artist in the world whose sand art movie had gotten a nomination for the Cannes Film Festival. Not just a technique, but he believes in telling a story in each and every stroke, and thus sending a beautiful message through every creation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for India's very own artist, Mr. Nitish Bharti!
It chose the brave. It tested the fearless. It decided who would rise and who would be remembered only as dust. Empires were not gifted, they were earned. Destiny was not written, it was fought for. And those who dared became legend. And the world began to shape its warriors. From lands of rising stillness, discipline was carved, where patience cut deeper than steel. From shores of relentless motion, speed and precision were unleashed, every strike born with intent. From ancient paths of flowing breath, movement became mastery, where control decided fate. From heat-forged arenas, the body and the will were hardened, until only the unbreakable remained. From islands where moments mattered most, timing became destiny. A single heartbeat, enough to change everything. From cultures that balanced force with grace, power learned restraint, and chaos learned order. From mist-covered horizons, the great lesson emerged: stillness before the storm. From cities of sharp focus, adaptation became survival. From vast open lands, discipline fused with raw power. And from the edge of the world, a spirit rose, fearless, ready. Time marched forward, ages fell, civilizations evolved. Weapons changed, from steel to strategy, from muscle to mind. But one fire never died: the need to compete, the will to conquer, the hunger to win. the battlefield changed. No borders, no blades, no mercy. The fight moved inward, into the mind, different forms, one spirit. Borders dissolved, paths collided, warriors gathered for a single destiny. Today, the legacy lives on. No swords, no shields, only reflex. Intelligence, unshakable focus. Here, thought becomes the weapon. Every second is a test, every choice a turning point. This is not just competition. This is the fight for honor. And now, it comes to India. The land where warriors were worshipped, where battles were sacred, where the Mahabharata decided the fate of the universe, and Dharma stood above victory, where the Ramayana proved for all time that truth defeats evil. And today, the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 arrives. India becomes the arena. The ground trembles. A new era begins. And legends are about to be born. So take your breath, steady your mind, because history is watching. Get ready for the ultimate fight for honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nitish Bharti, for such a soulful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Nitish Bharti.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi, Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
guiding me till the end. And if you wanna get up, I guess you better wake up. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control. Forget you ever gave up when you lost control.
namaste, vanakkam, namaskaram, and a very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and gamers of all ages tuning in from across the globe. Welcome to the APAC Predator League 2026. I'm Samina Anwar.
I'm Mamba.
And I'm Tash. It's our pleasure to be your host for the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, where we are witnessing the fight for glory, the best from Asia Pacific to compete for the championship title.
Exactly, and tonight is a historic first. For the first time ever, India gets to host the APAC Predator League 2026, and here's welcoming you all to the official opening ceremony.
This tournament didn't begin today. It was built through battles, rivalries, and months of competition across Asia Pacific. Let's have a look at how we got here.
What a phenomenal journey it has been so far, and it's only going to get better from here. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very special gentleman that we'd like to welcome onto the stage. Can we all put our hands together and welcome the Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Ram Prasad Reddy Garu. Big round of applause for him as he joins us on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out from your busy schedule and joining us in celebrating this iconic milestone of an event. And may I quickly request Mr. Harish Kohli, President and Managing Director, Acer India Office, to kindly join us on the dais and do the honor of felicitating our chief guest for the evening. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have the bouquet brought on stage, please? It's a massive stage and it takes us a couple of minutes to get here.
Oh, we know about that.
Yeah, feels like a cardio workout. But once again, a big round of applause for this wonderful gentleman, an inspiring leader. Thank you so much for being here and supporting us with your presence and in spirit. Thank you so much, sir. We'll call you back on stage, requesting you to kindly take your seat off stage. And sir, if I can request you to go ahead and then address the gathering.
Good evening, everyone. It is honor to be part of this mega event. I congratulate Acer team management, India, world for this big event in Delhi, and all the best wishes from our side to all the players who have come here around the world. We know the world is behind e-gaming and esports. From our side, from Government of India, we are encouraging esports throughout the India, and our government is giving all infrastructure throughout the country for building esports academies and ecosystem throughout the states of all our country. And we are privileged to attend this event, which was held in New Delhi this time after 8 years throughout the country. And we are building a good ecosystem throughout the country. And I hail from the state Andhra Pradesh, where our visionary Chief Minister, Mr. Nara Chandrababu Naidu, who is willing to build ecosystem for esports in Andhra Pradesh. We are very humbly requesting Acer Group to come and see our city Vizag to take forward this gaming world throughout the country from Andhra. Once again, I congratulate all the people, wonderful people who are attending here to see this event, and happy to be here. Thank you once again, once all.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank Shri Ram Prasad Reddy Garu sir for his inspiring words and also being a part of this historic moment for esports in India and the Asia Pacific region. But Tash, what do we have coming up next?
I'm super hyped because I'm pretty sure you know Yuffie and Nero, right? The Predator mascots.
Of course, who doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, they're super cool. I mean, for this event itself, they are dressed very, very differently than usual. They have been fitting the theme here in New Delhi.
You know what? I'll do you one better. You've donned the sari, but we wanted to do something special because in India, we are very proud of our culture. So we did a little bit of magic and had Yuffie and Nero wear traditional outfits. Do you want to have a look?
Yes, of course. Let's have a look and see how they look like here in New Delhi.
Welcome to the Chakra Dome of India. Now, introducing the contestants. These two had brought us one of the greatest combat and sportsmanship moments last year in Malaysia. Entering the arena, please welcome Nero and Yuffie!
We rise from the ashes, we stand proud, we're warriors.
Wasn't that so cool seeing them donned in the traditional Indian attire?
Oh, absolutely. But you know what would be better, guys? Seeing them out here for real. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Rohit and Medha as Yuffie and Nero.
And now to place the Predator Shield on the podium, let's welcome Mr. Andrew Ho, President, Pan Asia Pacific Operations, Acer Inc. A big round of applause for this wonderful gentleman as he joins us on stage. Once again, welcoming Mr. Harish Kohli, President and Managing Director, Acer India, to join us on the dais. And together we request the two of you all to place the Predator Shield on the podium, the ultimate symbol of victory. Can we have a quick picture with Yuffie, Nero, and the two gentlemen on stage? Requesting our leaders to kindly take their seat off stage. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on stage. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we not only fight for honor, but we also fight for this glorious shield.
You know, Sam, there's one thing I really want to check. That's the energy of the crowd, because I feel like they've been here, they've been energetic, they've shown a little bit of passion, but it's not quite there yet.
A little?
Just a tiny bit.
Okay, I think that's a challenge for all of you all here today. Are you all ready to show how passionate you guys are? Yes?
Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear it on my cue. 3, 2, 1, make some noise!
Oh, no.
I think we should do it again.
I think it was way better when it was just me and Tash.
It's
I
true.
think you're the downer here.
I can just walk off, that's okay.
Okay, let me try, okay?
Okay,
you
your
try,
turn.
Mama, my turn. Okay, ready, guys? Do me proud. At the count of 3, 2, 1, and go!
That's the energy we're talking about. That is the one.
But Tash, why don't you try this once
My
again?
turn?
Yeah?
All right, New Delhi, can I hear from you guys? 1, 2, 3. I love you guys.
That's absolutely great. It's been a great day so far. We have had some of the teams, the best teams of Asia Pacific, come here, battle it out. Very soon, we have the grand finale coming your way as well. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to one of the most awaited part of our events. You've seen it time and again. Very soon, this stage is going to be completely like drowning in people, right? We're going to have the best of the best from across the globe joining us on stage.
Yep, today we are about to witness the best here in Asia Pacific, fighting to earn the championship title for Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 for both Dota 2 and Valorant.
I don't know if you guys have had a chance to walk out there, but the amount of people I saw there is absolutely
It's insane.
And
Insane.
there's a really cool setup which probably has a briefcase hanging on
Wait,
top.
did you see the boxing ring?
I haven't.
It's really
Oh,
cool.
is the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the one.
Does it have 1v1s? Because I want to take Samina to 1v1s.
Samina.
Yeah.
Samina, do you play video games?
This is a difficult question for me
It's
to
okay,
answer.
Samina.
I kind of really am bad at it.
Okay.
I've tried my hand at it, but I'm really, really bad. And that would completely disqualify me from being here tonight. Thank you for bringing that out and making it public knowledge, Tash.
It's okay. You can always play with me, and then we'll just battle up against Mamba. We'll just bully him.
Sounds
Where are my caster friends? I need some backup out here because you guys are going to beat me up into submission.
Do we have the casters sitting here? We have some of the casters in the audience.
Are they?
We should have somebody because I definitely remember Universe sitting out there and his parents as well. We have a lot of family support today.
Yeah, we do. From family support of the players themselves to also family support of the talent. It's really exciting to see how much, love and support this tournament is. I mean, we talked a little bit about how much the ecosystem of esports in India is growing. We've seen, hometown heroes rise to the top. We've seen it in VCT as well. Really cool stuff.
Without a doubt, and I think it's been a great experience for me getting a small little sneak peek into all that the esports fraternity holds. And I'm just really curious, right? Like everybody has an on-screen name.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, what if I had to have an on-screen game?
Oh.
What would it be? What if you had to give me an
Oh my
on-screen?
God, can I
Cash
give it?
Bunny. What would I be?
Bling Girl.
But I think that's taken because I tried.
Bling Nina.
You know why? Because she can be really, really mean at times. But you know what, Sam? There's a really cool thing about esports and gaming in general, that it brings people from across the globe, across cultures together. For this grand final, we had teams participating from 12 regions across Asia Pacific.
That's
we have
right.
players from 15 different countries that have flown down here and participated. And it's an absolutely amazing thing because it's not something that's easy to achieve.
It really isn't. And if you didn't know, so Predator offices, each one of them actually flew in, some talent, some influencers over as well to come in and witness this live. So we have people here from the Philippines. Oh, let's go. We have people here from Malaysia. Indonesia! Ooh, who else is there?
India?
How is India the quietest?
I have no clue.
Maybe it's just you.
I need the Indian office to make some noise. Can we hear it from the Indian office?
That's
See,
great.
That's more like it. That's more like it. Thank you so much.
Well, that being said, we're just awaiting the arrival of some of our leaders so we can get all of them on stage. And let's not forget, we flew in Tash Bunny all the way from Malaysia for the event as well. I know it's your first time here in Delhi. How has it been so far? How's the crowd been? How do you love the response?
Can I just be honest? I am surprised at how cold it is here in Delhi. I was shocked. I was like thinking it's gonna be warm, it's gonna be, coming from a tropical country. Dropped down here to 5 degrees, shook.
Wow, all right. And I've been seeing you stuff your face with jalebi.
Yes.
Oh my God, don't even get me started on this. The gala dinner last night, Tash was on a sugar rush. Absolute sugar rush.
I freaking love jalebi. It's so good. It's my favorite dessert here in India. Doesn't matter if I'm in Bangalore, doesn't matter if I'm in New Delhi. Jalebi is what I'm looking for.
All right, a little less jalebi and a lot more Predator League 2026 starting from now. But that being said, this is the 8th edition of the Predator League 2026. Of course, we'll talk a little more, but right now we're going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Don't have with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi, Varun.
सर आप
Flipkart पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On set, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift neo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026.
And today is very exciting. Now exactly is very exciting because we are about to meet the faces of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to begin with our country walk-ins. So without further ado, let's all put our hands together, make some noise for Mr. Gaba Cheng, Managing Director, Acer Australia Office.
And with him, we'd like to invite from Acer Australia office for Valorant, E King!
Thank you, Acer Australia office. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Ryan Yen, Managing Director, Acer China office.
From the Acer China office for Valorant, we have Dream Chaser.
Thank you, Acer China office. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Miss Irene Lam, General Manager, Acer Hong Kong office.
And accompanying her for Valorant, please welcome Chaos Alliance from Acer Hong Kong office.
Thank you, Acer Hong Kong office. Ladies and gentlemen, representing India, we have Mr. Harish Kohli, President and Managing Director, Acer India office.
First up from the Acer India office for Valorant. Give it up for S8UL!
Also from the Acer India office for Valorant, please welcome GG Easy!
And now for Dota 2 from the Acer India office, let's hear it for Euphoria Esports.
The next Dota 2 team for Acer India office, give it up for Asterisk!
And finally, for Dota 2 from the Acer India office, we have the Mob.
And last but definitely not least, from the Acer India office for Dota 2, please welcome Team Randoms!
Thank you, Acer India office. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Miss Lenny Ang, Managing Director, Acer Indonesia office.
First up from the Asia Indonesia office for Valorant, we have RRQ.
Joining them for Acer India office for Valorant, please welcome Boom Esports!
And now for Dota 2 from the Acer Indonesia office, give it up for Reckonix.
And last but not least, please welcome Feroja from the Acer Indonesia office for Dota 2.
Thank you, Acer Indonesia office. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have Mr. Tani Yasushi, Marketing Director, Acer Japan Office.
And now for our only contenders representing the Acer Japan office, please welcome IGZist.
Thank you, Acer Japan office. All right, let's hear it from Mr. Kon Taek Yong, Managing Director, Acer Malaysia office.
from Acer Malaysia office for Valorant. Please welcome Toda!
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome one of the two Dota 2 teams representing the Acer Malaysia office. Give it up for Myth Avenue Gaming!
Also for Dota 2 for the Acer Malaysia office, please welcome Atlantis 2.0!
Thank you, Acer Malaysia office. And now, let's welcome Ms. Su Ong Lim, Managing Director, Acer Philippines Office.
Representing the Acer Philippines office of Valorant, we have Oasis Gaming!
Also representing the Acer Philippines office for Valorant, please welcome Zipto!
For Dota 2 from the Acer Philippines office, we have Interactive Philippines!
Thank you, Acer Philippines office. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Miss Lee Shi Chia, Managing Director, Acer Singapore and Mongolia office.
Representing the Acer Singapore office for Valorant, please welcome Motive Esports.
Representing the Acer Mongolia office for Dota 2, we have Team ZZ.
Thank you, Acer Singapore and Mongolia office. Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have with us Mr. Wei Nian, Head of Acer Korea, Acer South Korea office.
Representing Acer South Korea office for Valorant, please welcome I Am.
Thank you, Acer South Korea office. Let's hear it for Miss Lily Lin, Senior Marketing Manager, Acer Taiwan office.
Representing the Acer Taiwan office for Valorant, give it up for LIT Esports.
Thank you, Acer Taiwan office. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Supong Tang Tong Ben Jackson, Director of Retail Business, Acer Thailand office.
Accompanying him from the Acer Thailand office for Valorant, please welcome Team NKT.
Representing the Acer Thailand office for Dota 2, we have Next Tide by MPH.
Thank you, Acer Thailand office. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Tony Vo, Managing Director, Acer Vietnam office.
And accompanying him, last but not least, from the Acer Vietnam office, give it up for Fancy United Esports!
Thank you, Acer Vietnam office. What an incredible moment this is. Can I request all the leaders to kindly step forward for a photo opportunity? May I request all the leaders, please step forward for a quick picture. And ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to welcome the leader who needs no introduction, but a visionary who deserves the reception of a king. Can we all put hands together for the one and only Mr. Andrew Ho? I'm going to request everyone to pose for the cameras. All right, for the next one, while the drone flies into all of y'all, we're all together going to strike the predator pose. Yes, all together. Can we all strike the predator pose together? Come on. All of y'all to the drone cameras. What a proud, proud moment this is for the entire Indian e-sport fraternity. I'm sorry, this is just such a special moment that we want to capture it for eternity. Wonderful. Thank you so much, leaders. Thank you so much for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure and honor to have each one of you all here with us, requesting you all to kindly take your seats off stage.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the faces of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. And this is where the fun begins, right guys? Because right now, the grand finals for Valorant is about to begin. And who better to break it down other than our desk? So on to you guys, tell us the story.
This is what we are all looking forward to, with the Predator pose ready to start the grand finale. We all are excited because this is the time. Imagine all the way from various different regions when this action started, everybody trying to fight for their qualifiers, and now here in New Delhi, here in Bharat Mandapam, we are here for one final day for the Valorant finals of the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. How do you feel, gentlemen? With me is going to be Icy Baby 1-2 and Universe.
I'm feeling a little bit left out now because, you know, we've been doing this pose. Why does he have extra lights?
I like to be a little flashy. I like my lights, you know. My room's full of lights. I like my lights. And I stole it from him.
Hang on.
I stole it from him.
Yes, he stole it from me. My name is Lucifer and we are here to start with the best of three between two amazing teams, one from Vietnam and another from Indonesia. But before we jump into that journey, why don't we talk about the various different countries, the various different teams who came down and participated with, yes, the final two. How did you like the overall journey, whether it be from the initial qualifiers, group stages, and now the playoffs?
You know, truth be told, it's very, very brutal here. And for context, for those of you who just tuned in as well here, we started the group stages today, 2 days ago, and 16 teams has pretty much joined us. But now we ended up with 4 teams at the start of the day, and then now in the grand finals, we are down towards 2 final teams, one representing from Indonesia, one representing from Vietnam. So, truth be told, it is a brutal journey coming to the end. But again, we are only looking for one champion, and the one that is going to be lifting the trophy. And I'm pretty sure, Universe, you have a lot to say about these 2 teams.
Well, of course, you know, Fancy started off in the group that I was casting. It was a fun little ride for them. While coming into that group, there were pretty good contenders over there as well. We had S8UL, who were, you know, one of the contenders who were there. We hope for them to do better. But we also had GGEZ in Group B, I believe, who were also another Indian representative that I hope to do well. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it. But hey, we've got the best of the best here. And Fancy have proven that they've beaten the best around to get to this point. Now, Fancy, of course, have one very interesting thing about them is the fact that they've come into this tournament with amazing momentum.
Yes.
And that momentum has taken them all the way to the final because they came in with the most amount of experience in the off-season. They played around 11 series right before jumping into this Acer Predator, league. And now they seem to have gotten the payoff out of it because the fruition has come with them not losing a single game so far.
I think this is one point that you rightly said and mentioned to everybody is in a hot streak of victories is what Fancy United are.
Yeah.
But the teams who did not make it, gentlemen, I want to ask you, do you have any picks in terms of whether it be Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, that you would have thought these teams could have been the ones or the favorites when the season started?
Okay, I'll name one team from each group that I felt like could have made it. Group A would be SHO.
Absolutely.
Group B was NKT.
Yes.
Group C is going to be RRQ. And then Group D, I was hoping to see Motive coming into play. So it's a little bit of a mixed feelings for me.
Universe.
You know, coming to group stages. But yeah.
I'm gonna share thoughts with him. I think, you know, the same 4 teams would have made it. At least, given that we've seen the recent past of these teams, we thought that, yeah, these are going to be at least contenders, you know, to get out of the groups. But I don't think we've got a bad, matchup here at all. I think this is one of the most explosive matchups because we've got so much, individual power, individual flair that comes out of these players. We had that even with Zipto. Unfortunately, they too missed out by just a bit. Boom, a little too strong for them. But now, the Vietnamese powerhouse waiting for them on the other side. I just want to know, what's on stake, and I think you can tell us best.
Yes, this is what all these teams have been fighting from the very start of it, is the prize pool. The prize pool of $120,000 US, out of which the lion's share, the biggest of it, is $65,000 US that the champions will be walking away with. That is the championship at stake as well, the trophy, the shield that we ended up seeing. That's what is also at stake. And followed by it is going to be the $20,000 US. We already have our 3rd and 4th place positions based on the previous matches in the playoffs. That is $7,500 that we see. But there is additional individual recognition awards that we are ending up seeing. That is the Intel MVP that has $10,000 US. And then we have another which we had voting, which is still ongoing till tomorrow, 11th of January, 4 p.m. That is going to be the All-Stars, where individually around $2,000 US is up for grabs. What do you think about this, IC?
It's going to be a lot at stake here because in the end of the day, they are fighting for honor. They are fighting for their country. They are fighting for everything that is on the line. Obviously, money is the cherry on top. But most importantly, you know what I like the most?
Yeah.
It's called bragging rights. I am the best out there. Sit down. Nobody can beat me. Don't you like that kind of feeling?
I do. Is that the same thing you also like, Universe? Bragging rights?
Yeah, bragging rights with a little bit of money is not bad, right? So that's why you got the All-Stars. Yeah, you got your All-Stars. You got your best Sentinels. You got your best Initiators. Everybody's going to get a share of the prize pool here. And of course, the MVP player, just overall player, is going to receive $10,000. So that is an amazing amount of money. And I think we've got some great contenders for it. We've got Nakia. who's been absolutely on fire. We've got Fisio as well, who just stepped up amazingly in the semi-finals. And we've also got another player that I would really love to see is Nia step up as well. But there's one player I think you would love to see on Boom take this trophy, this prize pool.
Well, you left up Shiro. He is the guy I enjoy the most because he undeniably is the best comedian out there.
I know the only one point and in picture for IC here is that up play the two Yorus. Nothing else. That individually has to be picturized and an award has to be given.
It was fun, you know. Like, that's the definition of GG, well play, good luck, have fun. And they were literally having fun while competing. So that's something that I really do enjoy, but it was funny.
It was indeed fun. I think the overall journey as well, right from the very start of the group stages, where we had these 16 teams and now we are down to the last two. Even during the playoffs when we started, we had the best 4 teams from various different regions. We're down to the last 2. All these games were amazing. We enjoyed to the core of it. Our audiences who were watching it live as well here in Bharat Mandapam were enjoying it till the very core, but it's still not done. There's been experiences, there's been performances, there's booths as well, but now it comes to the main topic. For all that these teams, players were fighting for is the matchup. The biggest of all, the grand finals. Fancy United Esports versus Boom Esports. Before I ask a lot more about it, instant predictions. Let's start with you, Universe.
Okay, that's putting me on the spot. Yes. But you know what? My heart lies with Fancy, but the momentum seems to be towards Boom, so I'm a little 50-50 on that. But just by the the smallest of margins, I'm gonna hand this to the Indonesians.
I see.
I think I'm also going to go for Boom Esports just because it has been a long journey watching them, especially we've been casting them since from Stream B, Group B, and then all the way to the semi-finals. We had a very, very insane game. I feel like Boom stands a fair shot considering the momentum they brought to the table from the semi-finals to itself. And the reason why I didn't really particularly follow Fancy is because they played rather early.
Yeah.
And then, the momentum might have break off. That's my only reasoning.
Now, here's a very interesting journey both these two teams have had. We were talking about this for a lot during Boom's matchup, me and you.
Yep.
And on the end of Fancy United, when they tried last year, they couldn't even get out of their region. They did not make it to the 2025 playoffs or the group stages at all. Whereas Boom Esports, they did make it out. They did end up coming towards Kuala Lumpur, but they did not make it to the playoffs. That tells us that these two are building up to this championship. One team right out is now here for Vietnam, representing the best from their region. And on the other end, we have Boom for Indonesia. Right?
Yep.
They are ready to get this championship started. They want to see where these maps also go. But before we jump to that, while we are on that discussion of the maps, I want to ask you, where do you think it fares better for Boom and Fancy? Pick 2 maps.
I mean,
not Haven.
Reluctantly,
for God's sake, no, not Haven.
Reluctantly, I'm going to have to say Haven.
Oh, no.
Just because both the teams enjoy it.
Yeah.
I mean, see, I've made a very sincere request right before this, right after the semi-final.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Just for you, IC, I asked them, please, please ban Haven.
Okay.
And I really, really think that one of the players might have heard me. For you, they would have seen your face be a little frowned upon when, they would have passed by us. And I think Haven might just not come in, but I'm going to reluctantly have to say Haven because both the teams, well, they enjoy Haven. They like the safety it provides. They like the amount of control they both have established in previous maps on it. And the other one, honestly, you know what? I'm going to throw a rogue one. I think we might see an Abyss.
What do you think?
I think we are, again, as much as I hate Haven here, Haven has been the most popular map out of everyone, especially coming to group stages in best of 1 as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Haven again.
Yeah.
Buying Corrode is also going to be here as well. And as of now, we do see a huge crowd waiting and enjoying and can't wait to see the grand finals.
Yeah. Can't wait to see the grand finals is because even these amazing players, the set of 10, they're going to be getting up on the stage. And when we talk about the players, we need to talk about some specific few who have been taking the stage and awing us with their amazing gameplay here in Valorant Finale on the 10th of January. Starting it off, yes, I think by default, we've been heading towards this one player, very specific. But I would kind of stay away from Nakia. I'm telling you right at the beginning, it is going to be Defo. The last 2 games that we ended up seeing Defo, the recent addition coming in from Boom Esports, he's taken the stage and he's stirred up the competition to another level.
Actually, I am on the same boat as you as well because Defo definitely really surprised me as well because during group stages, it felt like Defo was just he was doing the right things.
Yeah.
But today in the semi-finals, he was just stepping up big time. He clutched multiple instances. And even towards the match point of the final game in the semi-finals itself, he clutched a near impossible game where he won versus 2 and stole the match away. So that was a sight to behold, because I did not expect that from him at all.
When we go towards Fancy United, this is a team that's been staying together for far too long now. Right? They've been together trying to win series. We spoke about them heading out of Vietnam this time in the 2026 season as our audience is waiting, gearing up for this grand finale. Who are going to be supporting either of one of these two teams. They're ready. If we can see your blips, if we can see your lightning ones up with your hands up for this grand finals. Everybody posing ready and let's see who gets this.
Let's take a audience poll, shall we?
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay.
For the people who support Fancy United from Vietnam, make some noise in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. We can hear some. We can hear some. Okay.
Fancy United is there. Fancy United is there. All right, let's flip the script over. All right, now sounds for Boom Esports in 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
That's a lot more.
Felt a little louder.
That's a little louder, yes. And I think that tells us of why Boom Esports have been looking forward to this title. And I think it's them making their own written history here in New Delhi, in India, to become the champions. And it's the biggest of the stage starting off the year, January this is. But before we head over to Boom, I want to ask you about our Vietnamese team. That is Fancy United. I spoke about it together for a good time now.
Yeah.
Is that going to work out better compared to the newest additions coming in from the side of Boom Esports?
I'm not fully convinced that not fully convinced, just by a very slight margin, that Fancy United are going to be having the upper hand in this, just purely because of the fact that Boom's players, everyone has had their moments. Fancy also had it, but I feel like Boom's players are more convincing in their finishing moves. Like, when you got Nats with those Molotovs on bind that he, established. They are round-winning players, right? Correct. They don't care whether or not they live or die in the round. They care whether the fact that team moves ahead by another point, they get closer to the victory. Whereas Fancy United, sometimes I've seen them kind of overheat when they are feeling a little, free fall motion. It happened on Kurod as well against the Japanese team Exist. So I really like that Fancy can start momentum really well, but they sometimes let go of the grasp on the wheel, and Boom don't usually do that.
You know what? I'm going to frame it a little bit on simpler terms, right?
Okay.
Like, personally, I think Fancy United Esports is a very disciplined, calculated team. Whereas for Boom Esports, they are erratic, they are unpredictable, but somehow it makes things work because of the fact that they do emphasize a lot on those mind games. And sometimes it's just so frustrating because whenever you watch Boom Esports, it's just, 1 minute, they're just rush A, 8 rounds in a row. Rush B, 8 rounds in a row. And then out of nowhere, here in the semifinals today itself, they started playing very disciplined. And then it's just unpredictable, in my opinion.
It is big time unpredictable. And talking about this unpredictability, we were talking about their bind matchup. Even Universe pointed this out earlier when we had the matchup with Zipto against Boom. And we saw that they have a lot of victories in bind itself. And when we talk in terms of comparison, in terms of the history between these two teams on bind, both of them won it. However, on today's playoff stage, it was none other than Boom. So do you think that's going to be an upper hand if we end up seeing bind?
Well, I think Boom will have the upper hand because they've played bind, more convincingly. I think their bind was solid. Especially with the fact that, see, like I said again, it's the same thing I'm telling you, right? That they have the round-winning, objectives in mind. And that's exactly why I feel like Boom will have the upper hand in case bind ends up, creeping into this map pool. But that is only if it is allowed, right? I feel like we will have Fancy go towards Haven. Whether or not Haven is definitely going to be there as far as I know. The second map, I don't think is going to be bind. I feel like Boom are going to throw a curveball. They're going to choose either Kurod or maybe an Abyss. And if they do, I'm the happiest man because I would love to see something weird come out of this tournament at the very end. Because we've not seen, some very explosive Abyss plays. Yes, we did see it from against Motive Esports. I believe it was IAM who played them. 13-2, they beat them with the double controller comp of Astra and Clove. Now that was very, surprising, and they really gave us quite a show. Now, I would love to see that from one of these teams. And I think both these teams are capable of, pulling some weird tricks out of the bag.
I think based on their overall performance here in the Predator League itself as well here, Fancy United Esports, they have played a lot of games where they just want to finish up the games as quickly as can here, take the side, take the spike, eliminate their opponent, and then just close out the game as quickly as they can. But Boom United, Boom Esports, not United, my apologies. They have had a consistent gameplay every single time, even from group stages as well.
Yeah.
One thing in common is that they always want to drag around towards post-game, post-plan game plan. So the strategies are very different compared to how Boom Esports prioritizes on how they approach the game in general compared to Fancy United Esports. So again, it comes down to a situation where the world's strongest shield versus the world's strongest spear. When they collide, which one will crumble? That's going to be the issue right now.
It's at the tip of the iceberg is how you're saying it. There could be one of them sinking, but it depends on who it hits first and they have a sinkhole. But talking about this, both are currently, to be honest, powerhouses. The way they've played, the way they've continued victories. As one end, we end up seeing Fancy United, not just here in the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026, but before this as well, they had a victory streak. They're keeping that victory streak ongoing, and they've been winning all of it. Whereas on the other end, Boom Esports have been tested here and there. And however, when it started here on this stage for the Predator League, they've been winning their matches. One thing in the Group B stage, a couple of them got closer. There were situations when we ended up seeing teams kind of getting on their end where there could have been a fumble, especially the last matchup with LIT Esports. Now that gives me an idea that maybe Fancy United would have seen the chink in their armor. Do you think that's the case?
I think I'm on the same bandwagon with you, right? Like initially before the semi-final second segment actually happened as well, I was wondering, oh, maybe Boom might actually flop or choke on Bind, considering they narrowly lost to Lid, who's arguably in their group the last place team so far. It was a walkout park for every single other team, except for Boom, who somehow they almost lost the series. Because if you recall towards how Group B actually went, if Boom Esports actually lost to Team Lead, that means it would be a new, another tiebreaker match for them to face off against NKT from Thailand. So that was a very awkward moment, but fortunately for Boom, Natya was able to clutch that moment, win the series, and then they came to the semifinals, and now they end up all the way to the grand final. So there were a lot of close calls coming in, but we know for a fact that they were just, experimenting with their compositions on the strategies as well. Because today itself, in the semifinals, we saw some hard-hitting strats being played by Boom Esports. So that's Boom. But Fancy United, we haven't gotten the chance to see that because so far, they are so dominant from the group stages until the semifinals. It feels like it was a walk in the park for them to make it in the grand final. So I really want to see Fancy United, as of yet, being tested to the limits and how well do they adapt. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to competition, yes, if it's an easy game, we are having fun, we kind of do mess around a little bit here. But when the pressure is on, that is where you see diamonds are born. So that is something that I'm looking forward to see. If, and what I mean if, or will, in this case, Boom put them at that test.
I think while this test you're talking about, Fancy United kind of had this through their group stages. I think Universe will agree with me. While we talk about Boom, they've been playing a lot of Haven is what we ended up seeing in their group stages. Even today, they started off with the Haven and then ended up with Bind, familiar maps on their group stages. When we jump towards Fancy United, they've played Corrode, they played Pearl, and then they come into Bind. I think that testing has happened in the group stages with Exist being there, with EKing being there, SATUL being there. But have you, through these matches, Universe, spotted that maybe they have also had a little bit of a trouble or experimenting phase?
Well, I wouldn't say it's been experimenting. It's been more of a shift of, mentality. I think once they get to a comfortable spot of being able to achieve the 11-4, 11-5 scorelines, and they're feeling a little bit more confident, it kind of feels like they sometimes, start feeling like, yeah, okay, this ride's getting a little easy. Okay. Let's give ourselves a challenge, and they start slowing down. We've seen that there's a lot of problems that they cause for themselves just by purely overreacting, but I think we might be waiting for the stage to get ready for us.
Yes, it is time. The grand finals that we were waiting for. It is now. The Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. The grand finals between Boom versus Fancy United starts now.
That went okay.
The time for these two giants to battle it out for the champions title for Valorant for the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026.
Two legendary lineups going up against each other. Hard hitters who both want to conquer this glory and, of course, have their hands on this lovely shield out here, Tash.
That's right. A lot is on stake here. One team wants to prove themselves belonging to the top, and the other wanting to show the world that they too belong at #1.
Absolutely, and I think they're going to go all out. They're not going to hold back any punches because this is the stage to be crowned the regional champions. And this tournament has had a long-standing legacy, just like the teams out here.
That's right. There's a lot at stake and on the line as well. Which are the teams that we are going to be playing today?
It's Fancy and Boom, but of course, both these teams, if you see the amount of experience they have, Tash, it's absolutely unbelievable.
That's right. Now, let's talk about a team that did say they wanted to meet up with Boom Esports today. Give it up for Fancy United Esports!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Fancy United Esports.
And now, in the blue corner, the heavy hitters, the Wounded Wolves, the team that wants to claw its way back to the glory. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Boom Esports!
Delhi, make some noise. Welcome on stage, Team Boom Esports.
And there you have it, guys. This intense battle. I am so hyped, so excited. Boom Esports with their brand new roster, Fancy United, wanting to take down the best here in Southeast Asia.
But the question is, who's going to be the apex predator? And for that, we have our storytellers waiting for us. So folks, over to you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finals is set. The players have climbed up on the stage and they're setting up. And now it's time to finally call it, ring the bell between these two giants and call and declare, once we see the victory between them at the end of the best of three, the champions of Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. My name is Lucifer. Again with me is IC Baby 1-2 and Universe for one last time of the Valorant finale. I want to ask you, gentlemen, how are you guys feeling?
I am feeling really, really nervous for the people that is going to be expecting Boom to win and also Fancy United, because I don't know who's going to win. That's the thing that's making me nervous.
Universe?
Well, I'm genuinely just excited. I think I want to see what's being cooked up by both these teams for this final. I want to see what the map veto is particularly. That's what's been keeping me on edge because I just want to find out. I know Haven's there. I just want to find out what the other map is so that I can start, getting excited more for that, seeing what I can prepare about, and what we can expect from both these teams. Because Haven, I'm just gonna forget it because I don't know which team is gonna win Haven. I think it's no use trying to think about it. So I'm just gonna leave Haven aside, and we're gonna wait for what's the next map. And honestly, I want to see if this is finally gonna be a series where either of these teams are gonna be pushed to a third map.
That's interesting, true. Yes, we've not seen a third map at all. Both of them have been sweeps. Now, in that case, I'm trying to figure out how would these two teams fare if they have a long-standing rivalry, and there is one, going back all the way to 23. These two teams have fought in that 23 era, and it's been a 3-time show-up, a best of 3 as well, and Boom only won once out of the 3 times, and it was Fancy United. And now you might think that, hey, that's a different roster and this is a completely different roster. Yes, it is. However, there are a couple of players who are sharing the roster still till date from 23 to 2026. On one end, it's going to be Shiro from Boom Esports, and on the other end, it's going to be Fisio as well as Yes I Can from the side of Fancy United. How do you feel that in case they're carrying that from 23 to 26, how would it fare?
This is going to be a little bit of a grudge match, you're saying, huh? Boom is so close to lifting the trophy, and you're telling me this. Now, I'm actually genuinely scared now because I had questions as well because I had a couple of side parties on the sides here asking some of the players from other teams. I'm not going to mention who, for a sake. They actually made a side party prediction themselves where one said Boom, the other said Fancy United. And they were a little bit heated. I'm just going to leave it there. They were a little bit heated. One saying Boom, one saying Fancy. And then now you giving me stats and I'm like, okay, I was on the Boom wagon, and now I'm like, maybe I'm gonna lean on Fancy as well. So it's hard, When it comes to grand finals, expect the unexpected. They will pull in all their pocket strategies, and I think this is the best time to wow us.
It is indeed, and trying to wow us is also going to be them trying to be the best in Asia Pacific. Now, going to the rankings, it's Asia Pacific ranked number 6 for Fancy United, and on the other end, Boom Esports is at rank number 4. Now, when we talk about this is also something that they're looking forward to, right? While they're going to be trying to lift that shield, call themselves as the champions, they also want to be better in the region. They want to be the best in the region. So I want to ask you, Universe, where do you think with this rankings, trying to push it further?
I mean, of course, it comes without saying that once you start playing well, you start winning games, you're going to push your, ranking, so-called. I don't believe that there is a direct coefficient that is, there. Yeah, you've got a couple of websites that, do that, a couple of people, some nerds and geeks on Twitter also. But I think there is a lot more competition. I think they have a bigger season ahead of them. And I think that this is a great, I would say, starting point for them to establish what they can achieve in, 2026. And it's a great thing that, Acer, usually has Predator League at the beginning of the year as the grand final happens at the beginning of the year. Because it sets the tone for some of these teams, what to underestimate, what to underestimate, what to overestimate as the months that progress on. But hey, we did, of course, expect that one of the teams that, just did win another, tournament just a couple of months ago, RRQ, would and probably be in the top 4. I'm really excited to see now the other Indonesian team, how they're going to do in the VCT Pacific as well, who I think at the moment are pretty high in the rankings themselves after winning the championship. Just not too big of a deal. One of the only other ones apart from Paper X.
I think.
Wow. Calling out names. Wow. Okay.
Well, let's come back to Boom Esports, right? And that is one of the reasons that we think and we kind of all lean towards Boom Esports. This is something that I even said during our initial analysis of, hey, do you think there is a chance for Zipto? I said if they win Haven, this is going to be Zipto. Otherwise, it's going to be Boom Esports. And I mentioned that Boom Esports are going to be looking for the championship itself. That's my prediction at the end of the day. And now that we are on that matchup, Fancy United have a chance on their victory streak. Let's talk about their newest ensembles who have joined them, right? On one end, Defo. This man has just joined in for this one final finale in the playoff stage, now sitting with the roster, as even Universe mentioned, right? How this fares for them, where this sets them for the rest of the season as well, because this is the biggest of the stages that they're fighting for to prove that they're the best in Asia Pacific.
Again, when crunch time is at play, who do you rely on? So far, I did not see a single game coming from Defo, but earlier today, the semi-finals, so the team was pushed to the max. And you can see Defo being one of the core members coming from the game 1 as well as game 2 in clutching out instances where logically it shouldn't have been a win, but it comes down towards him to close out the game. We know Nakia is going to be the person that is going to be setting up the tempo. He's going to be very flashy, very, I would say, explosive in terms of his initiations. But if things don't go well for Nakia, you kind of slowly lean back on towards where he kind of plays as well, therefore as being the last man of defense. And in between, obviously, you also have Naz, you also have MC's Slasher as well, which is just a lot of layers of defense you have to go through. Obviously, in player base, yeah, sure, it's just 5 players, but each and every single player from Boom has a clutch potential to 1v3 multiple instances.
But I think it's not just on the end of Boom Esports that we've been seeing. I would kind of bank towards the side of Fancy United Esports. They have Nia as well as Bukute. They've been doing just well and making sure that the team goes beyond limitations and they grab as they are fighting for honor. What do you think about that universe?
Well, I've enjoyed watching Fancy quite a bit because I feel like they have individuals who can play any kind of, role for the team. And I'm not meaning agent-wise, I'm talking about, the role of just purely being a player on the map, right? Whether you want them to play as an anchor, you want them to play as a rotator, you want them to play as somebody who's going to be the spearhead, right? You've got players who can do it all. Yeah. But again, the one thing that, slightly pinches me about Fancy is the fact that they've had this tendency to overheat at times. And while, yes, it's paid off in a couple of games, Boom is not a team that you can play fire with fire against, that kind of thing, right? Yes. Because Boom has been and proven to be a stronger fire. And, they've had their great moments in recent history. Fancy United, while, yes, they've also had good moments, they haven't been able to reach the heights that Boom have. So I'm a little concerned about that. But having being said that, this is a final where nobody's going to be asking questions about their past or their future. Exactly. It's one game. It's best of 3. You get a map of yours, you get a map of theirs. And if you're able to at least clutch up one, you have the opportunity to take it to a third neutral ground. So, yeah.
You've started with the map discussion itself. That's what I was heading over. And I think you've put IC on the place talking about Haven for far too long. And he's mentally getting prepared right as of now. Whether we see map veto with Heaven or not, he's getting ready for it.
Haven's burned into my eyes, retinas right now. I can see it in the light right there.
That's what I see.
No, I've joined him in that.
Okay.
It's fun to rage bait him for the same song.
See, I literally got... Think about it this way, right? In your group, when you're crossing Stream C as well, it was literally like multiple show. You have seen Bind, we've seen Abyss, we've seen Pro, blah, blah, blah. We had 5 games back-to-back Haven. And 1 game of Bind, for some reason, Boom decides, hey, thank you, IC, we're bored of Haven. I want to try my Bind skills, do a little bit of warm-up. And then today, started with Haven.
Hey, at least it was the best of 3, so we got to see other maps. We saw Corrode, we saw Bind.
Yeah.
A little bit of variety,
You saw Corrode. Well, I still saw Haven and Pine only.
Well, in that actually. Yeah, you know what? Your luck is just kind of, I think twisted.
Yeah, I think when we talk about the overall map pool in terms of the teams, right? IC has been far too behind. He just has Haven and Bind. Nothing else in his map pool compared to our teams who have a lot more.
Honestly, I think I would love to see Split come through. I genuinely love the map. I think Split is a wonderful map. And I think one of the teams in the qualifiers as well had picked up Veto in one of the maps that they played Split on. I'm not sure. I think it was one of the China teams that actually ended up playing it. But either way, it was an interesting, aging composition on the map. I like Veto because it's like a very pseudo substitute for Yoru kind of thing, where you have more defensive abilities than aggressive. You can be very versatile in terms of rotation. It's just that you're very loud. You're very out there. You've got interesting abilities that are not yet being fully exploited in the pro scene. Do you feel like Veto might be someone that we could see in 2026?
Wow, that's a very, very interesting question as well. I think now in this scenario here, let's talk about map first, right? Like you talk about...
Yeah, put it... you know what? I'll give you the map. Tell me if you think Veto's got a space for it in the pro scene, all right?
Okay.
Okay, let's have a split.
Yes.
All right.
Well, actually, no, because every single pro team hate that.
Well, what about Breeze?
Yes.
Breeze? Veto on Breeze?
Yes.
All right, okay.
We should.
Kind of big, but okay, fair enough. What about Haven? You would love to see.
No.
No?
Hard ban.
Hard ban? Okay, all right. Well, let's go to Bind.
Yes.
Yes, all right. What about Korod?
Yes.
Okay.
Abyss?
No.
Sunset?
No.
So it's again...
Is this a vibe vote kind of thing? Or you're like, yes, no,
Yes,
or is
no.
it just like, okay,
No,
I'm
I just
thinking
don't like
about it.
small maps.
You don't like small
Yeah,
maps?
so small maps.
But you said okay for Bind and Veto.
So Bind, at least you have a situation where you have the teleporters, which makes the rotation a little bit wider. It's not exactly short.
I mean, Veto has, again, teleportation ability because of the crosscut. So that's like double teleports?
Well, wait. So you're talking about maps. Now, we were talking about maps, and now you're talking about agents. So
He was talking about the agent on that particular map.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I like seeing the Veto
Oh, wait,
on Split. I like seeing Split, so that took me to Veto, and then that took me to asking you about...
Okay,
I have a different train of
so
thought.
I thought you were talking about vetoing the map. And then now,
See,
okay.
I understood that.
Let's circle back, okay? Let's come back. Hi, I'm Universe.
Okay, hi.
Yeah, I see. Yeah,
Okay.
welcome. All right. Let's go to Veto the agent.
Okay, fine.
Gentlemen, let's bring it back to the map Veto itself
Okay.
rather than the Veto or the map which he could be played on is going to be, yes, we might end up seeing Heaven because of the track record, but on the other end, Fancy United have not at all played Heaven except for the playoffs. They played on Korod, they played on Pearl, they played on Bind. A common map between these two teams is going to be Bind, meaning that they're okay to play on Bind. However, after seeing Bind being played by Boom Esports, do you think Fancy United will decide to ban it? Because their scoreline was 13-9 and they played against SATUL. And while we're having this discussion, the map Veto itself is ready. Let's take a look at it and see if that's the case. Abyss banned, Sunset banned, Rift Bind, Pearl.
Okay, no
Heaven's
Heaven.
banned,
Yeah,
there's
let's
no
go. They
Heaven,
heard
I
me.
see.
They
Let's
heard
go.
me, I see. They like you. They like you.
Thank you.
All right, they
I'm
like
happy.
you. They've given you Bind. That's still a little bit better than Heaven.
Yeah, 100%.
100% better than. Okay, what about Pearl?
100%.
Oh, we love Pearl. All right, okay. And Korod, of course. Not
too shabby.
Not too shabby. All right. How do you like the Veto?
Anything but Haven. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm happy. I'm
No.
happy. Anything
Okay,
but
now
Haven. That's
tell
my
me-
personal preference.
He's satisfied at
Now,
this point.
all right. Now tell me, looking at this Veto, who do you feel like has the upper hand?
I think Boom will definitely take the upper hand on Bind here. It is their best performing map so far in terms of track record wise. Yes, we saw a couple of shaky moments yesterday.
Yeah.
Sorry, not yesterday. During the group stages. But again, it was all fun and games. So I think even now, this is something that Boom is just very, very good at. So I want to see how Fancy United actually handles them in this map.
I want to see if Universe has a different take on this because this map Veto entirely is the best of one maps that Fancy United played. Korod, Bind and Pearl.
Yeah. I would say that they have experience. I'm not going to say they have the upper hand. I'm still going to leave it on that little seesaw 49-51 difference. Just 2 points between them. I think that Boom will have the upper hand on Bind. I think Pearl will be very evenly fought with Fancy having as much of a chance of Boom to take it home. And Korod, if it goes to Korod, I think again it's fully 50-50. Both teams have a good chance. But the only thing I'm scared of here is actually Pearl. Because the last time Boom played Pearl was when they were in the VCT Pacific with a completely different roster. Albeit they beat Paper X on that map, which is a pretty good achievement.
Yeah.
It was still a while ago and it was a completely different roster. So there is an element of surprise they can throw on Fancy, having read Fancy's game that they just played on Pearl. So Boom have an element of surprise, but that could also mean their demise because Fancy are more seasoned on this map at the moment.
You know, out of all this map Veto right now on screen, there is one particular map that I'm glad is no longer in the competitive pool. And that's Icebox.
Icebox? Oh, you're one of the Icebox haters. Huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I like to play my normal chill games, you know, go for my
Icebox
pubs.
is a chill map.
Icebox is
It's
not
a
chill at all.
cold map.
Like, if you want to win, you need to know lineups, you need to have Viper walls here and there. And
Nah, man.
most of the people just don't know
Bro,
that.
you just need me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
You
I'm
need
pretty
me
sure.
on a Neon with a Bucky and definitely Mamba not initiating.
Yeah, I was about to say, and I'm pretty sure as soon as he said that you would need me on the map, they'll have a completely different take. Both Tash as well as Mamba will be saying, rather not take him though. Because that time you're going to see him race baiting at that point. You will have a lot of fun.
Hey, let's leave the our pro side, which is to another day. That's one for
another time.
That's for no
Never,
time. Never,
okay.
never. All right. Yeah, but coming back to the game, I like the Pearl pick here, and I enjoy the fact that we've also got Kurod. But again, Boom being a part of this, veto, have not taken Haven, which I really thought would be the case. I thought Fancy would pick Haven. But why do you think that both of them actually avoided it as the first ban, but went ahead for the second ban?
Wow.
I think because they ended up picking different maps, right? So
I know.
They probably thought either one's gonna pick.
It is
Haven.
your heartfelt request, Universe, that they thought it out till the very end, and then they saw there was Haven and Kurod. They're like, Haven, we ban it. We'll play Kurod. Do you think that's the same?
No. Actually, I think, well, jokes aside, of course, right? Like, logically speaking, both teams have the most experience in Haven so far.
Yes.
So they pretty much, I would say, have reviewed. Some may say they reviewed the strategy. Some may say they're getting a little bit comfortable here. Sometimes being put in an uncomfortable position makes you uneasy. So I think that is a challenge between both these teams on how well they adapt to different kind of environments. Sometimes in life, you have to put yourselves in environments where it is challenging for you and not in a comfort zone to push yourself even higher. So I think that is a situation where it's the true test of skills and whether or not how well you grow as a team. So that's a kind of philosophical, not intended, but it's a very, very real thing that happens behind the brains.
100%. I think that's something that people in general would kind of try to figure out to find the best way out of it rather than give an equal opportunity for everybody. But moving on to this matchup itself, I want to take your thoughts about it. Now that we've seen the map veto, we've been talking about the predictions, we've been talking about who might take it away, a 2-1, a 2-0 and all of that. Where do you think, after looking at it, does your decision change?
I don't particularly think so. I think I'm going to stick with Boom with just the slightest of edge.
2-0, 2-1?
No, it's a 2-1 for sure, as far as I think this is going to go to Kurod. But I still feel like Boom, they have the better, ability to adjust. They are good on the fly. They are able to think on their feet. And I think that they've got that ability just a little ahead of Fancy. Fancy are a great team. Nothing to lose out on that. But as much as I love them and much as I've enjoyed watching their game so far, I think Boom just have the upper hand of pure experience and having to be a little more free-flowing, like he says, erratic.
Yeah. Your take, 2-0, 2-1, Boom, Fancy?
Okay, I think first game is going to be Boom.
Okay.
Game 2, it's so hard to predict just because, Boom does have a comfort pick on towards Bind.
Correct.
They've had a great track record. There's a reason why they picked it in the veto to begin with, right? But Fancy putting them in a spot with Pro, this is a comfort pick for them. So I think it comes down to a situation where it comes down to execution, right? So if by some reason Fancy was able to take a game from Boom, then it is going to be a huge upset, straight up.
Okay. Now with that, let's come down to Bind itself, which is the first game of this championship series. With both these two teams have played it. On one end, there's been a 13-9 scoreline. On the other end, there was a 13-10, something not that we would look into. But the Bind that they played today itself, that was a 13-6 against Zipto, where they were very comfortable. And we saw their agent selection. And I think that should be similar of how I feel Fancy should be resonating with. We might end up seeing the double controller as well. Do you think it's going to be better, or do you think there's a change in terms of their agent selection?
I don't think both of them have any reason to change what they've done so far. I think they're going to be completely comfortable in their own skin. I don't think that Fancy have anything, different to showcase here. They are very well equipped to take this, map on their own. And at the same time, Boom also coming off such a strong win in the semi-final. They're going to feel absolutely fine. I don't think there's anything to change here.
I think it comes down to preferences, right? Like we saw a couple of agent shifts, especially for Boom doing group stages, but now coming towards the semi-finals, we saw them, hey, wait, what a minute. They played Raze, but suddenly we have Yoru, we have Viper. I never really saw them play Viper at all during the group stages. So it started to reach to a stage where things are getting a little bit more default now, which we are usually used to towards the pro team as well. So now, when it comes to this map, are we going to see Viper, Raze, Yoru, Brimstone as well coming to this play? So this is something that I think it comes down to whether or not this pros did enough homework and knows enough lineups. So that's going to be very, very crucial when it comes to spike plant, especially against a team like Boom, who prioritizes that so much down to T. Spike placement is very important for them.
It indeed is, and as you mentioned about homework, it seems like a tad bit of homework is the reason we end up seeing Pearl being our second map. Because as we were talking about, Pearl, a comfort place for Fancy United esports. They've played on it, won a 13-4 against ENG, which was a team who did take their first win in the group stages and also looked very competitive. But as soon as Fancy United stepped in front of them, it was their game. And Pearl is not being seen at all by Boom Esports in their group stages or right as now even in playoffs. Might be the better pick, as you were also inclining on that maybe Fancy United actually work on it and get that victory.
I mean, I will have to say that Pearl seems like a better shot for them. One of the two maps in front, and if they want to take it to a third map, which I feel like it's definitely going to go the way, Pearl seems like a better option for Fancy than it does for Boom, just purely because of statistical recency. Recency bias is the only thing I would say. But like I said, it's very equal even on that map because Boom have no history with this lineup. And the, amount of risk that is being taken by this Boom roster is a little more. And they are not going to be afraid to throw that into Fancy's face, which, by the way, the Korean team was not ready to do. The Korean team was taken down. IM were taken down because they refused to adapt within time.
Yes.
And Boom has the quality to adapt again, like I mentioned earlier, to adapt very quickly. And it's not just them, right? Their coach also spots these things very good. Fields is very good when he came to this, and that's why, Boom had that first VCD Pacific stage 1 success as they did as well. They're very good with it. And I think this team can be molded into that and made a champion. And one thing is always for certain, Boom in finals is a different beast. So let's not forget what they did in Ascension in 2024. And also in stage on the VCD Pacific, Boom in finals are just somehow a little better than they always are.
Now, when you talk about adaptation, right, and yes, Boom have been at the top of it. They've been finding value at all times. They cannot change in terms of what the opponents would do, but they will adapt really, really well. But that's something that even Fancy United did in their own Vietnamese circuit that they were playing for the Predator League qualification to make it to the group stages for this APAC Grand Finals that we are witnessing right as of now. They lost initially an 0-2. That was a complete wipeout at their end. But when it came into the Grand Finals, they made it again. And there, they ended up defeating their opponents to a 3-0. So at least in their own regional circuit, they've shown us their adaptability. And that feels that maybe there could be Fancy United putting up their all straws, all their strategies, the biggest of the playbooks that they have right against Boom Esports. Because again, they faced back over 3 years, but still it is proving to who's going to be better. But with this, we're going to be ready for the first game of the Grand Finals, the best of 3 on Bind and the agent selection in front of his screens. And we see Fancy United picking up two
hold on a second.
interesting characters.
Hello there.
There's Wele coming in from Nia. Yes, I can, going in for a KO. And we see a Teo coming in from Fisio.
Yeah, we've got, we're just going to circle back to that. I think we saw Teo and his other brother, Meho. I think both of them are there here. We're just going to fix that up quickly. I don't think Teo has a brother. That's an imposter from Omega, as far as I know. The other, for those of you who don't know, Valorant lore is the other parallel.
I mean,
it feels like you just made a dad joke that some people understand and people don't understand.
I don't think there's anything to understand in that. You just have to laugh. I saw him on the table for 3 seconds.
I had to move my mic up for what he ended up doing.
Okay.
But with that,
boys,
we're ready for this. It is the matchup. It is the Grand Finals. It is the creme de la creme that we're waiting for. The Asia Pacific Predator League 2026 Valorant Finals. Boom Esports versus Fancy United starts now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Game 1 on its way, and it is going to be the pistol round for Boom Esports versus Fancy United Esports. Game 1 of the Grand Finals for the Asia Pacific Predator League 2026. This is going to be a very, very interesting one here because we do see a little bit of switch up as well because when we talk about Tejo coming in play here for Fancy United Esports here, will this mix things up?
Well, I don't think it's going to mix things up, particularly because they did play this against SADUL. It was a comfortable win, but SADUL did make them run around for it quite a bit. see Nia very early on the trigger. Did get blinded up, and he's got a bit of space for his team. Taking steps through the smokes, being a little nervous here, but he gets taken down. Nats expecting him right there. He's got Twilight on the other side. There's a lot of pressure on Boom here, but they're being able to take it down one by one. They've got it in their hands, and now it's Blue Cute left. And Boom just absolutely solid on holding their angles and comfortable with their fights. They didn't actually back out from that.
Yeah, they were just prepared for all of these fights as well. They knew exactly how Fancy United loves to play those aggressions here. But again, it's all about warming up themselves here. So this is going to be something that I was very surprised with a quick attack here coming from Fancy United. And again, I brought it up before. Stronger shields versus stronger spear. In this case, that spear did not make a dent at all. It is the pistol rounds. It is going to be the bonus round here coming from Boom Esports. They do have a little bit of Outlaw and Marshals in play. So that's going to be a couple of one-shot kills on towards the guys from Fancy United as long as they don't have armor. So that's going to be a little bit of a tricky situation.
Yeah, slowing the game down. Fancy don't want to really give in too much over here. They're just going to hold angles, and they know that there might be an aggression here from Boom. And there's a spot. They've heard the Outlaw. Don't really need to re-engage that fight, and there it is. Shido forced off his angle. Gate crash will expire, and he's got no more utility left, actually. The Outlaw proving to be a little expensive for him in this round. As Fancy just want to hold on and see what Boom have got in store. And with complete and utter discipline, Boom will not take a step further than they need to.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting as well. It seems like Fancy United is looking to try and punish some sort of aggression here. From time to time, we know for a fact that Boom, they'd like to push out long as well, but it's only the start of the game. So Fancy United Esports is banging and hoping that Boom Esports makes this kind of small little mistakes. But again, not making those mistakes and capitalizing it, it's just hurting Fancy United Esports even more now. 38 seconds left on the clock. They have to make a play somewhat as well. If they do not get taken out in this round, the creds for the next round is going to hurt them when it was the buy round as well. So it's either now or never. Time is against the clock, but seems like NC Slasher, he has a rough idea. They are going to hit B. But look at this, Universe. 20 seconds left.
Yeah.
They've got to make a move now.
They are. It's going to be towards B long, and there comes the guided salvos to give them a little bit of space to play with, but Nakia stops them in the ground, and it's going to be NC Slasher to help him out one by one. It's a trade, though. Fisio gets two. He's made it possible. The plant's going to go down, and we're going to have a round on our hands as the spike's been planted. And we would love to see the screen, but it seems like we've lost one more, and it's going to be an eco round that could have been won. I think Nia just used the refract. He's going to go away. And as we wait for what's on the screen, it's going to be Shiro. I think his reaction is going to tell me whether or not they won the round. Is it going to be a fist bump? No, the round's still going on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're back. All right, it's an Outlaw. It's just a Shiro left, and there it is. Twilight with a bunch of classics. They turned the round around, and you said 20 seconds. You got a little nervous about it, but a guided salvo with a jumping classic Fisio from Hookah made it possible.
Okay, that was something I did not expect at all as well. That was a very nice Shrifty run coming from Fancy United Esports.
Yeah.
Great run in, great upgrades, but for them to actually get a Shrifty right here, that actually took me by surprise.
Yeah.
You blink it and you literally miss it.
Well, we blinked for quite a bit there, but we are going to be okay. A bonus round here, completely denied from the side of Fancy United, as we will now witness both teams on a bit of a scruffle by. A couple of sheriffs on one end, boom. They have the money to just get maybe a bucky or two, but nothing more than that as we come to a bit of a standstill. Fancy United, great round from them over there. And at least we got to spot the most of it. And that was that Fisio getting that double classic kill. And I feel like Nia also got the penultimate one as we heard the refract from him. Shiro, unfortunately, two different angles to look at, and with the Outlaw, it's extremely difficult to adjust.
Well, it seems like we do have a technical timeout for that round. Something may have happened here as the teams are calling for a timeout right now to try and figure out things here. We do see a couple enemies here on towards Fancy United's segment once more. I wonder what's happened there, because they technically won the round.
Yeah. For the most part, it did look like nothing went wrong. Everything was a fair fight. I think it's going to be okay. Maybe just a PC issue that we're going to be quickly sorting out. But solid round there from Fancy. If the first two rounds are anything to, write a story about, it's that both the teams are not afraid of making, again, risky moves. Boom. stood their ground even though they heard 5 players coming in the pistol. They stood at A, one of them in the smoke, waiting to expect that another one's going to crash through it. And he was ready for Nia to make that risky play. And the support was right on time. They got it. And the next round immediately, Fancy United slowed things down to a complete halt, did not give out any information whatsoever except for A shot. And then last 20 seconds, they're like, okay, you know what, let's go B shot and end this. And they won the round.
Okay, seems like things has been resolved here. We're going to be jumping straight into game again here for the third round. And, well, this is going to be a tricky one as well because Boom Esports, they are going to try to force a couple of sharers in. And this time, they will be the ones on eco. And the bonus round is going to be given onto his Fancy United Esports now, as they do pick up the Outlaws coming in from Boom just now. This time they will be using DR kits instead. Looking for connections. Seems like he is going to try go for a pick. The Prowler comes in, scouts them out. But aside from that, no major movements yet coming in from Boom.
Quick reload here, but he's got a lot of pressure on the other end of that Viper wall. There goes the flash. It's going to pull no reactions because they've just gone away from there. And a lot of utility being committed. Oh. Bit of a gamble there from Boom. Unfortunately, nothing pays off. And the minute they hear that Fancy United, they're going to make a run for it on the other side of the map, where they've only got one player, but the rotations are already here. And there's a flank being pushed up as well. Boom might have map control, but will they be able to get out of this sticky situation is the question, because the plant's going to be pretty fair and simple here. And Bukyu's already found the first frag. Nia will follow it up with 2. And that's going to be Fancy United cleaning up shop.
Be right back.
Very, very clean push here coming in from Fancy United Esports there. And who would have thought we are in for a surprise 2v5 situation. Boom Esports now has a lot to work with here. A lot of heavy lifting here, especially coming from Nakia. One shot and a dream. That's all I asked for. It seems like the odds around. Oh, okay. See, thank you very much, Nakia. And that's going to be a tap here. And another one. All right, that's 2. But unfortunately, they were all shut down still. Hope is a very strong thing. Faith as well.
Your wishes are more stronger. Well, they got the 2-1 taps that you wanted. And, I mean, dropping 2 weapons, not too shabby at all at the end over there. That's going to give Boom just a touch more money than, you know, they would have been left over with no kills at the end, and that's awarded them an AWP as well. Shiro, he's extremely dangerous, and I feel like you know, feel a little tingly, little something when you see Shiro with an AWP, don't you?
Yeah, sometimes. But at the same time, I was hoping to see a little bit more coming from Nakia, but unfortunately, his agent just does not allow it. So, with this AWP in play here, Fancy United Esports, how would they take this? Waylay comes in, he's pretty much blinded. Nakia may have whiffed the shot, readjust, takes one. That's going to be the second one as well, a complete shutdown. But it's not over yet. Fancy United, they still want to push through 3v5, but they have the showstopper up on Boom Esports. It seems like they're a little bit hesitant now, as they need to back off and rethink what should they be doing here. The initial push was a complete flop here for Fancy United Esports.
Yeah, this Viper wall is not making it easier either, and there's another spot. Fisio's been heard. They don't know it's exactly him there, but they do know that Showers is populated at the moment, A-shot as well, and instantly Fancy United start making decisions to run elsewhere. 50 seconds on the clock. This is pretty well predictable and stoppable as well, considering that they've got 4 players on A who can easily teleport through and start causing chaos as they enter in towards that hookah part of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky situation to be in as well, but the question here is, did they hear the AWP shot is going to be the question, because as of yet, Shiro, he's been holding B side for the longest of time. And one wrong move, Falcon, you will see it completely tumble once more. And as of yet, Falcon, they're just banging on the fact that there's a little too much people here. But here comes the shot, it misses. That's going to be a whiff. And that's going to be Fancy United pushing through. They will get the spike plant in, and on top of it all, they can get the AWP available. They're thinking about it as well. This time, they have to be careful. But on the kill feed here, Fisio, they're getting not 1, but 3 kills off the bat. Where is he getting all these kills?
Boom Esports kind of threw the bag here in this round. 2 players teleported together, and Fisio was ready for both of them. And then the third as well, much later on. No coordination whatsoever on that retake. It was a 5v3 at that as well. But just a 1 kill onto Shiro. I was a little skeptical about the plant. They went for the safer plant that inside of Tube. But then Fisio just gets 3 and he makes, all right guys, no worries. Safe plant, doesn't even matter.
Okay, that was a little bit of a wildcard here, but Op won't not be picked up here from Fancy United. Don't want to risk it at all, but a very interesting play here because Fisio single-handedly dismantling everyone who tried to push from the teleporter itself.
Yep.
It was not captured on screen here from observers, but based on the position, everybody just flopped in it. And it seems like Fancy United Esports, they are continuing on their lead here. But this is a full push coming in. Rome Esports hoping to try and get a couple of kills themselves. They don't really have the information, but here comes the flash. The flush comes through. So that's going to be one down. And they need this gun right here from Boom.
That was poor from Bookute. He knew how to dodge that flash. He mistimed it. And now Defo looking for one of his own. Very close. Tight angle. No time to react there. And he was hoping that would work out. But no, Nia spots another. He knows there's a Viper close. He gets rid of it. And there's one more there. The Sheriff's got to work. He's on 31 HP. Shido getting a little nervous. Now, with this amount of map control, they know that they can get the plant pretty easily. And yes, I can's coming from U-Haul. And Shido's gone. And so is Nats. Boom Esports being made to feel the pressure on their comfortable map. And no matter the 1 or 2 kills that they find at the end of this, it's going to be the 4th for Fancy United.
Yep. Another very, very good round here coming from Fancy United Esports here. Boom Esports starting to switch up their strats once more. But let's take a look at the instant replay here on how things actually happen as well. They've got the perfect size to actually check every single corner. And I really like how Fancy United Esports is just so slow and methodical. And they're just checking every single corner. But now, this is going to be a very, very important timeout here, Universe. This is where things always happens for Boom. They want to stick up those ultimates. They want to go for a buy round. And this is where things... They go for a timeout and actually discuss what went wrong and how do they take this execute. Because it's not just one. Boom, every single time they try a couple strats, when things don't work out, this is what they do. And do you think they're going to be pulling something new now?
Yeah, I mean, adjustment strategy is their main, name of the playbook. I think that this is going to be Fields kind of telling them where aggression might work the best. Usually on the back of a timeout, Boom have a step forward, or they've got an op set up in a place where nobody's going to expect it. Shido was last seen on the B side, so I feel like they might send him towards showers if at all they're able to afford it this round. Apart from that, if anything at all, I think they usually have this triple push towards A shot, where they've got one contact on left of A shot, one contact on right of A shot, and one who's supporting from behind with a little bit of utility. And that Viper wall, though, from attack is going to make it difficult to do so, because initially they're going to cut off their contact. But is Boom going to choose that? No, it seems to be they're going to be very passive about this, actually. Yeah. Outside of showers, yes, they've got triple on A, and they've got Nakia just basically on a rotational path here. Wherever the sound goes, he goes.
This is going to be a very tricky situation for Boom Esports as well. They are going to be committing for a full buy, but the only problem is there is only one showstopper available. The next out here is going to be the Dimensional Drift, but they need those up on Shiro. But can they get it is going to be the question, yo.
Converging paths along with the showstopper, and the showstopper wins that duel. Somehow Nakia's alive and his ultimate does the job for him. But yes, Icon comes in and finds 3. Nakia, though, even beyond the grave, manages to find one, and he still keeps his team in fighting chances. It's a 2v2. Fisio has to try to get this alone now. Shiro taps out Twilight. It's a 1v2 Fisio. He's always been good for this, but Defo is just a little better on this round. Boom. Secured number 2, but all thanks to Nakia.
That was a crucial round as well for Boom Esports. I was just about to mention as well, they needed one more kill or one off for Shiro for the Dimensional Drift. And you know what? It's okay, Shiro, I've got you. Now with Nakia committing that and taking a round, this time they have 2 ultimates available here. That's going to be the Brimstone as well as the Yoru available. So this is where Boom has a little bit of a safety net-ish, but think about it this way. Oh, you thought I'm recovering. Guess what? Fancy United has got 4 now. We've got the Viper Pit, we've got the KO out as well to kind of suppress everybody, and it's just so many things on the line. So this is going to be an even more tricky situation for Boom Esports.
Initial contact, they did spot out the Viper, and they send Nia in to do a little bit of pressure mechanism. He's going to get the plant down as well, actually. He's going to get away pretty easily. The refract's available, but he doesn't even need it. And here we go. Fancy taking a page out of Boom's playbook, playing on the lineups here. And Fisio's here to support his Brimstone. And there goes the Dimensional Drift. They're going to clear out the entire side, and now they know what the plan. The gig's going to be up. They know that there's one only on site, and the rest are playing just for the plant here. There goes the first nade. It's going to be stop the defuse. But we've got the Viper and the Brimstone, who will take over this. The operative strike pretty deep in, but it's not going to help. They're so far away from you. You're not even going to find it. Yes, I can. Taps out the first, so you got 4 more to go. But they're ready for it. Nakia's here to make it a little easier. Guided salvos as well. Boom Esports have been taken down by one of their own best strategies.
Oh my goodness, poor Fancy United Esports. They just completely backed out. They just played lineups after lineups and they just could not defuse the spike. And just like that, Fancy United, they clutch it big time.
You know what was the worst part? They used the operative strike to clear out that left of A-shot area. But Bukyu was so far away from the action that operative strike was wasted. So this is a crazy big round for them because they got to waste 2 ultimates. One was the Dimensional Drift and the operative strike, and they put them on an eco.
Yeah, it was a straight up a guessing game coming from them, right? It was just so risky as well. And even then, exit tracks was still in favor of Fancy United Esports. So they got in very, very quickly, got out, used those ultimates, and now they still have the Viper Pit and also the Tail out to work with. So they can still go in for another set play coming from Fancy United Esports. While Boom Esports, backs against the wall, they only have the Fade out available. And it's all about patience. They need the opening pick here. Shiro, oh, he white swinged that. But Brookie was able to jiggle and take him out. But again, it is an eco round for Boom. Things are not looking good for Boom Esports here.
Well, as Fancy love to do it on their opponent's eco round, they slow things down to a T. And they want to let the opponents make the mistakes. The bad thing about that is when you're on the attack, you're forced to make the first move unless you kill everybody or you get a plant. 50 seconds on the clock and slow convergence towards that B side. There is one inside a hookah. He's alone at the moment, just holding on contact there, Nakia. It is an off angle, so he might be able to actually get away with one, but here comes Nia. He's going to create space, and he's going to blow some heads off as well. Ficio doubles up, Twilight with a third. Simple, easy work. Light damage onto Fancy United, just a little bit on Ficio. And Nats will be saving that Vandal unless he's not allowed to. A teleport from that B-long position will expose him. He is very close to it at the moment, but he's going to reposition very quickly as he knows it's a possibility.
Yeah, it is going to be on the hunt right now here, but Fancy, they do have a healthy chunk of change as well, so they can look to get a little bit aggressive here. And this is going to be a very tough spot. Twilight on the hunt. Can't exactly seem to find anyone as of yet. Looking for those off angles here. Exit strats are coming in. Fancy. Not looking in the right direction here. Be very careful. Oh no, Ficio was able to check him out. So that is going to be Boom going down as well. No saved gun for you, my friend, as Fancy United looking to go for a clean sweep here, potentially. The pressure is on, my friend. The pressure is really on.
Most certainly is. The ops out once again. Shiro looking for a Hail Mary. He needs to relieve some of this pressure that Fancy United's been constantly doubling down on his team. But once again, there is an ultimate that's going to cause trouble. And that's the Armageddon. The Teho's going to be powerful here, but Def was going to try and ease that up a little bit. The Viper Spit gives them a bit of breathing space, but here goes the guided salvo with the Armageddon and a flying Wele. Everybody's in there, but nothing of avail. The only thing, if at all, they've achieved is getting Nia a little, actually quite a bit lower. He's just about 44 HP. A little over a Vandal bullet away from death. And Shiro will now get his chance to maybe use that big bat sniper.
That was a huge Viper Pit to actually deny entry as well. They were just so hesitant. I was expecting maybe they might have used the Armageddon to try and clear out the Viper Pit, but that didn't exactly work. So, very unfortunate, but great read here from Boom Esports. And now, backs against the wall for Fancy United here. Yeah, going for pick. Shiro off angle, takes off Nia. Does he go for the re-pick is going to be the question here. He does have the wall, but the teleporter is here. The pick comes through. They're looking wrong place here, but the Viper wall may have just saved Fancy United's life. But here he goes, wrong timing. Drops the wall perfectly well. Nice comms here coming from Boom. And now MC Slasher looking for another one as well. But Shiro almost gets the third. That's the third eventually. 1 man left. Spike being made sound here. But where is he? Oh, Ficio from on top. Now has to fend for himself here. 1 versus 2. Baiting in a spike for the longest of time. He's looking for an off angle. Taps are coming in. 7 bullets left, my friend. Can he get it? Yes, he can! He almost caught the last one as well. But therefore, will be the ones that clutches it for Boom Esports.
That was nervingly close there, but shots from Shiro. Precision at it. Absolutely wonderful. Keeping himself alive for as long as he could. Just enough for his teammates to make it in time. Ficio, we spoke about him earlier as well. He is that X factor for his team. And he's showing it with his numbers. Competing with Nakia. But that round, unfortunately, just a little too far out of his grasp.
Very too close to be called comfort here, but again, economy looking very healthy here for Fancy United. They can still do it. But it seems like they are going to try going for the push. Nakia forces a showstopper, not connecting as well. They thought they were going to commit. But it seems like Fancy United, they just baited out major spells once more. The spams comes through. Fancy, they are hurting really bad. The flashes are pushing them back as well. Nakia tries for a play, but a spray from Nats! He takes them all! They're all dead! They're all freaking dead!
Insanely well read from Nats there to hold on to that angle and commit to the spray and expecting a third to come out as well. I like that Fancy have been playing this very unique thing with every single round being a point of default that we're going to send Nia in no matter what. He's going to spot out information and come back, but it's a push and pull method. They see the information and then decide, okay, now we're going to bait out utility. They did it with a showstopper. The showstopper came out, it was to no avail, but Boom stood their ground, and then they had Nats take in that spray down. Wonderfully orchestrated, and just pure patience being awarded over here. Okay, of course, yeah, why not? Yeah, go on, why not? Why not?
Okay,
why
this is the Boom we know. This is the Boom we know. Seems like they've warmed up a little bit here, but Shiro is popping some serious shots, and Nats has finally woken up. That is some insane strat reads here coming from both teams.
Now he's feeling it, and he's showing off just a tiny bit. Ficio might want to get a moment of his own over here for show off. Doesn't want to challenge. He understands that the op might be here. He knows Shiro would have placed his gate crasher anywhere around this B site as things come to a standstill. Ficio's going to wait for his team. Gets the first point of angle. Nothing spotted. But the angle's tight. And now they're going to wait for Nia to move in. He does have space to move in. And oh my god, Ficio, you monster. The expectation of that angle is wonderful. And there comes the Nightfall to try and stop them. 40 seconds on the clock. Fancy United is still not committing. They wanted numbers, and now they've equalized them.
Wiper's Pit committed as well to try and stall a little bit more, but it seems like it might be a fake out here from Fancy United Esports. There was no one inside the pit, and now they're going to be pushing an A side. Hit! They get it for absolutely free, unless he's going to walk through, but no! They were prepared. Takes them out. No denial here. As Boom now looks to go for the retake here, 3v4. Not much utils to work with as well.
Yeah. Not to mention that the null command's on the other side, but yes, I can. Looking for more taps. He's not going to get it. Nakia makes it possible. It's a 3v3. The KO's gone out. The one ultimate that could have been a little bit of a trouble has now been eliminated. Nia is the only one who's unknown at this point, and he's got a light speed to move around with, but Bukyu makes the first point of contact. And Boom suddenly turn it around. A bit moment of hesitation from Fancy. They go forward, they take a step ahead, they miss their comms, and they peak out in different timings, causing the 5th round to slip away to Boom, and a half that could have been very dominant from Fancy United is now possibility of being equalized.
Wow, that is just insane gunplay here. Coming from Boom. What a wake-up call. Like, what happened? Like, it wasn't even from a timeout or something. It just felt very... I don't know, something happened there.
I think Shiro's dancing around with the op kind of gave them confidence. He's feeling it, so he's giving his energy to the team, and they're completely in sync at the moment. Fancy United this time taking a little bit more of a careful approach, sending the drone in first and Nia after. And there comes the plant. It's going to be very quick and instant here. And once again, they go on the same game plan. They're going to try and play for those utilities. And they're going to have to stop this now. Boom Esports have to dig deep. And by deep, I mean all the way in towards their opponent's spawn. But before that, dodge all this utility coming in from them. Nia, he knows that he's been spotted. He knows he's going to have a fight in front of him. And he's going to be taken out pretty easily. The Opera Strike comes in on the left side. They're going to try and isolate this KO first. It's not going to work out though. The defuse is still being denied. There comes the first. Shiro and Fisio trade one each, and the defuse is still not being stuck. The guided salvos go behind it. And there's a Molotov that's going to keep burning it alive as well. The second guided salvo to keep it down. And there's no way Boom are going to touch that spike as they find the 7th round. Fancy United.
Oh no, he's gonna... Oh wow, what a hold here coming from Fancy United. But again, when it came down to spike as well, they just bought as much time as they can. Boom, they committed every single thing to go in for the play here. As for the replay, this was a very interesting one here, considering the fact that, oh, they used the dimensional drift, they're looking for 1 versus 1. Shiro was doing some heavy lifting down towards short here, but eventually, what's really weird is that usually, in normal circumstances, you don't really want to get isolated fights. But Boom was able to get it, but Fancy United Esports did it with the intent to buy time. Give him the 1v1, make him feel like he's confident, make him feel like he's winning, but neglecting time. So that was a very, very interesting switch up here from Fancy United.
Yeah, and the biggest problem here was Fancy United were playing such passive positions. Boom Esports had no clue where that Molotov is running in from, where the guided salvo is coming in from. And those both 2 orbital strikes being wasted because of that. And Fancy United winning some exemplary rounds here. And there goes Nia, starting things off once again. Fancy United not taking their foot off that gas pedal.
It is, after all, the second half. The roles have been switched. Boom this time on the offense and Fancy United on defense here. And Boo cute. Now going to use the molly here on a jump shot from that. Takes him out. Frame diff, but a flick from Nia says otherwise though from Fancy United. He looked good, but now Nakia is going to be trying to creep around here. Seems like he's going to be able to get the flick himself. 1v2. Gets the spike plan.
He's got the pain shields as well. He's actually capable of causing a lot of damage.
Yeah, needs to find exactly where they are. Is going to be the question here. He's going to try and check U-Haul. Is he going to get? And he gets it as well. That's huge. Down towards a 1 versus 1. They know where he is, but no!
Oh no, Nakia should have just hit in towards U-Haul, waited for your opportunity. You had a pain shield as well to deny. You should have just waited for the tap. Unfortunately, he got a little antsy about Fisio's position. And once again, it's this experienced Viper that catches Fancy United, the one rope they cling on to, and just make it through.
Exactly. It feels like, Nia just completely shut them down, right? Like, Boom Esports had an amazing entry, but things just didn't look the way through. But eventually, it came down to a situation where Nakia, arguably one of the best star players from Boom Esports, in that one moment, it felt like anxiety kicked in for him.
It did indeed. Boom Esports now have to face consequences as a loss of that pistol. No firepower in this round. Are they going to do something similar to Fancy? We keep seeing both these teams pull out pages of each other's playbooks. Fancy United doing that post-plant protocol where they do not peek whatsoever, and this time around, never mind. Boomer actually going to go in for a quick rush here. They've spotted the plant here. They're going to try and hold it together. Yes, I can. Pretty straightforward and simple. Holds on for his teammate. Twilight constantly poking here, making them feel uncomfortable. And Boom, while they've got a flank coming in, it's being well spotted. Nias here. And this 3-man stack on Shower will not be broken whatsoever. A flawless anti-eco here. And Boom, dumbfounded. At least they get the plant, so a little bit of extra dough.
Yeah, that is going to help them a little bit more here. So we are going to be heading towards the bonus round. And this is going to be very crucial as well because Fancy United Esports is just 4 points away. And this is 4 rounds away from taking Game 1 in the Grand Finals itself. And Boom Esports, they are now being put towards the back against the wall. They are going to go for buy rounds and they have to win this in order to stop the momentum. Maybe even try to tie up the score here. This is going to be the most important one. And I'm really surprised Boom has not called for a timeout here.
I mean, it's been only 2 rounds, right, post the second half starting. So I think they're going to wait for this one. This is going to be a more favored towards them round, and it seems like Fancy are going to be on the front foot here. Nia's being sent up. He's got a Brimstone with him for the support. A deep smoke here to set up early control. Boom. Not giving up too much here, just holding on just in case they see somebody pop out a flash with that KO and have a duelist flying through. Not going to be the case. Slowly but surely, they creep up close. And now the fight may resume.
Patience. Patience. Seems like he may have spotted a little bit shimmer here. The sprays comes in. Unfortunately, no connection, no knocks. The counter flash in play. And now they peek, but there's no one. They all got out, and boom, they've heard the commotions, they've heard the utilities, they baited them out instantly. They make a run for it as well.
Smoke's already dropped down. This is going to be an A-side hit very quick.
This is going to be important. Physio, he needs to stop them. Spike will be planted down. Does they get the denier? No. Barely hitting him as well. So that's going to be a very close one. Some chip damage was hit, but he's going to be able to get the reset through.
No flanks coming in, so Fancy are going to have to now play against one of their strategies. The post-plant Molotov here active from Nats, and here we go. It's just about finding these picks one by one, but it's going to be Defo to stand the ground. Gets a trade, instantly flies away from there. Wants to stay alive as long as possible, and there comes a paint shell as well very late in the round. Boom, well equipped with utility here to keep these players of Fancy at bay, and they've got players doing their bit as well, one after the other. They tap them down, and nothing's given more than the first kill on Shiro. 6th round for Boom here.
This is huge. This is huge for Boom Esports as well. Like, obviously, they played it very calculated as well, but they need to conserve those weaponries for the next round. That's where the buy round from Fancy United Esports is going to be extremely, extremely crucial here. It was a little bit of eco coming into play. Now, this is where things get a little bit spicy. If Boom Esports does not win this round, it's hard to tie the series. If they lose this right now, Fancy United Esports is looking to take match point eventually. The momentum is coming in, but with this op in play, I think things are going to get a little bit different here in terms of gunplay.
Might not for this, at least for the first half of this round. Nia is on the opposite side of the map. And Boom want to kind of challenge that smoke now. Last time they got bullied to just kind of ignore it. And now they want to just go past it and find B control for themselves. B long, they've got Octagon as well. And Nia's already pushed up and completely cleared out outside of A showers. He's going to give a call, probably one of the initiators, to rotate away from here. He's got that much control. But Boom, are they going to commit to this B side? Yes, absolutely they are. Brimstone here, going to have a lot of pressure on him, but he's ready for it. Bukyu gets the first positions for the second. He's going to be ready for it. No, he's not. Defo's going to get there. And both the controllers have lost the sight. It's a 3 versus 4. It's a retake with an op, and I would strongly advise for them to save.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough one indeed here. Boom Esports, they are playing a little bit safe, and they find another one as well. That's going to be Twilight down. It seems like Fancy United, they've finally made the call. They just do not have the utils to retake this. The op is just too important. And the question here is, did they actually save the op? They did, didn't they? Yeah.
Yep.
Just a very, very unfortunate gamble considering the fact that they're hoping A hit going to happen as well. Yes, they did hit for a B and then backed off and then re-entered B. So this is where Boom Esports starts to creep in with their mind games, right? They tend to do multiple fake outs to a point that you get confused whether or not were they actually hitting the site itself. So great time to be alive here, especially for Boom Esports.
Yeah, then they don't overcommit past the teleport as well. They're going to know that somebody might be waiting for them on the other side of it. Good protocols, Boom Esports slowly crawling back 2 rounds in a row. And albeit there is an op still in play, a couple of rifles bought around it, it's still a bunch of half armors and Boom having the upper hand here, purely in terms of armory.
Yeah, this is going to be key here for Fancy United if they want to try and take a lead, right? They need Nia to get the opening pick to try and snowball for an upgrade. And that's going to be something that I think Boom Esports needs to be a little bit more careful. They cannot afford to lose out these trades. But the question here is, do they know where Nia is going to be? It seems like switch up is here. Oh, the shot has been made, so they know exactly where they are. And you can see, Boom, they're telling away to try and stray away from the AWP now.
They're actually doing it very quickly as well. They want to make the move towards A as soon as possible because they expect it to be a little less guarded than the other side. Twilight trying to give a couple of warning shots here, but Boom pay no heed. Twilight, he's going to clear out outside of showers and he's got information about one, but he doesn't know that players have already creeped into U-Hall and Defo's going to make his life harder. Yes, I can's gone, but Twilight makes it one step easier for his team. NC Slasher and Nakia find one each, push a little past the lines of their enemies, and they've gotten it to round number 8, at least by the looks of it.
It's the mind games. It's the mind games. Here he comes, 4v2. Fancy, once again, put in one of the most uncomfortable positions to be in here. I have an op, but I'm all by myself. Or in this case, I've got a teammate, but at the same time, do I want to try opening picks here? Boom Esports, they know they still have the op, and they're not giving it to them. They're just making Fancy United just bleed out, feel all that much pressure. And it's a great 2 rounds takedown. But when will Fancy United actually buy back into this year? Because that is a forced buy to compensate for the op. And now another round where Fancy United Esports may consider doing it again. So that is hurting the overall economy here for Fancy United Esports. So Boom has literally baited them into the situations, not once, but twice now. The hook and sink strategy. Make them feel like they're on the best team in the world, and then we gnaw them out bit by bit.
Now the question is, where's that op going to be set up? I know they even if they buy around it, it's going to be a couple of Spectres. If not, where is that op going to be stationed? You've already seen it outside of Hookah. Do you repeat that and hope that Boom, bite the biscuit, they walk into your crosshair? Or do you go back towards A, where it's been Boom's most successful venture so far? And they love that post plant. They love utilizing the Brimstone to its absolute finest. And so do Fancy. Two teams with similar playstyles. They love their attacking half, but on the defensive side, Boom have shown that they can keep themselves afoot. But Fancy, after the first 2 rounds, falling apart here. And as we come to the conclusion of this tactical timeout from Fancy, game plans here might be changed. A little bit of aggression might be expected from Fancy now. I feel like they might go for an extra bit of map control, especially towards A. They did that towards Showers, particularly when they had the op for the first time when it was bought. And since then, it stayed there. They do have money for buying up, but they're again giving up on half armors. They're giving up a full armors. They got a Spectre at best. It's a decent buy, but now even Shiro has picked up one of his own.
Okay, it's not too bad, but Bookute is definitely going to be hurting here. He's going to be playing for post here. Does have his Spectre to work with, so it's not the end of the world yet. But, oh, okay, Shiro. He's going to try and fake clone his way through. All right, here we go. Is this going to be a fake? Do you think he's going to try?
Not with an op, he's not.
He might, though.
Nah, I mean, he's a comedian, yes. I don't think that good one. Twilight, ready for any sort of pressure. The guided salvos just to make sure that anybody who creeps in closer towards Hookah will feel the pressure, but Boom detach away from there. And it seems like this might be a fake after all on the A side. Forgive me, the B side. We've got 2 players holding outside of A, both the controllers there. And with no commitment of smokes, maybe the Brimstone is going to drop 1 odd smoke here. But Boom are taking their time with this fake play, if at all it is going to be one. Spike is over here though, and there is a chance of teleportation. They're going to hope that maybe Defo finds a straggler somewhere around here. 30 seconds, and we enter into a bit of a tension-filled spot.
Okay, the rush comes through, the exit as well. The showstopper finds one. Nakia getting traded off, and Nia also finding one himself here. Therefore, looks for the push for the teleporters, but unfortunately, might have missed his timing here. And just like that, Fancy United, they go in for the slam. They will get a little bit of an awkward spot to be in here, especially for Boom. They call it a little bit greedy. But now, the over-aggression will be punished as Fancy. Now in a 1v4 situation, the suppress even in play, Shiro. Can't really do too much here. It seems like he is going to try and pick...
my God.
What? Huh? That's
Shiro.
one. Okay, that's no way. That's just no way. He's just boxed in.
Well, Shiro's on a good piece of energy right now. Whatever he's had for food seems to be working out for him. But unfortunately, Boom Esports had to concede that round. The op was swapped around to Yes I Can this time from Nia's hand. And that was a risky move because Yes I Can had players plaguing around him. But he gave a flick and a shot and he got that kill. And Nia came in from the teleport, found 2. Really well done there. And Boom Esports, again, that fragmented over aggression. One of the players moving up front, one of the players sitting inside, the tunnel position. A little bit of a disconnect, but Boom Esports now will have to pay the price for it. They will have to claw back another 2 rounds once again. And now this time against 3 big ultimates. And there we go, there it is. The ultimates come through. It's going to be quick action outside of Hookah. And the Yoru's going to try and escape away. But what have you done, Bookute? Spritz down 3 like it was nothing. The transfer amazing there. And Shiro, while he escapes away and he's got Defo with him with a spike, they're going to get a plant down. But this is a difficult round to win, especially with the Armageddon still active for the Tejo.
Oh my goodness, what a spray down from Bookute, but it's not over yet. Viper's Pit committed as well. Boom Esports, every single round counts, but guess what? On the Armageddon, they're going to wait for the timing. They're hoping for freebies. He's trying to conserve it. They still have time. But here it comes. The Viper Pit, they need to get out. And they find Defo. That's the Viper Pit down. Now it's all last hunt here for Shiro. And they won't even clean him out. That's going to be Fancy United that cleans the round themselves. Very, very nicely done.
Wow, the barrage of ultimates in the beginning of that round seemed to be absolutely crazy. And then came this monster.
My God.
The adjustment there, picture perfect. And it was set up perfectly for him too. Why? Because he was in such close range. The Phantom works perfectly there. Because you don't have too much to do in terms of, setting your spray down, the transfer. It just works for you as soon as you click that button.
Yeah, that was just insane here. Who would have thought we've seen not just one, but two different spray transfers? But by two different players, that is just insane. NC Slasher had his moments. We saw Ficio as well having his moments. But now, crunch time. 11-8.
I'll find you.
Fancy United seems to be just being very, very patient here. They've got the knives to kind of get a little bit of info. Seems like they do find somebody.
Oh, there was a pinch play here. They wanted to kind of take out Showers, whoever was there up close in front. Boom Esports have been very careful about that. They've not really given much attention to Showers, but now they are. Post that little pincer movement. Sheeta's going to give his position away, but that's on purpose. And the rest of Boom slowly spread out here. They've got a bit of presence on a shot, and Hookah's being right now taken by the attackers. Nakia's holding a very interesting position here. He does spot ahead, fires a bullet, and he will receive a bullet in return as well. A painful one at that. Drops him down to 13 HP. And now he's going to have to be the bait into the side, but therefore utilizes a bit of a gap in that smoke. Positional overplay, and it works out perfectly. And Shiro gets one as well. Boomer turning this around, and Shiro runs away just about the nick in time.
But yeah, but at the same time, he was the distraction. They went in for the push out, and boom, they go in for the exec. But Shiro was able to find the flank himself here. And now, Boom Esports is going to be playing for post-plant themselves. As Fancy United will get slowly mowed down from the sides. Shiro, once again, picks them all apart. But even Yes I Can goes down. Shiro, what are you doing? You're just taking everyone out by yourself.
Oh my god. Boom. A solid round here from them. I really like the whole exec. Was very, very well done. But it all depended upon Shiro outside of Showers to stay alive. If he would have died there, his teammates wouldn't have been able to trade that back. But he got away and then came back and took the same kill that he was supposed to.
Oh my god, that was just really, really phenomenal watching for. But at the same time, it is going to be in a very, very tricky spot to be in here. 9-11 is the place to be at for Boom Esports. And this time, they have the AWP available on Shiro. You can feel the tensions are building in right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Boom Esports know they're good enough to make this comeback happen. But Fancy United have been on top of the curve so far. And here we go, Fancy with a very, very heavy B-long push here. NC Slasher expecting it to come through. He's going to spam through it, and there it goes. With an AWP in the smoke. A no-scope try at that, and Yes I Can deletes them all. Twilight with the third as well. And Fancy United have been on top of their reads. Boom have been read, written, and thrown away like a book.
It's going to be very, very tricky here. As Fancy United very close to match point now. 5v2. Odds are against Boom Esports now. It seems like they may need a Hail Mary in this situation. The sprays comes in. Oh, the trades immediately as well. And that's going to be Fancy United Esports on match point. Wow. Complete dissection onto its Boom now. Who would have thought this would happen here, Universe?
Well, I mean, I knew that Bind, of course, is Boom's, favorite map. They love playing it. They had a great showing against their previous opponents. But Fancy United have just got a very good touch of the map, how to counter them, how to hold this team. And their adjustments have been read, especially that B-long push proves it. They're so well aware of what Boom are going to do. And this time around, Boom just throw everything in the bin. They're going to stick together. It's a 4-1 split. They're going to let Defo do his thing. And they're going to try and explore B. And explode as well. They've got the operative strike, so they could clear out a part of the map here. But here we go. The nades come in. He's going to fly in and raise as well. But it's going to be Yes I Can. Once again, the hero steps up to the mark. And he's going to take them all. He wants it all. He wants every single kill. And NC Slasher will give it to him. Fancy United with a great win on Bind as they take the lead in this grand final.
Wow, what a surprise here coming from Fancy United Esports here. They may have breezed their way in towards the grand finals. Guess what? It wasn't luck. It was pure skills, and now they have put Boom Esports in towards a deficit. 1 point in the lead here for Fancy United Esports. What a game. What a game.
That is... I think the last couple of rounds from Fancy have been exemplary. They were so well planned. And not to mention, well planned is one thing. To be able to play on that individual level while you know your team's going to be dependent on you. Yes, I can. Picked up the bricks, laid them down, cleaned the cement, and built a beautiful building. He loved that. You could see it in the way he's moving around that smoke. He knew he was the hero, and he was taking the arrogance of one, just the right amount.
Okay. But at the same time as well, now, what do you think, my friend? Joining back on the desk, this is a nerve-wracking one here for Game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Boom! In its entirety of the recent match histories that they've played on Bind, they've not lost a single game till date. And this is the very first game that Boom Esports end up losing in such a big matchup. The grand finals, the championships at stake. But as we were starting to discuss, right, that adaptability. And I think Fancy United Esports were ready from the very get-go of this matchup. They knew what they could do. And especially as you did mention, yes, I can, along with him, Twilight on that Teo, the amount of utils that they could use to dump, there was no counter from the side of Boom Esports. Finally, they've met their match.
You know what's really crazy about this matchup as well is that the caster's curse is real, because we've been raving about Boom for the longest of days, and everybody is getting sick of us saying that, hey, you know what, maybe, you guys are kind of biased, but Fancy United proved us wrong, proved everyone wrong, that they are the better team. It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't an easy group, as some may say, for Group A. They made it here on pure skills. And guess what? With this game coming into play here, it seems like we might see for a full game 3 as what the Universe is thinking about.
Yeah, and if you look at the numbers, while of course, Nakia's on top of the scoreboard, Fancy have more, good distribution amongst themselves. And this is one of those moments, one of those maps where everybody in the team chips in to where they're supposed to be the most useful. Bukyud, in those post-plant scenarios, was the most important guy. Twilight, in those post-plant scenarios, the most important guy. In setting up on the defensive side, also a great initiator. And Fischio, of course, doing his little, the slicing of the knife, I was going to say lurks. Butter. Yeah, lurks. He sliced it right at the perfect moments. And Nia was doing God's work with the spear heading into the sides. Every time they needed information, they needed somebody to step in and find spaces to exploit. Nia was there. And yes, I can. Well, individually, he played like the hero. So you've got every kind of player here. And I honestly, even though Nakia is going to take the MVP here, I'm going to say yes, I can was my personal MVP.
I actually feel like the Teho did a lot of work as well, because this Teho pickup coming in from Fancy United really put them in awkward situations. And I think there was a few times that the Viper's pits coming from Boom Esports got completely shattered. But I kind of agree with the overall MVP from Nakia, because he was doing a lot of heavy lifting as well.
Yeah, especially that 3K round where he had 4 players on his, in front of him, and he still managed to get 3. One of them, of course, beyond the grave with the paint shells that came late. He's done quite the lifting, and I feel like the rest of his team had to maybe push in a little bit of the effort. They couldn't keep up in terms of pure fragging potential, because there were times where he's taking, the bear fights, the knuckle-bearing fights right in front of his faces, but the rest of them are not able to keep up with it. And I would really love to see Boom Esports make a good comeback on Pearl. We know them to do so. They've done it multiple times in the past. They did it against SPG back in 2024, where they were 2 maps down and came back and gave us one of the best Valorant series ever. This could become one of those replicas if at all Fancy don't go completely crazy.
Yep, but with Nakia doing so much heavy lifting, even in the first 8 rounds, he was around 12 to 14 kills and his teammates were at just 4. There was this change when Shiro and Nat started picking up around that 9th and the 10th round, 3K. We saw a little bit of a spark, but it did not continue and light up a flame for them to end this first matchup, the bind in their favor. Going towards Pearl, their stats goes only way back to April, nothing recent, and that causes a concern. But we'll see if that works out right out of this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Varun, assignment?
Of course, sir. All done.
Hi Varun.
Sir, आप?
Flipkart's पे high performance Intel laptops at lowest prices. तेरा secret? Secret नहीं है noob.
Get the best deals on Intel laptops only on Flipkart. यहाँ कुछ भी हो सकता है.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn heads with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me. Swift Neo.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and it seems like we've switched seats over here just to make a little bit of space for our friend Crips here, who has been very agitatedly waiting to get his hands onto this series. First one, clearly he had some thoughts. Crips, let's start off with you itself. Give us your thoughts. What do you think of the first map?
The first map? I'm glad I'm not on that server because Fancy United esports are so annoying to play against. Oh my god. I feel bad for Boom. Like, I really do. I mean, they knew exactly what Fancy United's plan would be, and they still couldn't do anything about it. It's so frustrating to know exactly what your opponent is going to do and feel powerless to do anything about it.
Isn't that exactly what Boom did against Zipto?
Oh shit.
I was about to say the same thing.
I mean, Boom are a team that are extremely annoying to play against, and just because of the fact that they're just good at it, they know their protocols, they know their objectives, they play for the round win, and that's exactly what Fancy did, and they were able to master it just a touch more. And it seemed for a second like, okay, you know what, attacking wise, both teams have their advantages, but Fancy had their one little slip up on the defensive side where they lost 2 rounds and they lost another one, and they were letting Boom get close. But then came that one decisive round from Yes I Can that changed the tides. Now we're heading into Pearl. Lucifer, please give us this stat. You're telling about Boom not playing for quite some time. When was the last time they played Pearl?
April 2025. Wow. That's a long time for somebody to not play any Pearl at all, and that's not a lot of experience even on Pearl that they would want to bank on.
And that was the old Pearl, right? It wasn't even the new Pearl.
And it was the old Boom as well?
Yeah, it was the old Boom. There was no defo there, and that tells you that this could be a problem in the making, meaning Fancy United stand a chance to 2-0 Boom for the very first time.
Well, let's find out if that's going to be the case. Ladies and gentlemen, Agent Select coming up on the screen. No wasting time in this grand final. Fancy United want to get going, and so do Boom. Just because of the fact that Boom have got a reputation for making these comebacks happen, I still would like to believe in them. I still would like to give them a good shot in this map. And I think they are going to surprise you with their composition as well as they go straight down to the bottom of the barrel playing a default.
Bottom of the ocean as well, given that we are in Pearl, and the win condition that was true for Fancy United esports in mind continues to stay true for Pearl as well. They have 4 agents that can deny the defuse once the spike is planted.
Yeah.
It was so frustrating on Bind for Boom because they knew exactly where the Brimstone would be. He has a lineup spot towards the barrier spot.
Yeah.
The Snakebite lineup is available towards Bath. They knew exactly where these characters would be, and they still couldn't do anything to stop the denial.
Also, your favorite Pearl compositions here from Fancy. The single Brimstone is here.
Yes, I am
the one that proved
now.
you horribly wrong.
I am very happy to be proven wrong. I mean, things would be very boring if they were predictable.
Yeah.
And this composition has been working for them, I think, across all maps. It's a universal composition now.
Sure.
And it's been working for them. I think Fancy United have been playing this really well in terms of the Teo being a part of their agent draft, whereas the other teams kind of keep going default in terms of their initiators that we've been seeing. And sometimes rarely end up seeing this double initiator comp a lot more oriented towards the double controllers coming through, which Fancy United rather not tend to do it. And this is going to be even more interesting. Now Pearl going into the play where a lot more experience right here in the Predator League as well stands for Fancy United. They stand a chance to make sure that they close it out against the odds of Boom Esports. Now Boom Esports, I don't know how the cards have turned, but it seems like they have to adapt to Fancy.
Well, let's see if they adapt or not. Boom Esports, king of comebacks. Is this going to be your moment of Fancy? Take it all at the APAC. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 2 coming your way. Casters, take it away.
We are diving to the bottom of the ocean, ladies and gentlemen. Pearl, the second map up on your screens now. Fancy United Esports, one map away from lifting the trophy here at the Bharat Mandapam, Pragati Maidan in New Delhi. And Boom Esports will have to go the distance. They will have to take us to the salty plains of Karod if they want to deny Fancy United Esports their off-season trophy.
Visho setting up already for a B-long push coming through ramp. That tells you that they're going to be quick on their heels and at that run, making sure that anybody at Banana who tries to push out will be unable to. And Defo forced to push back, and he's the only one on B side. Now everybody else coming in from shop, and that flank was being held from Fisho on that lineup. Unfortunately, he couldn't even find the first, but the spikes planted. Maybe a number deficit, where they have the entire control of B and Banana. Now it's only ramp that they're pushing in from, and one player who's trying to help out with Defo through CT. And Nia gets taken down. The opening's been found. Make it 2 as well as Nakia. And then Defo, both of them together. Take their time and find the first round. Boom Esports know that every single play counts here, starting on Pearl.
Amazing retake. And I think the path to this successful retake was paved before the spike was even planted, because Boom Esports are so quick to rotate. They instantly take space where they don't find any action, and they're already on the flank. Fancy United Esports don't even get the time to get into their post-plant positions, don't even get the time to set up any of these crossfires.
First round, Boom Esports do manage to secure it. Now, is that going to continue? Because previously when this happened, Boom Esports were the ones to get the pistol round, but it was not enough for them to close it in the anti-eco. There strike the problem. And now with the buy being an opportunity, with Boom Esports on their defense of how smartly they played, Fancy United think that there could be an overextension and a push coming through. And they're waiting to see if somebody steps into their place, gives away a free weapon, and they're playing default for now at attacker spawn.
Super default-ish. Even Boom Esports for that matter. These guys are also playing super passive angles, you know. They are all playing individually, marking these angles from spots where they can instantly fall back, because they know Fancy United is going to come charging at them with heavy numbers. Shiro forced to face the music as he runs out of bullets. Relay bolts and fragments exchange, but wait, there's a gravity well on top of that fragment which doesn't let him get away. And NC Slasher gets that trade. Shock darts to discourage them, deter them away from that spot. But as this entire push hangs in suspense, so do our wits. Suspended in disbelief. Can this regroup attack on Art actually work out? Because the Marshal is prepared. The lack of armor really just hurting them. Good trade coming through from Nia, making it slightly more expensive, but the weapons can be recovered.
Fancy United, they try their best to make a move. Attempted to go through mid connectors, tried to find one, but it was just a little bit of a trade-off. And once they knew that they couldn't push up, they tried to make a re-rotate through Plaza towards Art, but it was still held by. They knew what the play was. Boom Esports find the second, and now it's an opportunity for Fancy United to start their go the winning ways. And it seems like they're going in for a similar first round approach. Visio with that Nano Swarm coming through and everybody else down ramp. But this time they have opposition at ramp. Quick recon should give their position. Stealth drone to follow. Nakia still playing aggressive.
Yeah, almost all the initiative really has been expended already, but still Twilight gets the first opening. Nakia good for only one. Shiro's preparing a flash for him, but he's a little too late to the party. And when the dust settles, Fancy United Esports take the lead in numbers. the Nebula, keeping them away for the time being. But it actually masks their presence. Shiro, now curious about whether or not they're still approaching, uses the dagger only to discover that nobody is over here. And under normal circumstances, this would be Boom's cue to start pushing either Art or A main. But because they lack numbers, they're not going to push out. The only move they make is send Shiro back over towards the A site via defender spawn. Oh no, wait, Nats is all by himself. Surely he can get one, but then he'll be instantly traded. Not even that.
Missed his first shot, and now the team is in deep trouble. Down to the last two, Killjoy as well as KO. Shiro trying to push out quickly, as fast as possible from Flowers. Misses his shot as well on the Marshal. Nothing much for him to go by. And now comes down to Defo, the only player with an AR. That's going to be a Bulldog, but Fisio, he has been always holding these positions. Will close that. And that is going to be the very first round that Fancy United find without a lot of damage on their own end. They played it smart, they were a lot more tactical and kept their approach known in terms of not giving away too rampantly.
Clean anti-bonus round, and they stick to fundamentals. Exchange utility, and the moment you figure out how many players are present on the site, you overwhelm them with numbers. They saw the Teho drone, they saw the KO knife in return, and Boom Esports expected, yep, it's just these two. But nah, there were a lot more behind that. Once again, 4-man push towards the B-long area. This time Shiro doesn't use his dagger right off the bat. Drone discovers two. Guided salvo, not thrown in just yet, but look at that fast execute. Oh my god, the base turns up all of a sudden. This is the quick one. Nia with the fast lane drives right into screen, but the lack of that recon dart being broken results in him getting sprayed down through the smoke. At least BuQ gets the trade, so it is a 3v4, but Fancy United Esports can't be stopped. They are trying to go for the plant, but can they be allowed to fall back? No, they don't fall back. They go in deeper. BuQ and Yes I Can on the flank have been taken down, but Connected Control still lies with Fancy United. And Twilight knows that both of them are coming through CT and Heaven. He knows exactly where to watch. It's a micro hilo setup, but Natya inches in closer. Twilight peeks out and bits the shot out from him. And there goes all hope. Ob can also be recovered by Fancy United as they make a clean sweep, winning 2 rounds on the trot.
That was a big weapon that was bought into from Boom Esports, and now they lose that operator. It's going to be trouble for them. But on the other end, Fancy United, they're going to be loving it. They were able to stall the opponent, equalize the score at the very beginning, rather than it being a back and forth for them of only finding one single round. And that should give them a little bit of confidence. And on top of it, they've also unlocked the ultimate on the Brimstone. With Boom Esports, they could be aggressive.